Duke stormed off, and so did Caleb, while Natalie stood there reeling in shock. What? They set me up? Caleb helped me set up some deal with Duke? Natalie felt sick to her stomach, and she had to confront Caleb ASAP. Later that night, as she was marching up to his door, something caught her attention from the window. It was Caleb's mom, and she was cleaning the house, not looking sick at all. Natalie knocked angrily, and Caleb looked surprised to see her. Nat, I didn't know you were coming. Is everything okay? Can we talk in private? Oh, of course. He walked out of the house with her to her favorite spot, and then she turned to him and pushed him angrily. So, you're the one who told Duke about me when he needed a fake girlfriend? You're also the one who made sure I couldn't say no? You ruined that statue and framed me. How could you do this to me? Nat. And then you acted like you didn't want me taking this job and made me feel guilty? Oh, the caring, possessive boyfriend. But it was your idea all along? You should get an Oscar for your performance. Please, listen, I can explain. You made a complete fool out of me. And you even told Duke I'm just a friend? Caleb, you're such a big jerk. He wouldn't have agreed to have you as a fake girlfriend if he knew we were together. Wow, that's your justification? You just used me like a stupid toy to get money out of him. And not for your sick mom because she seems to be just fine now. Who are you, man? I don't even know you. And it looks like I never did. Nat, it's not like that. Shut up. We're done. Do you hear me? We are done. Natalie didn't wait for his response before storming off. Caleb couldn't stop feeling devastated and broke down to his stepdad. Natalie broke up with me, Dad. Forget about her then. When you have the money, you can marry any girl you want. You're too brilliant for her anyway. Try to target someone rich. Marrying into wealth will give you a lifetime of security. Caleb was stunned at his stepdad's words. He did want to be rich and have a much easier life, but he couldn't forget Natalie just like that. Dad, Nat means a lot to me. I wanted the money, but I never meant to lose her in the process. And why would some rich girl want me, a poor farm boy? I have a plan, and if this succeeds, we're gonna live in the city like royalty. But I need to make sure I can trust you not to mess things up by getting emotional. Of course you can trust me, Dad. Mr. Cross smirked as he revealed his long-time plan of stealing some diamonds and money from the Harrisons. But that's a really big crime. What if we get caught? I've been working for them long enough to know every corner of the mansion. I know when to make the move and how to get away scot-free. Besides, it's not really stealing. Think of this as payment for taking advantage of the poor and treating us like dirt. This is about justice, kid, and your future. Mr. Cross eventually convinced the ambitious Caleb, but he still wasn't ready to let Natalie go. He would try to make her forgive him and win her back. Meanwhile, Natalie almost went to Duke to confront him too and end the contract immediately, but she stopped herself. No, she would play along and get the money he owed her. But it feels disgusting to still play along as his girlfriend. Duke couldn't stop thinking about Natalie. He'd lied to Caleb when he said he didn't want to be involved with her, because the truth was, he wanted to be close to her all the time. The next day, he was attending a huge charity event where he was a big donor and he invited her, but he couldn't help noticing that she wasn't really herself. Her smile seemed fake and she barely said a word. When he took her hand, she almost cringed and pulled it away. When they sat down for dinner, she suddenly spoke. Oh wow, are you kidding me? We're eating dinner costing $1,500 per person while raising money for some poor, hungry kids? So ironic. And you rich people are just so shallow and unbelievable. Natalie, what are you doing? Are you saying the food is overpriced? It's just $1,500, sweetheart. Just $1,500? I wish I was deaf right now because that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Can you please do us all a favor and buy your girlfriend some class? The world would be a better place if you could all buy yourselves some good hearts. Duke was speechless. But just then, he was suddenly called on stage to give a speech. It has been an honor to be part of this event, and I would like to... As Duke met Natalie's glare from across the room, his mind just went blank. While he was embarrassing himself, Natalie went to the bathroom to calm herself down. Just then, she heard familiar voices, Mrs. Harrison and Harper. Mom, I'm really worried about that farm girl. It doesn't seem like a fling to me. I think he's really in love with her, and he wouldn't have invited her here otherwise. and he didn't even do anything after all that stuff she said.
Your brother is such a pain, and I'm really running out of time. Sheila and her family are really pressuring me. We have to get rid of that stupid girl or else.
I'll think of something that will ruin her big time.
I don't want to just ruin her. I want her to disappear. Julie has that poor single mother as family, right?
Right. Oh yeah, we could definitely use her. Mom, you're brilliant.
They then laughed like maniacs as they walked out.
Okay, that's it. Enough of this madness. I can't have them hurting Mom. I have to end things with Duke, now.
Natalie ran out of the event looking around for a cab, but Duke found her before she could escape. You're leaving? Why were you so angry in there? I thought we were friends now and you wouldn't embarrass me.
Friends? You really think we're friends, Duke?
Yeah, I've started to. I care about you, Natalie. And there's something I've been wanting to tell you for a while, but I haven't had the guts to.
What?
I know this will make you even angrier, and
just say it.
A month ago, our gardener introduced me to his son Caleb, and we became friends. I told him about Mom pressuring me to date this crazy girl and how I'd lied about already having a girlfriend. I asked Caleb if he knew a girl who could pretend to play the part for a while. I didn't want anyone from school. And then he recommended his friend, and that's you. And he told me you'd never agree because you hate my family, so he planned to set you up, and I agreed to it. We got you in trouble just so you'd be indebted to me and would be forced to play the part. I feel terrible about doing that to you, and I'm really sorry. I would understand if you're not able to forgive me.
Natalie was stunned. She wasn't expecting Duke to confess. I already know everything. I heard you and Caleb talking about this at the back of the school the other day.
You did? Why didn't you say anything?
I thought, I'll play along since I can't repay you, but I don't care now. What are you gonna do? Send me to jail?
Of course not. You didn't do anything wrong in the first place. We framed you for that statue.
Exactly. I just want to stay far, far away from your family and you.
Natalie got into a cab before he could say anything more. It kind of broke her heart that this was how things had ended between them, but she had to walk away while she could still control her feelings. The next few days, Natalie skipped school. She couldn't bear to see Duke and tried getting her mind off things with farm work.
Hey, Mom, can I help with anything?
It's fine, honey, I got this. I don't know why you're missing school.
Mom, I just need a break, okay? And I would really like to help.
All right. Get some grains from the back and feed the chickens. Just as Natalie returned with her grains, she saw her mom sidestep one of the geese, lose her balance, and hit her head on a rock.
Mom!
Her mom was rushed to the hospital and needed surgery, but Natalie simply couldn't afford the amount. She felt desperate and helpless, and then thought of the one person who could help her, Duke.
I'm such an idiot. Why did I end things with him for free? He made me compromise my values and self-respect. I should get back with him to make him pay the price of my dignity, then dump him again. Ugh, why did I even love this jerk?
Back at the Harrisons' mansion, Duke had been missing Natalie, and his heart leapt when she suddenly gave him a call.
I'm sorry for the way things went down between us the other day. I was just really hurt because you lied to me. Can we meet tonight at the cafe?
I'll be there at 7.
But when he got there, he found Natalie panicking. Duke, I have to go to the hospital right away. Mom had an accident.
He immediately drove her to the hospital, and it broke his heart seeing Natalie cry. Later that day, he heard her talking to the doctor about the price for the surgery. I'll pay for it.
Duke, no, you don't have to.
Just think of it as a payment for all those days you worked for me. He kept insisting, and Natalie pretended to refuse, but eventually agreed.
I don't know how to thank you.
Don't think about it. Let's just hope your mom wakes up soon.
I really hope so too.
Wanting to comfort her, Duke pulled her into a hug, and Natalie just found herself hugging him back. As she lifted her face, their eyes met and her heartbeat became wild. You're so beautiful. When Natalie realized what was happening, she immediately excused herself to the bathroom.
Focus, Natalie. He's a jerk and his family is crazy. Don't get carried away.
Meanwhile, Harper and Mrs. Harrison decided that dinner would be the perfect time to break Duke. So, how's Natalie, darling? Maybe you should invite her to have dinner with us again. She's busy taking care of her mom, who's in the hospital.
Oh, really? We didn't even do anything to her mom yet.
What? Duke, are you sure that's why your girlfriend can't come over? Yes, Mom, I'm sure. Or is it because she's your fake girlfriend and you've been feeding me a bunch of lies? What? What are you talking about? Just then,
Harper started playing Duke and Natalie's conversation on her phone, where Duke confessed that he needed a fake girlfriend because of his mom.
I am so disappointed in you, Duke. You lied to me. You will end this stupid charade now. Mom, just stop it. Stop it with all this pressure. Yes, I lied to you, but you pushed me to do it. And Natalie may have been my fake girlfriend, but I love her now. Nonsense. Get rid of that gold digger and date Sheila instead. Or you can forget about being my son and all these privileges you were born with.
That midnight, Caleb and his stepdad were successful in opening the Harrison safe.
These are… wow. Dad, we're gonna be rich. I told you, son. Now, let's put everything into these bags. Hurry.
The father and son were almost done getting everything in the vault when the door suddenly burst open and the Harrison security team barged in with policemen. The next day, the news was all over town that Mr. Cross and Caleb had been arrested for theft at the Harrison mansion. Natalie could hardly believe her ears. She didn't love Caleb anymore, but he'd been her friend since they were kids, and she had to see him.
Nat, thank God you're here. You gotta help us. Please, ask Duke to make his family forgive us.
Caleb, why did you do it? When did you become this person?
How can you not understand, Nat? We've always hated those rich people. They've worked our parents to the bone and always mistreated us. Are we less smart than any of them? Or less deserving of a good life?
No, you deserve a good life, but you can't have it by robbing rich people. You have to earn it, Caleb.
I could work for 50 years and never get to where they are. I swear, I didn't want this just for me. I wanted it for my family and for you. I still love you, Nat, and I was gonna convince you to move away to the big city with me once I was rich.
How could you think this is what I'd want? I could never even cheat in tests when we were kids. And I don't love you anymore, Caleb.
But you're my best friend, my only friend. You have to help me. Please, call Duke.
I can't do that. You committed a crime and you'll have to pay for it. And not once have I heard you say that you're actually sorry you did it.
Please, Nat. Who's gonna look after my mom? This'll break her heart. I'm begging you.
Natalie softened and she tried to call Duke, but he wasn't picking up. She promised Caleb that she'd try to do what she could, but hours passed and there was no response from Duke. She then decided to call the last person she wanted to talk to. Hello, Harper? Farm girl? To what do I owe this displeasure? Your brother isn't answering my calls and messages. Is he okay? You tell me. Mom kicked him out of the house last night and basically disowned him, all because he said he was in love with you and wouldn't date anyone else. Dad tried to stop him, but he wouldn't stay. He what? Harper, where did he go? Why should I tell you? Harper, please, tell me he has somewhere to go. And he would still have some savings of his own, right? It turns out he doesn't have any. He had $100,000, or so we thought, but now he's penniless. He wouldn't tell me where he spent that money, but I can easily guess it was on you, you gold digger. She was actually right. Mom's surgery had cost $100,000, and it looked like Duke had given all his savings to me. She tried to call Harper again, who blocked her number, so she had no choice but to go to the mansion.
How dare you come here, you filthy, lying peasant!
I just wanted to ask where Duke went because I'm worried. Drop the act, girl. We all know how fake everything was. My brother was so stupid for actually falling in love with you. Yes, it was fake at first, but I've fallen in love with him too, for real. Please, you have to find out where he went. Suddenly, someone started bawling from the door. It was Sheila with her parents. Mrs. Harrison wasn't expecting their visit, and the blood drained from her face. Who's this girl? Where is my Duke? He's mine. He's only mine. Give him back to me. We are destined to be with each other. Sheila started screaming and breaking everything she saw, and her mom rushed to calm her down. Meanwhile, her dad was furious.
Our poor daughter. I thought Duke was single. What is the meaning of this? This is all a misunderstanding. This farm girl is crazy and… No, we've heard everything. Your son is in love with that girl and you lied to us. What is going on here? Your wife promised she'd repay us for keeping her horrible secret. This is the payment we want. Duke for our daughter.
Liars! Liars! Then suddenly, Sheila's dad took some pictures from his suitcase and showed them to Mr. Harrison.
Here is everything you need to see. Your wife is a terrible woman. We shouldn't have trusted her. And now our princess is emotionally destroyed. This is unforgivable.
Mr. Harrison was speechless. His wife was apparently having an affair with a wealthy politician.
My wife discovered all of this because she's the politician's secretary. He has been giving your wife huge sums of money and expensive gifts for years.
Mr. Harrison looked stunned, and then he lost it.
I've done nothing but love you, given in to every stupid tantrum, giving you everything you wanted, but it wasn't good enough for you, and now you've made our son miserable too, just to cover your own dirty secrets. Get out of my house, now!
No, you can't do this to me, honey. I'll leave him for you. But Mr. Harrison ignored her and ordered their security to drag her outside. Dad, what are you doing to Mom? Can't you just forgive her?
If you want to stay in this house, you will listen to me and stop being such a spoiled brat. Otherwise, you can leave with your mother. Is that understood, Harper?
Yes, Dad. Mr. Harrison then called the police to help him find his son. Natalie then remembered about this secret place Duke once took her to. She went there alone and found him.
Natalie, what are you doing here?
She told him everything that happened, and Duke couldn't believe how terrible his mom actually was. It's time for you to come home. Your dad is really worried about you.
And you? Were you worried?
Why do you think I'm here? And how could you be foolish enough to give me all your savings?
It was for your mom, Natalie. It's foolish not to take care of the people you love, and I love you.
I love you too, Duke. I never thought I could, and I really didn't want to, trust me. But you've made me fall in love with you. I can't help it.
Okay, so in that case, you need to sign another contract with me.
Depends. What kind of contract is that?
A contract to be my baby queen forever.
Oh my God, please don't ever call me that again.
I'll think about it.
Hi, my name is Natalie, and I fell in love with a monster. But before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. Please support MSA in style. Our bottles and notebooks are perfect for teens on the go. Check them out in the description. I never really meant to fall in love at all. In fact, I was absolutely against it. I'd just gotten out of a bad relationship with my ex, who dated 5 girls behind my back, and when I confronted him about it, he had the nerve to blame me.
I just needed some attention, and you were never there.
I live 2 houses down from you. If you were lonely, you should have just come over or called.
That's too much work, and you know I hate talking on the phone, and hanging out at your house is so boring. My face is too pretty to be stuck inside all day. I was thinking maybe I can be your boyfriend on Fridays and I can date other people on Saturdays.
I dumped that idiot and tried dating other guys, but that didn't work out. It felt like I was kissing a bunch of frogs. They were either too stupid, too vain, or just plain jerks. On my 16th birthday, I decided to stay away from boys and focus on school instead. I had dreams of following in my parents' footsteps and becoming a famous architect. But then I met Sam, and he ruined my life. Sam was a star football player with a cocky attitude, and he walked around school like he owned the place. All the girls were in love with him, and boys acted like he was some kind of superhero. Sam sat next to me in science class, and every day he'd wink at me with this dumb grin on his face, but I ignored him. He wasn't my type. Anyway, one time during a science test, I caught Sam copying my answers. Hey, jerkface, stop cheating.
Get over yourself. I'm smarter than you. I dropped my pencil on the floor and I was picking it up. 3 of your answers are wrong anyway.
Yeah, right. You think I was born yesterday? Suddenly, the teacher popped up out of nowhere and started screaming like a maniac. She snatched our tests, gave us a big fat F, and sent us both straight to detention. I tried to tell her I was innocent, but she refused to listen. After detention, Sam caught up to me, and I was mad as a wet cat.
I'm really sorry.
Leave me alone. You've done enough damage.
I didn't mean to get us in trouble. I really did drop my pencil. I'll make it up to you, I swear.
I stormed off, but the next day, Sam convinced the teacher to let us work on a special project after school so we could get extra credit.
Sina, it's all good. I told you I'd make this right.
It's the least you could do. You're the one who got us into this mess.
I'll take that as a thank you. Besides, you're the lucky one. You get to spend time with me and my biceps.
He started flexing his muscles like he was in a bodybuilding competition. Then he pulled out his phone and took a selfie. Could you be any more self-absorbed?
Come on, I'm just joking. I'm actually really cool if you get to know me.
He gave me his number, winked at me, and then walked away. So annoying. Sam and I met after school to work on our project, and to my surprise, he was actually really smart. And I tried to fight it, but I started to develop a huge crush. Sam had the most beautiful brown eyes, and every time he looked at me, my heart fluttered. One time, his finger brushed against mine, and I swear there was a spark. Before I knew it, we were holding hands, and we went from talking about atoms and electrons to kissing. And man, that kiss was amazing. After that, we were inseparable. We couldn't get enough of each other. We finished each other's sentences. Soon, we were madly in love. An epic love like you read about in fairy tales. Life was perfect, but then everything changed. Suddenly, Sam stopped meeting me after class. He stopped answering my texts and funny memes. I figured he was busy, so I gave him some space. Then I heard he quit the football team. I got really worried, so I asked him about it.
I'm fine. It's nothing.
No, it's not. You've been playing football your whole life. You've been obsessed with playing in college and going pro. You can't just quit.
You're not the boss of me. I do what I want.
He marched off without another word. After that, things got even worse. He started hanging out with a bad crowd and he totally changed. He didn't smile anymore or crack jokes like before. He was as cold as an iceberg. Every time I tried to talk to him, he was snappy and rude. Then one day, he stopped showing up in school. I went by his house, but it was empty with a for sale sign outside. I asked the neighbors what happened, and they told me that Sam and his parents left in the middle of the night. I tried everything to reach Sam. I was so confused and worried. Then one day, he DM'd me from his Insta. He told me he wanted to break up, suggested that I move on with my life, and then blocked me. I was completely devastated. I couldn't imagine life without Sam, and I couldn't understand why he'd do this to me. I collapsed onto my bed and hid under the covers for days. My best friend Shelly came to my rescue. She brought me ice cream, chocolate cake, and we watched dozens of MSA videos. Slowly, I started to feel better, but every time I saw something that reminded me of Sam, I burst into tears. It's been 6 months. It's time for you to move on. But there's no me without Sam. We're two peas in a pod, two halves of one heart. I can't live with half a heart, Shelly. I'm only human. Shelly grabbed all my pictures and gifts from Sam and tossed them into a shoebox. What are you doing? I'm giving you your freedom back. Sam's long gone. It's time for you to move on. Shelly was right. They were just things, and they only made me sad. Shelly put all Sam's stuff in the fireplace. We burned them and roasted marshmallows. And slowly, things started getting better. I even graduated from high school at the top of my class. Shelly and I applied to our dream college, and we both got in. During our first week there, Shelly and I went to this cool college party, and this boy named Roger asked me to dance. I'm not much of a dancer.
I'm not either. Don't worry about it. Just follow my lead.
Roger pulled me to the dance floor, and we danced the night away. Though we both looked like a pair of crazy chickens stomping our feet and shaking our butts. I couldn't remember the last time I'd had so much fun. Roger wasn't the hottest boy around, but he certainly had confidence and charm.
One day you're gonna marry me.
I hardly know you. Plus, I'm happily single.
Not for long. I'm going to chase you, treat you like a princess, and soon you'll be in love with me.
After that, Roger went on a mission to capture my heart. He brought me a bouquet of daisies.
I saw them and thought of you.
But I was allergic and I broke out in hives. A week later, he tried to cook for me at his place. I think something's burning.
It's not burning. Everything's fine.
Then the kitchen caught fire. Every day, Roger tried something new to win my heart, and it started to get out of hand. He hung a banner from the roof of my dorm to wish me a happy birthday and almost fell off a ladder. He jumped on a stage at a nightclub to sing me a song and twisted his ankle. As I drove him to the emergency room, he asked me to be his girlfriend. Honestly, even though I didn't feel crazy sparks with him, it felt nice to be loved this way. He was a good guy, so I said yes. A couple years later, I got an internship to work at my family's business, and it was the best. I helped my parents design a state-of-the-art office building and land a huge new client. One morning before work, I stopped at a coffee shop for breakfast. I'd just taken a huge bite of my scone when I looked up and saw Sam walk through the front door. My heart nearly stopped. I felt a surge of emotion I hadn't felt in a while. And then he spotted me.
Natalie?
I gulped down my scone in a hurry, and suddenly I was choking. I jumped out of my seat and started flapping my arms around like a wild bird, banging into customers and knocking coffee all over the place. Then suddenly, Sam rushed toward me and performed the Heimlich maneuver, and I spat out my scone. As I gasped for air and backed away from him, I slipped on some spilled coffee, hit my head, and everything went black. I woke up in a hospital bed and saw Roger and Shelly staring down at me.
I'm so happy you're okay, Gumdrop. I don't know what I would have done without you. Thank goodness your friend Sam was there. The doctor said that he saved your life.
You met Sam? He was here at the hospital. He left 10 minutes ago.
Don't worry, Pumpkin. I invited him out to dinner tomorrow night. It's the least we could do. He saved your life.
Roger hugged me tight. I smiled and pretended to be cool, but my stomach started turning backflips. A couple of hours before dinner, I started freaking out. Shelly came over to calm me down. I can't do this. What's the big deal? You're over Sam, right? I don't know. I'm not sure. What do you mean you're not sure? You've been with Roger for 2 years. I know, but when I saw Sam, all my feelings for him just don't even say it. That jerk broke your heart, remember? He didn't deserve you then, and he doesn't deserve you now. Shelly was right. Sam was a heartless snake, so he might have saved my life. But even monsters are nice at least one day out of the year, right? I didn't need to be nervous about this dinner. I was dating Roger, and he was 20 times better than Sam. So I put on my fanciest dress and spent an hour on my makeup. I was gonna show Sam what he was missing. When we got to the restaurant, I was surprised that Sam showed up with a girl named Tia, who he introduced as his girlfriend. She looked like a supermodel, but she had the IQ of a rock. When Roger told Sam we were applying to graduate school, she said, "You don't need to go to graduate school to learn how to graduate." That's not... Listen, all you do is tell your dad to pay off a couple of teachers to give you an A. Then you walk across the stage like this. Tia stood up and strutted up and down the restaurant, bumping into a waiter holding a tray of food, which was spilled all over her dress. The date was over after that, and I thought I was in the clear, but soon, Sam and Tia started showing up everywhere. I saw them at the coffee shop, Sam worked at my gym, and we both walked our dogs at the same park. And the worst thing was that Roger loved going on double dates with Tia and Sam, and I hated it. My blood boiled when I saw them holding hands. I wanted to scream when Sam kissed her, and I wanted to cry when I saw Sam smile and look at Tia the way he used to look at me. Then one day, I lost it. I called Sam and told him to meet me at a park on the other end of town where no one would see us.
Okay, what's with all the secrecy, Nat? I feel like we're in a spy movie.
I needed privacy.
Fine, we're alone. Just me and you. Reminds me of old times.
Sam stepped toward me, and my stupid heart fluttered. I hadn't been that close to him in years. I could smell his cologne, and it brought back so many beautiful memories. Then suddenly, blazing hot rage coursed through my veins. I hate you!
Look, I was in a bad place.
You made me fall in love with you, and then you broke my heart, and now that I've finally moved on, you weaseled your way back into my life to hurt me again!
No, that's not what I'm doing.
You're a monster! Leave me alone! I never want to see you again! I broke into tears, ran to my car, and drove off. But when I got home, I saw Roger at my door.
What's wrong, Cupcake?
I told Roger that I didn't want to go on any double dates with Sam and Tia anymore. I just wanted to focus on us.
Of course, Sugar Bear. Whatever you want.
Then I kissed Roger, but all I could think about was Sam. When I pulled away, Roger had this strange look on his face. Then he got down on one knee.
I think I want to marry you. I don't have a ring, but I can get one right away. Just tell me what you want, and I'll buy it. I want it perfect, just like our love.
I was overwhelmed and speechless. I'm sorry, I have to go. I think I left the iron on. Let's talk tomorrow, okay? I rushed inside and shut the door behind me. That night, Roger sent me pictures of dozens of rings and wedding venues. All of them were amazing. And part of me started thinking that sealing the deal with Roger would just make me move on for good. Okay, this is madness. You can't marry Roger if you're still in love with Sam. But you said he didn't deserve me, and you're right. He just came back to hurt me. And what he did the first time, that is unforgivable. Actually, that's not true. I thought I wouldn't tell you because you were happy with Roger, but I can see that you're not, and I can't stay quiet anymore. What are you talking about? I've been volunteering at the hospital, and a few days ago, I spotted Sam leaving my uncle's examination room, who's an oncologist. I snuck in later and looked at Sam's file. My uncle caught me, and he was furious. But since I begged, he told me the whole story. Sam got really sick in high school. That's why he quit the football team. He was going through special treatment, but it wasn't working. So he and his parents moved away to enroll in a special treatment program. Now he's cured, but he still has to take medicines. I think Sam broke up with you because he didn't know if he was going to survive it, and he couldn't bear to see you hurt. That's why he was a jerk. He wanted you to forget about him and move on. My heart felt crushed hearing this. But he's moved on. He's dating Tia. They broke up yesterday. Now she's dating a movie star. They're Insta official. I have to talk to Sam. What about Roger? I went straight to Roger's house and told him that I couldn't marry him.
But why, Sugar Plum?
You deserve someone better than me. I gave away my whole heart to someone else a really long time ago, and I never really got it back. I'm so sorry. Roger burst into tears, but he appreciated that I told him the truth. I hopped in my car and drove to the gym where Sam worked and almost hit a truck as I swerved into the parking lot. I texted Sam and begged him to come outside.
I get it. You hate me. What else do you need to say?
I know what you did, and you're an idiot. A big, stupid idiot. Sam stared at me.
I'm sorry. I just didn't want to hurt you.
Well, you did that anyway. I didn't need you to protect me. True love fights and lasts through the good and the bad.
So what now?
I threw my arms around him and held on tight as he hugged me back. You never let me go.
I think I can do that.
Hi, my name is Erica, and I'm from the USA. Please like and subscribe. Some people might call me a nerd, but that's only because I actually enjoy school and love working hard. Maybe that's what happens when the single dad who raised you is a world-renowned neurosurgeon. But I never felt pressured by him to excel. Like him, I just like being the best. And while I don't have many close friends, I generally get along with everybody in my class. Well, everybody except one, Genevieve Leroy. That's only because she's the actual devil. Not really, but hear me out. Genevieve transferred to our school from France when we were in the 5th grade, and I immediately hated her snobby attitude. Are you seriously reading Matilda? Back in France, we just finished Les Miserables. American children are so immature. Do you still wear tapas too? She was also crazy smart and got the highest grades in class. I'm not even trying. She was just so conceited and full of herself, and I just had to show her that she wasn't better than everybody. So I worked harder than I ever had, and soon our grades were equal. So, you think you're as good as me? No, Genevieve, I'm better. And from that day forward, everything was a competition between us. But there was never a clear winner. We always got the same grades. We both got first place at the 6th grade science fair. We always had the same number of followers on social media. And somehow, our TikToks got the same amount of likes. Would you believe it? We even shared the same birthday. In the 7th grade, our families accidentally had our parties at the same pizza arcade. Instead of having fun, we spent the whole time fighting each other on the Dance Dance Revolution machine. Getting tired, Erica? You wish, Genevieve. I could do this forever. We kept dancing even after everyone left, and the pizza arcade security team had to literally throw us out. I was so sore for the next few days. I groaned every time I moved. Things only got worse once we were in high school. In our last year, we both ran for school president, but our smear campaigns and aggressive politics got so out of hand that violence broke out between our supporters. The principal canceled the election and chose a student as president who wasn't either of us. But we were still gonna end up being co-valedictorians of our class, and I had to make sure I wrote a better speech than Martin Luther King himself. The bright side of it all was that high school would be over soon, and we'd never have to share a stage or room again. But to make things worse, it was around this time that Bethany barged into my life. I always thought Dad was too busy for romance, but he'd met this demon flirt monster while he was treating her mother, and now the two were dating.
Isn't your dad just like the cutest ever, Erica?
She had him wrapped around her little finger, and before I knew it, he'd asked her to move in with us.
Don't think of me as a replacement for your mother. Not until the wedding, anyway.
As if having a snooty French arch nemesis wasn't enough, I now had to live with Barbie's evil cousin. We couldn't stand each other. All she did all day was constantly try and fail to become a viral influencer through endless Instagram and TikTok posts for a non-existent audience.
Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll teach you how to trap the man of your dreams.
And whenever Dad wasn't around, she would call me a loser and an annoying know-it-all and go on and on about how I would never get a boyfriend.
No matter what some of those ugly girls say online, boys do not find intelligence attractive, Erica.
But at that point, boys were the last thing on my mind. The same went for Genevieve. We were both so busy trying to be the best at everything that we didn't have time for boys.
Hey, Erica, do you maybe want to go to the movies with me?
How can I go to the movies when I still don't know absolutely everything about the War of 1812? Now shush!
Genevieve, why don't we?
Stop, you poor boy. Is your highest ambition to be nothing more than a distraction? devotion to me. But that all changed the day Lee Taylor Reyes transferred to our school.
Howdy, y'all.
He walked into our lives with his rugged good looks and Texas cowboy charm. All the girls fell for him, but none fell harder than Genevieve and me. Oh my God, mon Dieu. We thought we were competitive before, but now it was war. Genevieve and I started doing things neither of us had ever done before. When Lee Taylor became quarterback, we went to every game. Go, Lee Taylor, go! Lee Taylor, you are the best at American foolishness. When Lee Taylor got the lead in the school play, we went to every show. Bravo, bravo! You have resurrected the theater, Lee Taylor. Genevieve had always been the more fashionable of the two of us, and once Lee Taylor hit the scene, her clothes and makeup game reached a level unseen.
That's a mighty fine dress you're wearing there, Genevieve.
What? This old thing? I only wear it when I don't care what I look like. There was no way I could compete with her on that level. Not on my own. I needed help, and there was only one person I could turn to, Bethany.
Erica, it's so wonderful. You're finally acting like a normal girl.
I was so desperate that I let Bethany give me a complete makeover. She used Dad's credit cards to buy me all new clothes and makeup. She took me to the most expensive salon in town and started giving me flirting lessons. Dad was just happy that we seemed to be finally getting along. And the whole time, she was filming everything and posting videos on her stupid channel.
Hey guys, join me on my brave and selfless journey as I turn Erica from a zero to a shiro and help get her the man of her dreams.
And the videos actually went viral. Bethany was officially an influencer now. And the weirdest part was that her lessons were working. Lee Taylor was now paying just as much attention to me as he was to Genevieve.
There's something different about you, Erica, and I like it.
Thanks for noticing, Lee Taylor. But just like with everything else between me and Genevieve, neither of us was actually winning. No matter what we did, Lee Taylor would only lead us both on and wouldn't make a clear choice. Things got so bad in the struggle for Lee Taylor's heart that our grades began to slip. We stopped doing homework, we were failing tests, neither of us were valedictorian anymore. But we didn't care. All our effort was going into out-scheming the other to win over Lee Taylor. Like the time he had a minor football injury and we both went to visit him in the hospital. Oh, you poor baby. It's a shame your mommy is out of town. But look, my chef made you a consommé, and I will read you the sports section of the newspaper in French. That looks like gross bathwater. I've got just the thing to make you feel better. Some good old American cheeseburgers. Also, a recent study shows that most people think Spanish is hotter. It ended up being a screaming match in French and Spanish that got us thrown out of the hospital. And one day, after the teacher made me and Lee Taylor lab partners, Genevieve marched up to me angrily in the cafeteria later and pinned me against the wall. Give it up, Erica. No matter how much makeup you put on or how much idiotic giggling you do, Lee Taylor will be mine. You've never beaten me, and you never will. What are you talking about? You wear so much makeup you look like a French mime. And besides, it's you who's never beaten me. I am so much better than you in every way that counts. Then how come you've never proved it? Prove this! Did you just throw a hamburger at my face after saying something totally stupid? Oui. Do you want French fries with that? As we rolled around on the floor, screaming and attacking each other, we knew we were making an absolute spectacle of ourselves. But we didn't care about what anyone thought, except Lee Taylor. And the next day, he invited me and Genevieve to meet him by the bleachers after school.
Ladies, y'all are two of the prettiest and sweetest gals I've ever met. And I've really tried to choose, but a choice is impossible. So you must make it.
What the heck are you talking about? Why do you speak nonsense, Lee Taylor?
I heard that y'all's rivalry goes way, way back. I'm thinking it's time that it was finally settled with a race. This Saturday, one lap around the school track. Winner takes all, including my heart.
We were both shocked by this proposal, but when he gave us that heart-melting look of his, we agreed. But what we didn't know was that Lee Taylor had live-streamed our conversation to the whole school, and in the days leading up to Saturday, the race was all anyone could talk about. Posters were put up advertising the race for love. Lee Taylor was actually charging admission. None of this was legal, but the principals and teachers didn't dare try to stop it for fear that the students would rip them to pieces. Everyone was just way too excited about it. The school became divided between Team Erica and Team Genevieve. Some of Genevieve's biggest supporters started wearing black and white striped shirts and berets while waving around baguettes and speaking in terrible French accents.
Oui, oui, don't you see? Genevieve's the girl for Lee.
getting so nuts that people were approaching me in the halls, offering me money to lose the race so they could win big on bets. Even Bethany started showing up to school to interview students for her army of new followers.
So tell me, are you Team Erica or Team Genevieve?
Team Erica, all the way. USA! USA!
Lee Taylor Reyes, be honest. Who do you really want to win the race?
All I say is, may the best girl win.
While all this was going on, I was just trying to ignore the insanity. I'd spend every night doing laps around my yard, trying to get faster and faster. My head was filled with images of my post-race life when I would walk around arm in arm with Lee Taylor. But in a weird way, the thing I was looking forward to the most was an end to this eternal feud with Genevieve. Saturday came, and the crowd was bigger than any homecoming game in our school's history.
Go, Erica, go! Viva la Genevieve!
This is it, my fabulous followers. The Race for Love Live. Now you'll see once and for all Erica's transformation from loser to, not loser. Yeah.
Despite the bizarreness of the scene, Genevieve and I lined up for the race. Lee Taylor had even bought an actual starter pistol from home.
On your marks, get set, go!
We were off in a flash. The crowd roared. Genevieve and I weren't exactly athletes, but we were giving it our all. We were feeding off the energy surrounding us. The only problem was that neither of us could break away. We were level, like always, literally shoulder to shoulder. As we approached the finish line, it seemed like this would end in yet another tie. My energy was flailing, and in desperation, my eyes searched for Lee Taylor, and they found him, kissing another girl right in front of everyone. I stopped short, fully expecting Genevieve to race ahead and win, but she had stopped too, and was also staring at Lee, sweaty and out of breath. We looked all around us at the ridiculous result of the war we'd been waging for so long. What the heck are we doing? This is very foolish, no? All of this for a boy? A conceited and deceitful boy. He really just manipulated us to make this all happen. I don't think I've ever felt this dumb in my entire life. Look at what we are wearing. What happened to us? Our rivalry used to inspire us to become better and better at everything, but now it's only made us worse. Oui, I've always counted on you to motivate me to be the best I can be. That's what I've always counted on you for. But why did there have to be all this hate and jealousy? I have a very tough mother who says second best is a term some loser made up. That's why I'm so competitive. What's your excuse? I don't really have one. I was just born this way. But look where all this jealousy has gotten us. Silly girls playing stupid games. No more. I agree. No more. Genevieve and I walked through that finish line hand in hand and left the field without looking back. The crowd started booing and angrily demanding Lee Taylor refund them the money he had charged them. In case you're wondering what happened next, Dad finally walked in on Bethany screaming like a maniac at me, saw her true colors, and threw her out of the house. Lee Taylor kept playing with the hearts of other girls until the day he messed up with one girl too many.
Help! She's trying to run me over with her car!
Genevieve and I graduated top of our class. She went on to be a cosmetics entrepreneur, and I became a lawyer. Years later, we still keep in touch and cheer each other's successes. I stared down at my beautiful white gown and the giant rock on my finger. I couldn't believe I was marrying the most handsome man in the world. Then suddenly, the door burst open. I turned around to see my worst nightmare. Wait. Before we get into all this, let's circle back around to the beginning. I'm Jordan from California. Please like and subscribe to hear my story. I grew up with a single mom who was a high school teacher. We didn't have a lot of money, and my older sister Cass was always a huge brat about it. My friend Becky got the newest iPhone at school, and I need it. I'm sorry, sweetie. I can't afford it. And you just got a new phone 2 years ago. 2 years? Mom, do you know anything about phones? Geez, your phone works fine. And no new camera is gonna fix that ugly personality. Ugh, this family sucks. Mom always felt guilty that she couldn't provide us with the best things, so I never asked for anything expensive. But when I started 7th grade, I went through a crazy growth spurt. Mom took me shopping, but she kept looking worriedly at the price tags. Mom, I don't mind getting secondhand clothes. Oh, sweetie, no. We can make it work. Really, it's fine. I like thrifting anyway. Jordan, you're an angel. One day the universe will give you everything you ever wanted. Later that night, when Cass saw my clothes, her eyes popped out of her head. Wow, how could Mom afford all these nice brands for you? These are secondhand, genius. Ew, gross. You better not tell anyone at school. It'll completely ruin my reputation. You're committing social suicide, girl. Is something seriously screwed up in your brain? I'm not letting Mom go broke so you can impress people who don't even like you. One day in 9th grade, I was walking back home when I saw a girl going bonkers on a guy, hitting him with her purse and screaming while he tried resisting her blows.
Can you please stop? Hey, ow! Listen to me, miss. I'm not a thief or pervert. Ow!
She smacked his head one last time and walked away, and the boy brushed himself off. Then suddenly, he caught me looking at him.
I swear, I didn't do anything wrong.
What happened?
I'm an idiot. A pen fell out of her bag and I just wanted to return it. I kept calling her, but she didn't hear me because of her stupid headphones. Then I thought I'd just slip it into her bag, but that's when she noticed me and lost her mind. Anyway, you want it?
We started talking, and it turned out his name was Zach, and he'd just moved into my neighborhood. And soon, we were hanging out almost every day. We had a ton in common, like our love for hiking and video games. Even Cass got along with him and sometimes joined in for movie nights. Once in 11th grade, the three of us were going to a party, and Cass came down in a cheerleader's outfit, and she wasn't even a cheerleader. Why are you wearing that? There's a new guy in my class who'll be at the party, and he's the most genuine person I've ever laid eyes on. It's time to introduce myself. So, you haven't even spoken to him yet? How do you know he's genuine? I wasn't talking about his personality, idiot. I was talking about the brands he wears, not a single knockoff. And you know your girl can tell from a mile away. He's the real deal. Cass wasn't kidding about getting that guy's attention. He was surrounded by a bunch of girls, and somehow she thought it would be a good idea to enter the room doing a cartwheel. Except she didn't know how to do one and smacked straight into the glass door. Everyone gave her the weirdest looks, and Zach and I nearly died trying not to laugh as we carried her out of there. She fractured her arm and had to wear a cast for 2 months. A few weeks later, the town's power went out on a really hot day. Zach just got his driver's license and asked if I wanted to drive a few hours away to a beach for a swim. Of course, but I can't really ask my mom for money.
She works all the time, huh?
Yeah, she knows I want to go to med school, and I swear, my first paycheck is going to her.
You're so amazing and selfless, Jordan. That's why I love you.
Love me?
I mean, as a friend, obviously.
Right, of course.
Come on, let's go. I'll pay for gas and food. It'll be fun.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. I just like your company.
And that's kind of how it went from there. Zach's parents gave him a hefty allowance every week, and we started going out often, to the movies, theme parks, and even concerts. I wanted to get a job to pay for things too, but he insisted it was fine, and it was kind of nice having someone take care of me. I knew you were just like me, sis. You pretend to be better, but your little boyfriend spoils you rotten, and you love it. OMG, Zach is not my boyfriend. He just pays for my things sometimes. Oh, so you're a gold digger. I'm so proud of you. I'm not a gold digger. We're just friends. Oh, really? Is that why you talked him out of dating my friend Ashley? What? You know about that? Ashley heard you tell Zach that she was dumb and high maintenance, and he deserved better. Look, if you want him all to yourself, fine. But if you don't like him that way, then let him date someone else. It's not nice to lead people on. Oh, did the Tin Man suddenly grow a heart? Mind your own business. Ashley was dumb, and I had to protect Zach. He was too naive, and girls like her would totally take advantage of him. But I was only looking out for him as a friend. It wasn't exactly my type. I wanted to be a surgeon, and Zach wanted to teach high school social studies. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but I'd seen my mom struggle a lot as a teacher. I didn't want that for my future. Besides, Zach and I were both fine with our relationship. We went to prom together as friends and had the best time ever. Soon college started, and Zach and I lived across campus from each other and met often. One day, I was studying in the library, and I needed a book from the top shelf, but the little step stool under me wobbled and brought down a pile of books with me. Just then, someone came to my side. It was Sean, the mysterious and most handsome guy in my class. He always sat in the back, but blew everyone out of the water on tests.
I think you may have dropsies, mon chéri.
Oh, thanks.
Come now, you're in my class, yes? Maybe we could be study partners?
Yeah. Sounds great. When I say Sean was amazing, this guy was amazing. He was brilliant and explained things to me in ways my professors never could. He brought me delicious French pastries and laughed at all my jokes, and let's be honest, I'm not that funny. His parents owned an airline company, and he was going to medical school only because he got bored one day and decided to apply. Everyone wanted to be around Sean, and for the first time in ever, I was popular by association. Only one person didn't like him.
He's a total jerk. You're blinded by his swoopy hair and fake accent. I saw him yelling at the teacher the other day for giving him an A instead of an A+.
Come on, don't be like that. He's sweet.
You can't be serious, Jordan.
Zach made it so obvious he couldn't stand Sean. Whenever we hung out together, he sat in a corner and sulked.
What is wrong with the little boy, eh?
Nothing. He's totally fine.
Then why is he crying in the corner like an injured duck?
Walk, walk.
Now waddle away and let me enjoy my beautiful view. Excuse me? Jordan, aren't you gonna say something?
Sean, come on, don't tease him. But Zach, maybe we'll just catch up later? Zach stormed off, and I felt kinda bad. But Sean started feeding me chocolate strawberries, and everything else left my mind. I hoped Zach would warm up to Sean soon, but he started acting crazy. On one of my dates, I spotted him wearing a stupid disguise and glaring at us from across the restaurant. Another time, he just happened to be at the movies where Sean and I were, and he took the seat between us. Zach fed me popcorn and wiped my face every time I drank soda, and I wanted to punch him. Then one day, Sean arranged a rugby match, and Zach said he wanted to join too. Are you crazy? Do you know how intense it gets?
You think I'm not strong enough or man enough, huh?
Yeah. They're gonna mash you like a boiled potato.
I can play it rough, Jordan. You don't need to worry about me.
And then he let out a weird war cry and jumped into the field. Oh man, this was gonna be painful to watch. And of course, he got injured within minutes, and I had to take him to the ER for stitches. We started drifting apart, and I missed him, but I was really busy with studies and Sean. After graduation, Sean asked me to marry him, and of course, I said yes. I couldn't believe how amazing my life was turning out. Mom threw a little engagement party for us, and Sean's parents even flew in from France. But when I went to introduce myself, I overheard them talking.
This place smells like poor people. I thought Sean said she was becoming a doctor. Don't eat anything here. They don't even have chefs. The girl's mom made everything herself.
I turned to leave, and of course, Zach was right behind me, and he'd heard everything.
Is this really the type of family you want to marry into?
I can't do this right now, Zach. I pushed past him and left. I was planning on confronting Sean about his parents' comments, but wedding planning took over. Cass was my wedding planner, and she was a nightmare to work with. But she did take care of all the arrangements just in time. On my wedding day, I felt anxious. I hadn't really forgotten what Sean's parents had said, or Zach's disappointed face. He'd stopped answering my calls soon after the engagement. Hey sis, what's wrong? You're marrying a freaking prince. Look a little happier. It's just that I am doing the right thing, right? Is this about Zach? I just thought he'd show up, is all. I bit back my nerves as the music started playing. Mom and Cass walked me down the aisle together, and I followed. Sean looked gorgeous standing up at the altar. He smiled at me, and I forced one back. But just as I started walking, the doors burst open. Zach was standing in the doorway with a freaking child who was crying at the top of his lungs and then came running to me with open arms.
Mommy, please! You said you were gonna get milk for pancakes. You said you'd make pancakes if I stopped pooping in the closet. And I did, Mommy, I did. Please come back. Don't leave me.
What the fudge? Everyone was staring at me, and Sean looked furious. I dragged Zach out the door. What do you think you're doing? What is this?
You have a child with him? How could you keep this from me?
No, what? No, I don't. That's not my kid.
How can you say that? How could you just deny your own child and what we mean to each other?
Things turned chaotic after that.
I knew this girl was trash from the start, humiliating us like this. How dare you? But I'm just glad we found out now and not years down the road.
Who are you calling trash, moron? No one speaks about my family like that. Sean, don't you believe me? And do you really have nothing to say to your parents?
I knew I was marrying below my station, but you were smart and pretty, and I thought you would learn our sophisticated ways. But this, I won't tolerate. I was clearly wrong about you.
I almost punched him, but he left with his parents on his tail. Mom and Cass were handling the guests, and I turned to Zach furiously. How could you do this to me? You just ruined my life. And who the heck is that child?
My nephew, and I just saved your life, Jordan. Those people are not you. You care about others. That's what I always loved about you. But you changed when you met that rich jerk.
It's none of your business. As my friend, you should be happy that I'm happy.
Like you were happy for me and Ashley, or me and Taylor, or me and any of my other girlfriends you convinced me weren't worth dating?
Look, that's different.
You just wanted me to take care of you while you kept your options open for someone better. Admit it.
You can't start blaming me right now, Zach. You've gone too far. I don't want to see you again, ever. Later that week, I found out Sean had flown back to France and was getting married to this girl his parents had wanted to set him up with. I couldn't believe he moved on so quickly. Cass tried to cheer me up with a junk food movie night, but it wasn't working. I just don't understand how Zach could sabotage me like that. He's supposed to be my best friend. Well, it pains me to break it to you, sis, but you haven't been a very good friend to Zach. What? He's the one who ruined my wedding. Remember? The guy has loved you for years, and you knew he did. But you led him on all throughout school. He had plenty of girls swooning over him, including me. Wait. You like Zach? Not anymore, but I had a crush on him at one point. Lots of girls did, but he only had eyes for you, and you threw him to the side as soon as someone better came along. I didn't mean to. I just didn't want to lose him. Well, now you've lost him anyway. I knew Cass was right, and I felt so horrible for treating Zach the way I had, but I was still so angry at him. I just wanted to graduate and start fresh, away from all this drama. I finished my residency and became a neurosurgeon at a big hospital. I paid off my student loans and soon gave Mom a down payment to buy a cute flat. Cass got married to a rich guy who adored her and moved into a house close to mine. We saw each other every week and life was good. Then one day, I was invited to give a lecture at a local university. I was so nervous and stopped by the coffee shop on campus. I had my face in my speech as I walked away with my drink and ran straight into someone spilling their smoothie all over them. Oh my God, I am so sorry. Wait, Zach?
Jordan, what are you doing here?
I'm a guest speaker at the medical school today. What are you doing here?
I'm a history professor here.
Wow, that's amazing. We sat down to catch up, and it was so good to see him again.
Hey, listen, I never apologized for bursting into your wedding like that. That really wasn't cool of me, especially using my nephew.
No, I'm the one who's sorry. For all the years I took advantage of you, and I did keep you away from other girls. I was afraid you'd easily fall for someone and she'd take you away.
You didn't take advantage of me, Jordan, and I wouldn't have treated someone else the same way. Me taking care of you was my love language, and not just being nice to a friend.
You were so good to me, and can I tell you a secret? I think even if you hadn't burst in, I wouldn't have gone through with the wedding.
Really? Why not?
Because you were right, and Sean and his family are jerks.
I'm glad you finally saw it, but I'm sorry I wasn't more supportive. I guess I always liked you, and when you started dating Sean, I knew I could never compete with a guy like that.
You shouldn't have had to. You were always the better guy.
You think we could pick up where we left off? We could go hiking. I'll pack a picnic, just like old times.
I'd love that. My 6-year-old sister opened the classroom door during my exam and started crying.
Mommy said I'd find you here. You promised to buy me donkey milk for my skin, and not ostrich milk. What am I supposed to do with it?
The teacher ran to calm her down, and while she was hugging her, my sister handed me a paper that had my essay written on it.
Okay, I feel better now. I hope you fail your exam.
Writing an essay about whether manufacturers should be responsible for the effects of the chemicals used in their products was harder than giving birth, I swear. 5 minutes later, I submitted the essay, and when the teacher left, my classmate said, "Who is that girl? You don't even have a sister, or even a mom. You're an orphan." And smart. She's someone I hired. Ask Brain 2 wrote me the essay. And how are you so sure that's a good essay? Oh, it's not the first time, and I always get an A+. In a matter of hours, I was the most popular girl in school, and kids started asking me for all types of advice on which apps could help give them an edge. Is there an app to get someone to fall in love with me?
What about an app that could make me $1 million?
That's when I got a brilliant idea. I could start making my own apps. How much are you willing to pay? Oh, by the way, my name's Paige, and I live with a family of gangsters. Before I continue my success story, please like and subscribe. Technically, we're not really a family. That 6-year-old girl I hired, her name is Spot. Yeah, weird, I know. Me, Spot, and my best friend Felix met in an orphanage. I'm the smart one. Like Einstein smart, but when I was younger, I was really small for my age, so the other kids used to pick on me. Hey, Shrimp McNugget, get out of my way. They'd push me down in the playground and take all my toys. I quickly figured out that I needed some muscle. That's when I found Felix. Felix was dumb as dirt, but strong as an ox. So we made an arrangement. I taught him everything I knew, and he took care of the bullies. A few years later, some stupid family wanted to adopt me, but they refused to take Felix. There was no way we were gonna let them separate us, so I came up with a plan. I found this really old couple online. I mean, like dinosaur old. They lived in this huge house and had a bunch of money. They would have been the perfect parents, except... What's that you say, honey? You want a mop? No, I want you to adopt us. How is the crop? Oh, it's doing well, dear. Thanks for asking. Have a good day. It was so frustrating. That night, me and Felix snuck into a science lab, and Spot was our lookout. I borrowed a few things to make a supersonic hearing aid and added a couple more features, like super hearing and super strength, that I knew those old people would like. Hey, try this. Wow, I can hear. What was that? That's a bird. What's that smell? I farted. Sorry. Look, honey, I can walk and run and jump. I can pick up this car. I told the old couple they could keep my gadget if they adopted me, Felix, and Spot, and they agreed. The next day, we moved into this huge house. We had our own rooms, and I had my own science lab in the basement. And the best thing was that the old people let us do whatever we wanted. I spent all day in my lab making gadgets and apps. I made a robot that brushed Spot's teeth and washed her hair.
No! Anything but the shampoo! Please don't!
Felix liked to cook, but he always burned the food. I made him an assistant chef to help him out. This is unacceptable! This chicken tastes like poo! It flipped over a couple of tables and sent Felix crying to his room a few times, but the food was delicious. My new parents invested a ton of money into my gadgets. Come to find out, they weren't just a sweet old couple. They were leaders of a notorious underground gang that... Hold on, editor. Cut that out of the video, please. I'm not supposed to talk about that. You won't tell anyone, right?
If you do, you'll end up sleeping with the fishes.
Okay, they get it. Don't scare them, guys. We're watching you. And listening, too. Anyway, moving along. After a while, I got bored and enrolled in a fancy high school. Felix and Spot weren't interested in school. They liked to sleep in all day, go on shopping sprees, and run other errands for our parents. My first day of school was pretty lame. I was smarter than the teachers, and the kids didn't like me much. They even made fun of my green hair. What? Green's my favorite color. Then I caught this boy named Lucas checking me out. He was popular, captain of the football team, super smart, class president 2 years in a row, and even volunteered in a food kitchen on the weekends. That is, when he wasn't doing a photo shoot. Did I tell you he was a teen model? Yuck, I could barf. Did he walk out of an MSA video or something? Lucas was so not my type, but he didn't get the hint. During lunch, he sat beside me. I mean, seriously, there were a dozen open seats.
Hey, Paige, is this seat taken?
Yeah, I was saving it for Nunya.
Who's Nunya?
None of your business. He eventually cornered me in science class. Somehow, he convinced the teacher to pair us up for a project. Lucas and I started spending time together. He was almost as smart as me. His sparkling brown eyes, his perfect hair, and handsome face were nice to look at. But there was one thing that really annoyed me. He was such a goody two-shoes. I'd never met anyone so honest. One time we went to a coffee shop and the barista gave him change. We were all the way across town when he realized that she'd given him an extra penny, so he insisted that we walk all the way back to return it. It's a penny, it's no big deal. Plus, I'm tired and my feet hurt. But he couldn't rest until he returned it. On my birthday, Lucas bought me a shirt, but it was the wrong size, so we went to the store to return it, and we ran into this woman who had on a hideous dress, and she caught us staring. Young man, what do you think? Does this dress look good on me?
You look wonderful.
The moment we left the store, Lucas started freaking out.
I shouldn't have lied to that poor woman. That was wrong. I should go back and tell her the truth.
And Lucas, being Lucas, found the woman and told her the truth.
I'm sorry, ma'am. That dress is horrible. It makes you look like a cow.
The woman punched Lucas in the face and stormed off. Later, when I put a cold bag of peas on Lucas's eye, I asked him why he was so obsessed with being honest.
I just think it's the right thing to do. Speaking of honesty, I really like you, Paige, and I was wondering, maybe you liked me too?
By then, Lucas had grown on me. He was less annoying than all the other kids at school, and he made me laugh. You're cool, I guess.
Cool enough to be your boyfriend?
out of nowhere, Lucas held my hand. He took the peas off his face and stepped close to me. I mean, our faces were inches apart. And then, I don't know how, but suddenly we were kissing, and to my surprise, I liked it. After that, we were officially dating, and life was pretty good. But then everything turned upside down. Felix spotted my parents came home from one of their vacations. Paige, it's terrible. We lost all of our money. I was in shock. Just a week earlier, we had at least $2 million in the bank. My parents explained that they spent all of our money investing in my gadgets. They stored my gadgets in a bunch of warehouses downtown. But someone burned them all down and we lost everything. All of the warehouses caught fire? How is that possible? What about the insurance? Did you report it to the police?
There's no insurance. And the police, well,
Just 1 second. Hey, editor, we'll need a bit of privacy. It's about the family business.
no problem.
I guess they can hear the rest.
Gotcha.
So we're gonna lose the house? And the cars?
And a bunch of bad guys are after us. We kind of owe them too.
Always so much excitement. I forgot how much fun it is being a businesswoman. What am I supposed to do about it?
You're the brains of this operation. Save us!
And that's when I decided to make a new app called P-Mind Soup Juice. Yeah, that's not the real name and the app doesn't exist anymore, but it was awesome. I cleverly designed a game where kids had to keep paying money to play the higher levels. And when they reached level 7, they got a ticket for the $1 Million National Lottery. Of course, no one ever wins that thing, right? But the kids were hooked. They were using up all their pocket money and even stealing their parents' credit cards to keep paying and playing. And I was getting richer by the day.
Wow, Paige.
This is awesome. This is almost enough to pay off our debts.
You're my hero.
You're the best.
But things got a little complicated with Lucas. One day after school, he showed up at my house.
You have to shut down P-Mind Soup Juice.
Why?
It's unethical.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Don't be such a goody two-shoes.
Paige, everyone's getting addicted and it's driving all the kids crazy. I need my P-Mind Soup Juice. You can't take it away from me.
It's just an app. It's not my fault they're too dumb to turn it off.
You have the highest IQ and you could use it for good, but you're using it to ruin people's lives. Plus, if the principal finds out you're making money off of these kids, you'll get expelled.
Everyone loves P-Mind Soup Juice. No one's gonna tell. The principal doesn't ever have to know.
I know.
What's that supposed to mean?
I love you, Paige, but what you're doing is just wrong. If you don't shut it down tonight, I'll have to tell the principal.
I tried to convince Lucas to change his mind, but he just stormed off. And to make matters worse, I caught Felix and Spot listening from the upstairs window. And that's when the war between Lucas and my family began.
We can take care of him for you. I can punch him in the nose.
I can hit him with a rock. He'll never remember a thing.
Or I can bake him a special pie. No, you're not doing any of that. Lucas is my boyfriend, and I think I love him.
Love? Yuck.
He's not even your type.
Oh, honey, that boy doesn't love you. He wants to rat you out. You'll get suspended, and he won't stop there. He'll try to bring this whole family down. Believe me, we know.
I told my family I'd take care of it. The last thing I wanted was Lucas hurt. I went over to Lucas's house, and his parents' car wasn't in the driveway, so he was all alone. I tapped on the window to wake him up and accidentally broke the glass.
Help! Help! Intruder!
He was so scared. It could have been because I had a mask covering my face, but it was really cold outside. And what else are you supposed to wear when you're climbing into someone's window at night? I mean, duh, it's practically a uniform. Lucas grabbed a fly swatter and started waving it around. Lucas, it's me.
What the heck are you doing climbing through my window at midnight?
I needed to talk. Please don't tell the principal about P-Mind Soup Juice.
I've made my decision, Paige.
My family needs it to pay our bills.
Can't your parents borrow the money from their friends? What about their savings?
That's easy for you to say. Your family's rich with dozens of rich friends. Then the craziest thing happened. I spotted Felix's robot chef in Lucas's driveway, and it started pounding on the door.
What is that?
I got a FaceTime call from my family. What's going on?
We all discussed it, and we decided that RoboChef, that's what we're calling him now, can take care of our little Lucas problem.
What do you mean, take care of? Then RoboChef broke down the front door.
Ooh, that's loud. What's that noise, honey?
It's RoboChef.
Oh my, get out of there.
My phone lost its signal, and then RoboChef smashed through a couple of walls, then charged up the stairs. We have to go, now! I grabbed Lucas. We climbed out of the window and hopped on my bike. I rode as fast as I could. RoboChef was on our tail.
What is that thing?
It's a robot I made.
Can you turn it off?
RoboChef, shut down.
RoboChef, slice and dice!
It's gone crazy.
What do we do?
I had to think fast, and then I remembered. I had an emergency remote in my bedroom drawer that could shut RoboChef down. Hold on. Lucas held tight as I turned a corner. My heart pounded and my legs throbbed as I rode faster and faster. Then, the worst thing happened. My front tire hit a rock, and Lucas and I flipped over. I sprained my ankle, and Lucas scraped his knee really bad. Lucas held me in his arms as the crazy robot drew closer. This is it. He's gonna turn us into Lucas and Paige puree.
A Luke Cage or Pecos?
What are you talking about?
It's our names combined, like a couple's name. We never got to choose one. You know, like Bennifer, Kimye, and Brangelina.
Shut up!
I've got a better idea.
Lucas pulled me close and kissed me. Then he climbed to his feet and glared at the robot.
Come on, you stupid robot. Let me introduce you to my little friends.
Lucas showed the robot his fists, and the robot couldn't stop laughing as it marched towards us. I knew we were gonna be goners, but out of nowhere, my family appeared.
Get away from my sister, you crazy bot.
Spot threw a rock at the robot's head. Felix body slammed it and then gave it the people's elbow. My mom smashed a pie in its face, and my dad picked it up and threw it so far that it landed in a trash heap a couple of miles away. My dad still had his super strength, by the way. My family was impressed that Lucas had risked his life to save me. And Lucas was so thankful that my family saved both of us that he decided not to tell the principal about pea mine soup juice.
I won't tell, but you still have to shut it down.
But what about my family? They still need money.
I have an idea.
My family met with Lucas's dad, and after he saw the footage of them kicking that robot's butt, he hired my family to run security for his company. After a couple of years, my family made so much money that they started their own security business and started traveling the world protecting celebrities and famous politicians. As for me and Lucas, I agreed to shut down pea mine soup juice and live an honest life. Hi, for a limited time, get up to 60% off our exclusive official merch. Don't miss out. Grab your favorites now. Visit our Amazon page through the link below and score these deals before they're gone. Hey people, I'm Danielle, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, I thought my mom was the coolest. Dad was always traveling for work, and we'd never gotten close. But I loved being with Mom because she was so unpredictable and fun. She didn't fuss over balanced meals or strict routines, and bedtime was always flexible, depending on how far our living room fort was coming along, or if we hadn't finished our movie. She was all about letting me explore and being creative without caring about a messy house or dirty clothes. It's like she'd crafted her parenting style from a child's wish list, and it was awesome.
A child needs some discipline. We don't want people thinking she's being raised by wolves.
I don't think a lot about what other people are thinking, and a child needs to enjoy their childhood. You only get it once. But nothing topped the birthday party she threw me when I turned 10. She turned our backyard into a carnival with swings, food stalls, bouncy castles, and a petting zoo. The whole neighborhood was invited, and everyone was having a blast, till things turned a bit chaotic. We suddenly had goats headbutting kids, llamas chasing neighbors down the street, and alpacas uprooting everyone's lawns. And to make things 10 times worse, Dad turned up early to find the house looking like a tornado had swept through. It didn't help that we also got a massive fine from the city council for unauthorized livestock. Dad was beyond furious, and after a huge fight, he told Mom he'd had enough and wanted a divorce. He moved out the next day, and soon after the divorce was finalized, we found out he got remarried. Mom didn't take all these changes well and got really depressed. Dad sent some money for child support, but it wasn't much, and we suddenly found ourselves going from fairly well off to, well, kinda poor.
It used to be so much more fun to share lunch with you when you had takeout pizza or pasta. Your homemade meals are awful.
I know.
How can you eat
eat this every day. If you can make your mom happy by letting her think her food is good, it's easy to eat her awful lunches. In more ways than one, I found myself being the adult around the house while Mom was in her downward spiral. She was a high school dropout, so she wasn't qualified for many jobs. And if she got any, she never lasted too long. Mom, I understand the customer was being rude to you, but you shouldn't have hit him in the eye with fried chicken.
He deserved it. Otherwise, you know I'm not a violent person.
You got fired from the shoe store last month because you had an argument with the manager and threw a stiletto at him.
As Mom drifted in and out of jobs and moods, I was taking care of things around the house and even managing the finances. By 8th grade, I'd started doing small jobs for the neighbors to earn some extra cash. But when I was in the 9th grade, Mom got a job
as a singing telegram.
Yep,
She got paid to dress up in the wackiest costumes, from a tap dancing banana to a rapping dinosaur, and deliver messages in song.
Happy birthday, dear Max. It's time to wear your party hat, even though you're getting older. At least you're not as old as that. Betty, you give me diabetes, 'cause you're so sweet. Say yes to marry me, and I'll kiss your feet.
They weren't always happy messages, though. Don't worry, Mike, you're not about to die, but you are getting fired, so pack your things and say bye. For the first time, Mom seemed to be doing something she enjoyed, and I was happy for her. One evening, she was going to a fast food restaurant to deliver a birthday message, and she asked me to come along so we could eat there later. I watched in amusement as she sang and danced, but just then, I heard loud laughter at the table behind me. It was a bunch of popular girls from my class with their queen bee, Mila, and they were laughing at Mom. Gosh, how pathetic would you have to be to take up a job that has you acting like an idiot in public? It made me really angry, but I couldn't help feeling embarrassed too. I didn't want to be seen by them with Mom. I slid under the table, crawled towards the fire exit, and escaped. I waited in the car till Mom came, saying she'd been looking for me everywhere, but I just pretended I wasn't feeling well and wanted to go home. And when career day came around and everyone was asked to bring in their parents, I made sure Mom just never got the notice for it. So imagine my shock when Mom walked into the classroom dressed up as a giant cupcake. And when she introduced herself as my mom, I wished a sinkhole would open up. How come you didn't tell me about career day? I found the notice under your bed while cleaning. I forgot. You looked uncomfortable with me being there. Well, you know what kids are like, Mom. They can be mean. If you were planning to come, you could have said you'd do something else.
Why? I know some moms who came are lawyers and doctors, and their jobs are really important to them. But I also like mine, and it pays the bills. That's all a job is supposed to do. I don't define my worth by it.
I was almost annoyed with Mom for choosing this moment to sound so wise and mature. Why couldn't she understand that high school kids were judgmental and wouldn't let me live it down? Which, of course, they didn't. Wow, you got the lowest grade in the math test. If you keep up like this, you'll end up failing high school and become a singing telegram too. You're signing up for dance club? Danielle, if you dance anything like your mom, don't even bother. One day, I was walking into class when I tripped on a school bag and face planted to the floor.
Oh, wow, girl. You're just as embarrassing as your mom.
I'd had it. I was about to pounce on her when the door suddenly opened and the teacher walked in with the most gorgeous boy I'd ever laid eyes on. He introduced himself as Antonio, and everybody swooned over the mysterious exchange student. Antonio, you can sit here. She pushed her minion right out of the chair next to her, then smiled at him innocently. But to my shock, the teacher insisted Antonio sit with me. As he walked over, he ran his fingers through his blonde hair, and his bright blue eyes mesmerized me as he gave me a smile. Oh, was I kidding? He'd never be interested in me. So I just got on with the day and watched the really pretty girls fall over themselves to talk to him, which was so embarrassing. Hey, Antonio, please zip up my lab coat. Oh, silly me. It has no zip. Can I touch your hair just for 1 second? It's for science. To my surprise, Antonio walked past all the other girls at lunch and asked if he could sit with me. And he actually seemed interested in talking to me.
Back home, I don't have any friends.
Really? You look like the sort who would have loads.
It's hard to trust people. It seems like most of them want to be friends for all the wrong reasons. Even here, I don't know how many of these people actually care to know the real me. You seem different, though.
Oh, I'd blushed and got so nervous that I spilled my milkshake all over myself. Rather than laughing, he coolly handed me a napkin. When our hands touched, we both pulled away nervously. So, tell me about the real you. He talked about how much he missed his country and his family.
We're really close, so it's hard to be away. How about your family?
Oh, well, it's just me and my mom. We're pretty close.
What does your mom do?
She's a singer.
Oh, really? What kind of singer?
Come on, think fast. A jazz singer. Really sophisticated and cool, you know? Antonio was super amazed by that. But then I suddenly realized he would discover the truth soon enough. So I lied to Mom. I've joined a club before and after school, and the timings won't suit you, so no need to drive me over and pick me up. I'll take the bus. I had to go to a cafe to kill time, before and after school, but it was worth it. Antonio and I were getting closer.
Want me to come around tonight to study? Where I'm staying, I don't get much privacy.
My mom's rehearsing with her cool and sophisticated jazz band. What about the library? We hit the books in the library one afternoon where something weird happened. These two men in suits sat right near us and kept glancing at Antonio. They were both reading, but one of them had his book upside down. I don't want to worry you, but those men keep looking at you.
Are you sure? Maybe they're looking at you because, you know, you're so pretty. It's still creepy, of course. We can get out of here and go to the mall. I have to buy a few things.
It wasn't a few things. Antonio was spending an obscene amount of money.
What? These are presents for my family. I get an allowance, you know?
Suddenly, this guy appeared out of nowhere, took Antonio's wallet, and bolted like a cheetah. But just then, the same two men from the library popped up, chased the thief down, and tackled him to the ground. Those are the men from the library. They're after us. Run, Antonio, run!
It's okay. I know them. I will explain everything.
Antonio took me to the exchange house where he was staying, which turned out to be a freaking mansion with staff who bowed to him.
I must confess something. In my country, I'm a prince. My parents are king and queen, and those men are my bodyguards.
Yeah, and I'm the Empress of Egypt, Cleopatra. Nice to meet you.
It's true. I'm really not making this up.
It really felt like he wasn't joking around, and my mouth dropped open in shock.
I'm sorry, I lied. I just wanted to experience life without the royal spotlight for a bit. I was gonna tell you the truth eventually, but I was enjoying my time with you so much, just being a regular guy. I didn't want to ruin it because, well, I kinda like you.
Wow! A prince has feelings for me! I kinda like you too. Antonio smiled brightly. It was like a fairy tale.
Now that you know the truth, my parents are coming for a visit tomorrow and we're having a banquet. I'd love for you to come, you and your mom.
I couldn't invite Mom, not after the lies I told about her. She went on a world tour today. She's in Japan right now.
Oh, that's a shame. I really wanted to meet her.
The next night, as I got ready for Antonio's party, Mom peeked into my room.
Hey, honey, I have to work tonight. Are you going out?
Yes. I'm hanging out with some friends.
I'm happy to hear that. But lately, I feel like we hardly spend any time together. Any chance you want to tag along to work? We can do something fun afterwards.
I told you already, Mom. Hanging out with friends. Mom looked a bit sad as she nodded and left, and I felt kinda bad. But my mind soon shifted back to Antonio's party. I wanted to look my absolute best for it. The party was amazing, and everyone there looked super glamorous. Antonio introduced me to his parents, who were both lovely. Everything was going well when suddenly Antonio grabbed my hand.
I have a surprise for you.
The lights darkened and the stage lights lit up. Then, to my absolute horror, Mom walked on stage dressed as a queen with a fake crown and velvet robes. I closed my eyes as tightly as I could, hoping I could teleport to another planet. But, spoiler alert, it didn't work.
I found the cutest way to send a message. It's called a singing telegram. Ever heard of it? This message is for you.
Then, my mother started to sing an opera about love. Everyone cheered her on, but I wasn't even listening. I was hoping she couldn't even see me from the stage. But then, she got off and started walking into the crowd towards me. As she got closer, her voice cracked and she stopped singing mid-sentence.
Danielle?
You know her?
I guess, a little, yeah. She's my mom.
I thought your mom was a jazz singer in Japan on a world tour.
I looked at Mom as realization of what was happening dawned on her face. I'd never seen her look so sad and disappointed. Then she just turned and ran out. I'm sorry, I have to go. I ran after her as fast as I could, but she'd already left, so I took a cab home. When I got there, she had already changed out of costume. Mom, I'm sorry.
You are that embarrassed of me that you pretended I
was in another country?
I know, it was awful, and That was my last job as a singing telegram. It's over. Mom, you don't have to save it, Danielle. You got what you wanted. A normal mom. I'll never embarrass you again.
She wasn't the only one angry at me. Antonio was ignoring me in school the next few days too. And eventually, I had to climb the rope right behind him in gym class to get him to talk to me.
What are you doing?
I just wanted to apologize about that little mix-up.
Little mix-up? You lied to me.
Hello, Mr. I'm a secret prince?
Lying about that is different, and I told you the truth eventually. I liked you because I thought you were genuine, unlike the others, but I was clearly wrong.
His words hit me so hard that I fell off the rope. Ouch. I know I shouldn't have cared what people thought of my mom. A part of me just wanted to have a stable parent with a normal job. But what was so bad about the one who didn't? Growing up, I'd loved that she wasn't like other parents. Mom had just picked up a waitressing job at her friend's cafe, and I decided to dress up and apologize to her publicly as a singing telegram. But when I got there, I found her in a cat fight with her friend. Why won't you believe me? Why would I lie about my daughter dating a prince? If he's a prince, he could literally date anyone. Why Danielle? You're saying my daughter isn't good enough for a prince? What's wrong with my Danielle? She's pretty and smart and the picture of grace. I couldn't help smiling. She really was one of a kind. Mom, I've been a jerk. We both know it's true. I'm really sorry that I made you feel blue. You deserve the best day and night. Please quit this job. Let's make it right. As Mom and I went smiling outside, I pulled her into a hug. You always let me do whatever I wanted. I'm sorry I wasn't as supportive.
I know I haven't been the ideal parent at times.
You're the parent I want. Let's go eat something, shall we?
Any chance your prince boyfriend would join us?
He's not my boyfriend. And you aren't supposed to go around announcing he's a prince.
I don't think anyone believed me anyway.
Yeah, that's true. And I guess we'll have to see if he'll give me another chance. Either way, tonight I'd rather just hang out with you, Mom. It's been a while. Hi, I'm Marin from Vermont, and my parents are a couple of lunatics who hid a secret from me that rocked my world. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I guess you can say I'm the grumpy oddball of the family. My dad's a psychologist, and my mom's a life coach, and they have permanent smiles plastered on their faces. Before I was born, they made millions and became famous selling books that taught people how to be happy. When I was a kid, they insisted on driving me to school, where they'd always make a big scene.
Give Daddy a hug, sweetie.
Give Mommy a kiss.
And don't forget Mr. Stuffy and your magic hat.
It was nice when I was 5, but now I'm 16 and they're still doing it. Every day they'd find new ways to embarrass me. They'd burst into song in the middle of the grocery store. They'd insist we dress like triplets every time we went out. And they'd show up at school in cheerleading outfits before every big test. You can do it, honey. Yes, you can.
Go, Marin!
My parents and I couldn't be more opposite. I failed to inherit their cheery disposition or their good looks. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that my parents are gorgeous. People are always staring at them and stopping them in the street to pay them compliments. But no one ever noticed me. My parents tried to share their spotlight with me by dragging me to their photo shoots and TV interviews, but it always ended up a disaster. I was not photogenic. Then one time, they decided to do a photo shoot in Disneyland, and the place was just getting on my nerves. All the workers there and the Disney characters kept waving and smiling like they were infected with happiness, just like my parents. And then a woman dressed as Cinderella's fairy godmother came to me with a big smile.
So, sweetie, how do you like being at the happiest place on earth? Bippity-boppity-boo!
And something inside me just snapped. What is wrong with you? You're a middle-aged woman whose job it is to dress up as a fictional character in a dumb costume, and you're smiling like a psycho. What are you so happy about? Then I grabbed her wand, snapped it in half, and threw it in her face. Okay, I know that wasn't my best moment. I apologized to her a lot and gave her a really big tip, but someone had made a video of me, and it was making the social media rounds. For the first time, my parents didn't look too happy with me. I thought they'd ground me, which was totally understandable, but after a day of silent treatment, they burst into my room, hugged me, and took me out for ice cream. I learned to accept that my parents were just not normal, and we were poles apart. But then one day, I came came home from school and they told me something that changed my life. Honey, we think it's time you knew the truth.
You're adopted.
Dad's words echoed in my ears. I couldn't believe it. My mind raced, and so did my emotions. First, I was in denial. No way. I got so mad I threw a chair. Then, I tried to convince my parents to come to their senses. Haha, funny joke. Now take it back. I'm sure you have a lot of questions. Suddenly, I started crying like a baby. It took a while for my parents to calm me down, but I was finally able to hear them out. They told me they'd adopted me when I was 2 years old, and the craziest thing was that I had a sister. Why tell me now? We received a letter from your sister. She saw us on TV.
Up until now, we didn't know she existed. She's been in foster care her whole life, but she showed her records and she's been adopted from the same orphanage we got you from.
The more I thought about being adopted, the more it made sense. This is why I didn't have my parents' genes. They weren't my parents. Your sister wants to meet you.
She'd like to visit, but the choice is yours if you want to see her.
My parents gave me my sister's contact information, and I looked her up online. Her name was Francesca, and she was 2 years older than me, and she looked a lot like me, but somehow 10 times better. She was head of her cheerleading team, voted most likely to succeed, and wore the most stylish clothes. I sent her a DM on Insta, and she responded a half a second later. Surprisingly, we had a lot in common. We both loved rom-coms and mint chocolate chip ice cream, and we both hated zombies. Maybe having a sister wouldn't be so bad. Francesca and I made plans to see each other the next weekend. The next morning at school, I told my BFF Ray the news. I showed Ray a picture of Francesca, and he couldn't stop staring. So I slapped his forehead.
Ow!
Earth to Ray.
Sorry, it's just I can't believe you have a sister.
You mean a pretty sister, right? I guess she got the pretty gene from our birth parents.
You're just as pretty as she is. In fact, you look 10 times better.
Yeah, right.
No, it's true. You're a goddess and I love you.
What?
I said I love plastic spoons. Hey, look, that lunch lady has a bunch. I should go talk to her. Bye.
Ray was a little strange, but that's what I liked about him. We met in 5th grade. Ray brought a snake into the classroom for show and tell. It got loose, and everyone freaked out, but I grabbed the snake by its tail and tossed it into its cage.
Wow, you're incredible.
We've been besties ever since. My parents were excited about Francesca's visit, but they were busy the day she was arriving, so Ray and I volunteered to pick her up from the airport. The moment Francesca stepped off the plane, I had a feeling I was in for trouble. She was beautiful in her pictures, but in person, she looked like a movie star. A bunch of boys jumped over themselves to carry her bags. It's so nice to meet you, Marin. I can't believe how friendly everyone is. Then this old lady bumped into me and started yelling, "Move, girl!" Sorry, ma'am. We didn't mean to stand in your way. The mean lady looked at Francesca and instantly smiled. Aren't you a sweetheart? You, on the other hand, could learn some manners and comb your hair. You look like a peacock. What the heck? And to make matters worse, Francesca kept fawning all over Ray on the way back home. OMG, Ray, your muscles are huge. Do you work out?
A little.
Ray was practically a toothpick. What was she talking about? I don't know why, but when Ray smiled at Francesca, it made my blood boil. When we got back to my house, I barely had a chance to introduce Francesca to my parents before she ran up and hugged them. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Is it okay if I call you that? How about no? Don't be rude, Marin. She's our guest. That whole night, my parents and Ray couldn't get enough of Francesca. Francesca had apparently read all my parents' books and could even quote them by heart. She laughed at Dad's stupid jokes, sang show tunes with Mom, and geeked out when Ray showed her his comic book collection. She even volunteered to cook and made the most amazing 5-course meal. You are just wonderful.
Extraordinary. Unbelievable.
I'm not saying I was jealous, but come on! Francesca made herself right at home. My parents gave her a room down the hall from me, and that night, I felt so relieved that the day was over. But just as I turned out the lights to sleep, I saw Francesca in my doorway staring at me with a creepy smile. What are you doing? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I just wanted to say goodnight. Okay, thanks. Well, good night, and don't let the bedbugs bite. It can get pretty bad if they do. You could get an infection or have an allergic reaction. I've even heard that a bug bite can drive you insane. Oh my god, is that a bug on your pillow? Huh? I was so scared I hopped out of bed. Francesca turned on the light and glided over like she was Wonder Woman. Oh, my bad. False alarm. It's just a piece of lint. Sweet dreams. Francesca skipped out of my room with that stupid stupid smile on her face. Thanks to her, I didn't sleep at all that night because I kept dreaming of creepy bed bugs. 48 hours later, I was so relieved because Francesca's visit was almost over. But when I came downstairs for breakfast, I found my parents and Francesca giggling with excitement.
Guess what, sweetie? Francesca's decided to stay for another week.
Oh God, I couldn't take much more of Francesca. She was ruining my life. I swear my parents liked her more than me, and so did Ray. That's not a good idea. Don't you need to go back home? You have school tomorrow. You'll miss all your classes. You could fail a test. You could flunk school. The decision could destroy your life. Don't worry, Marin. I'm actually going to stay so I can check out your high school tomorrow. Francesca and my parents were so excited about the possibility of us going to the same school. I tried to keep my frustration to myself, so I avoided them the best I could. I made up some excuse that I wasn't feeling well. I locked myself in my room and watched MSA videos to cheer myself up. The next day at school was as bad as I'd imagined. The moment everyone saw Francesca, they fell head over heels in love. Even the popular kids ran up to me asking me about her.
Hey, Mavis, does your sister have a boyfriend?
My name is Marin, and I don't know. Can you give Francesca this invitation to my party? What about me? Sorry, cool kids only. Francesca may have been perfect, but there was one thing about her that was a little weird. Every time anyone asked her about her foster parents, she'd tell a different story. Once, my parents asked to speak with them. Oh, they can't be reached. They're marine biologists and they're in the middle of the ocean studying whales. A few hours later, I overheard her talking to the principal. My foster parents can't answer any calls. They work for the government and they're on an undercover mission. It's a matter of national security. She even told the popular kids that her foster parents were in a heavy metal band on tour in Thailand. I don't trust Francesca. She's a liar and I think she's up to something.
Not Francesca. She's the nicest, sweetest, and kindest person I've ever met.
That's what she wants you to believe. She's got everyone under her spell. You have to help me expose her.
Well, of course I'll help you.
I adore you and I would do anything for you.
What?
I said I love helping my friends. We should spy on her like in those spy movies.
She's smart. What if she catches us?
Believe me, she won't.
Ray and I bought a bunch of spy equipment online, like binoculars, hidden cameras, listening devices, and these cool camouflage outfits so we could sneak around without being noticed. We spied on Francesca at school, when she went out for a run, and when she got groceries, but she didn't do anything weird. Till one day, we were spying on her while she was cooking, and we heard her on the phone speaking in a strange coded language. What?
Oh, I know. That's Pig Latin. You keep adding A to the end of each word or something like that. My parents have been talking like that since I was a kid.
Okay, so what is she saying?
I don't know. I've never been able to crack the code and figure out their secrets. Oh my god, do you think they're hiding something really big from me and—
Focus on my problems, Ray. Yours can wait. Then one day, I caught Francesca sneaking out of school. I followed her to the park across town, where she met this shady couple. I hid in the bushes and used my spy equipment to listen to their conversation. What's the holdup, Francesca? I've changed my mind.
You can't back out now. We had a deal. You break into their safe, steal their money, and then you're free. You'll get your share, then you can go to that fancy college you're always yapping about.
I said no, I won't do it. The mean woman grabbed Francesca's arm. You don't have a choice. We could always tell them about your past. You think those rich people will love you after they find out you're a thief? Suddenly, my allergies started to kick in, and I sneezed really loud. Francesca and the shady couple looked in my direction. I panicked. Then I saw a bird on a tree, which gave me an idea. Okay, my bird impression was a little lame, but I had to do something. What the heck was that?
Sounded like a bird dying, but forget about that. You're out of time, Francine. We'll make our move tonight.
The shady couple got into the car and drove away. Once they were out of sight, I jumped out of the bushes and confronted Francesca. No, Francine. Geez, this is getting confusing. I'm just gonna call her Francesca, okay? Like I said, I jumped out of the bushes. I knew you were up to no good, you thief. I heard everything. You're going down. Suddenly, Francesca burst into tears, and man, did she look ugly. Her eyes got puffy, snot ran down her nose, and her face looked like a newborn's wrinkly butt. I'd never seen anyone look like a hideous troll when they cried. Can you please give me one chance to explain? Yes, anything that stops you from crying. Francesca told me all about her awful childhood with her cunning foster parents, who always made her part of their schemes. I've been waiting to turn 18 to get away from them. Then one day, they showed me you and your parents on TV and told me you were my biological sister. They said if I stole money from you, they'd give me my share and I could go to my dream college. I just wanted out really badly, so I agreed. But soon after I met you and your family, I knew that I couldn't go through with the plan. You're my sister, my only friend in the world, and I love you. Francesca hugged me tight and cried some more. I hadn't thought of her as a friend before, and she was getting snot all over my shirt, but it was okay. I started to realize how silly I was for being jealous of her. I was the lucky one. Even though my parents were annoying, there was no doubt that they loved me. That night, Francesca and I told my parents everything. They told the police, and Francesca's foster parents were arrested the next day. I asked my parents if Francesca could live with us, and they said yes. After that, Francesca moved in for good, and we became a happy family. One day, I was hanging out at the pool with Francesca and Ray. Hey sis, I've got one question. Why did you say your name was Francesca? I wanted something fancy. Francine was too plain. Now it's my turn to ask one. When are you gonna admit that you're in love with Ray? I spat out my juice. I'm what now? You heard me. And he's always looking at you like an infatuated cow.
I am not, and that doesn't even make any sense. I'm as thin as a toothpick.
Ugh, jeez. Just shut up, admit it already, and work it out, losers. And with that, she pushed us into the pool and ran off cackling. Maybe it wasn't gonna be so fun to have a sister after all. Hey guys, I'm Kaylee from LA. Please like and subscribe. Ever since I was a little girl, I've always loved to sing. My grandma was a professional singer. She sang around the world with the most prestigious orchestras and operas. I miss her and her voice so much. When I got to 10th grade, I became the singer of the family. I went to the most prestigious performing arts school on the West Coast. My favorite class was music, of course, and my favorite club so far was show choir. We had been the best in the state for 14 years, with the trophies to prove it. My best friend Addison is also in show choir with me. He and I met in kindergarten and have been inseparable ever since. He's the funniest guy I've ever known. He's also gotten pretty cute over the years too. Or at least, that's what all the girls in school think. But I just don't see him that way. Hard to see someone that way when they used to sneak over from next door and put frogs in your bed. Yuck. One day, our show choir teacher, Miss Conrad, had big news for us.
We've been asked to compete at this year's National Show Choir Competition.
All right!
Yeah! But to ensure we get top scores, the soloists will have to be chosen very carefully.
Miss Conrad told us that we were going to have to audition for the big solo right in front of each other in 1 week. My nemesis, Heidi, started bragging in front of the whole group. We all know who's going to get it. Me, of course. Everyone knows I have the stage presence of a star.
I don't know. I think Kaylee might give you a run for your money. She's got star power and the voice to match.
The others' eyes widened. Were they about to fight? Just then, the bell rang. As everyone left the class, I swatted Addison on the arm. Don't start fights with Heidi. She's my biggest competition.
That's exactly why you have to stand up for yourself in front of her.
I just don't want anyone to think I think I'm better than her.
Well then, I guess that's why I'm here. To remind them for you.
What would I do without you?
Good thing we'll never have to find out.
I was so nervous, even though I'd sung in front of our choir before, but the pressure was on. The whole week leading up to auditions, I practiced. In the shower, in the car, between classes. I really wanted to beat out Heidi for the big solo at the end of the show. Finally, audition day arrived. I woke up, put on my cutest outfit, curled my hair, and took extra time with my makeup. After all, if I'm gonna be a big star one day, I might as well start dressing like it now. When I stepped out of my house to walk to school with Addison, his cheeks turned super red. What's wrong?
Nothing. You, just look different is all. Your hair is...
Oh no, does it look bad? Maybe I should have worn it up. I'll just go change.
No, leave it. You look good. Great.
When I arrived in class, Heidi was sitting in the front row, looking totally perfect. What was I thinking? With her shiny hair, big eyes, and as much as I hated to admit it, her beautiful voice, why would anyone ever look twice at me? But I just tried to remember what my grandma would always say. It's not about who sings the loudest or looks the prettiest. As long as your song comes from your heart, people can't help but listen. So I took a deep breath and sat down next to Heidi, right in the front row. She gave me a once-over and rolled her eyes. Who cared what she thought? I knew I looked great. Miss Conrad sat down at the piano and called Heidi up first. After she finished singing, I applauded politely, along with everyone else. Then, it was my turn. I stood confidently and turned to face everyone. Addison gave me a thumbs up from the back row. Such a good friend. Miss Conrad played the opening notes for my song when suddenly, the door to the classroom burst open behind me. I turned to look, and standing in the doorway was the most handsome boy I'd ever seen. Tall, with long brown hair that fell perfectly into his eyes. He looked just like a fairy tale prince. My jaw dropped. He handed a note to Miss Conrad.
Class, this is our newest addition, Patrick.
He waved to everyone, then put his hand on my shoulder, looked deep into my eyes and said,
I'm so sorry I interrupted your audition. Knock 'em dead.
Then he took my seat right in the front row. I gulped. Oh, now I was nervous again. I shook off my nerves, took a deep breath, and nodded to Miss Conrad. As she played, I could feel the music filling me up all the way to the top. I opened my mouth to sing and let my song come from my heart. When I finished, the whole class burst into applause. I felt like I was walking on air. Patrick got up to sing something last minute. He was so good. The next day, Miss Conrad put up the list, and I had gotten the solo. And she'd even added a duet in the middle of the show for Patrick to sing with me.
Looks like it's you and me, Kaylee. I'm so honored to be singing with someone as talented as you.
I felt my cheeks turn red, and he grinned.
You're so cute when you blush like that. Be careful, or I might just fall in love.
He walked away with a wink at me. I couldn't believe he'd just said that, and neither could Heidi, who'd been listening around the corner. Don't get too comfy with that solo. Once Miss Conrad figures out that you'll cave at the first sign of pressure, I'll be ready to step in. Eavesdrop much? Jealousy isn't your color, Heidi. The next day, we started rehearsing for nationals. Everyone was working so hard, and Patrick and I sounded great together. But when it came to our dance, it was like I'd suddenly grown a second left foot. No, Kaylee, no. Once more from the top. Miss Conrad, I'm happy to come up front and show Kaylee how it's done.
Not necessary, but thank you, Heidi.
Just here for the team. After I knocked Patrick over by mistake for the third time, Miss Conrad called it a day.
Kaylee, please go home and practice, practice, practice. Ugh, I could have wiped that smug look off of Heidi's face.
Everyone went to start packing up their bags, and I started to head backstage to get my bag when Patrick came up to me.
Hey, gorgeous. Want to stay and practice a little with me? Then it'll be perfect by tomorrow.
Oh, I wouldn't want to impose. Your toes must be all bruised.
That's okay. I really don't mind. And I wouldn't mind spending a little quality time with my co-star.
Well, if you insist. Just then, Addison came up to us.
Hey, Kaylee, ready to go?
That's okay. I should really practice a little longer.
I can practice with you. I could use a few run-throughs myself.
Oh, well, Patrick already offered to stay behind and practice with me here.
He did he? How are you gonna get home? I can drive her. Oh, do you live in our neighborhood? No, but, I mean, if it's not really convenient for you, I'm not spending time with Kaylee because it's convenient. Neither am I. I'm spending time with her because she's cool.
My face turned bright red. Did he really mean that? Addison, I'm gonna stay here too, just for a bit to practice. I'll see you later, okay?
Fine, if you insist. I'll, see you when you get home.
He turned on his heel and walked out. Patrick turned to me with a grin on his face and held out his hand.
Shall we?
We practiced more, and I was finally getting good. Patrick swung me out for our final spin, then pulled me in close and dipped me. That's when I noticed his face was just so close, his ice blue eyes staring deep into mine. Was he gonna kiss me? Just then, all the lights in the theater went out. Patrick dropped me in shock, and I shrieked. All of a sudden, the lights came back on, and Miss Conrad stepped back on stage.
Oh, hey kids. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were still here.
Ugh, I couldn't believe she'd interrupted our moment. Still, we waved goodbye to her and headed out. A little while later, when Patrick dropped me off, he got out of his car to open my door. Such a gentleman.
It was nice hanging out tonight. I'll see you tomorrow, superstar.
Then he wrapped his arms around me and gave me a big hug. Is this what heaven smelled like? Then I headed up the front walk to my door.
So do you like him or something?
I whipped around and saw Addison waiting on our front porch swing. I don't know, maybe. He's so cute and really talented.
Okay. Cool, I guess. Do you still want to practice?
That's okay, I think I got it now.
Okay then. Well, then I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Here, I got you a milkshake.
Hey, thanks. He started crossing the yard towards his house. Is it?
Cookies and cream, your favorite.
Thanks. I'll see you tomorrow?
You know it.
Then it was finally time for nationals. As we arrived at the concert hall, I was overwhelmed by all the other groups here and overheard one girl say to another,
She was a little flat at the end.
I couldn't believe it. What if I lost us the whole competition? All night and throughout all our warm-ups the next day, it was all I could think about. If I messed up again, I'd be letting everyone down, including myself. And there were several famous music industry people judging the competition. What if I ended my career as a singer before it even started? And then, it was almost time to go up. I tried to calm down, but I was shaking like a leaf.
Miss Conrad, Kaylee doesn't look so good.
Miss Conrad came over. She looked pretty nervous herself.
Kaylee, you look terrible. Are you going to be able to perform?
Of course,
Because if you're sick, I can always put Heidi on.
I'm ready to go, Miss Conrad. Just then, I spotted Patrick warming up down the hall. I just need a minute. I raced down the hall towards him. He was stretching, shaking out his hands, jumping up and down. Patrick? His expression was so strange. Was he nervous too? I'm so nervous. Do you think we could practice?
Kaylee, I'm kind of busy.
What if we...
I really just need some space here, Kaylee.
Yesterday, you said we were a team. That doesn't feel like a team to me.
I can't do this right now. Could you leave me alone?
Fighting back tears, I ran down the hall and found a corner backstage. I couldn't let anyone see me so upset, especially not Miss Conrad or Heidi. What was I gonna do? Suddenly, Addison stepped out of the shadows. He looked so handsome in his costume.
Kaylee, are you okay?
I threw my arms around him. He caught me and squeezed tight. I'm so nervous. I overheard one of the other teams say I sounded bad. Miss Conrad is ready to replace me with Heidi. Patrick isn't any help, and there's amazing industry people out there, and... Ugh!
You sounded amazing in rehearsal. Those other teams were just jealous. Forget about Patrick and Heidi. Remember why you love to sing. What was it your grandma always said?
Sing from your heart?
Exactly. Just do that.
I took a few deep breaths, and Addison was right. Will you just run the last part of the number with me?
Of course.
And there, in our little corner of the theater, we stepped, we twirled, we kicked in time together. Addison took my hand, spun me around, and dipped me low. I felt his arm slip. He was dropping me, but right before I was sure I'd hit the ground, he caught me with a twinkle in his eye. I swatted his arm. You tricked me.
I'd never drop you. And even if I did, I'll always be here to catch you.
Thank you, Addison. Then he smiled at me so genuinely, and my heart fell into my stomach. What was that?
Places, please, students, places.
Kaylee, are you ready? Yes, Miss Conrad. As we all rushed to take our spots to start our number, Addison shot me a wink.
Knock 'em dead, superstar.
You too. As soon as the lights came up on stage, I felt a little thrill of excitement. We danced, we sang, we twirled. Everyone had brought their A-game. When it came time for my duet with Patrick, we totally nailed it. But any spark that had been there was gone. As the opening chords of my solo began, the lights shined down on me, and I opened my mouth, and the music poured from my heart. I knew my grandma was right there with me. I hit my final note and held it out forever as everyone finished their steps behind me. As we struck our final pose, the crowd erupted into applause, a standing ovation. I beamed. We totally nailed it! That night, after all the points had been tallied, all the teams gathered on stage behind the judges. Addison reached for my hand and I squeezed back. Thanks for the pep talk. I could have never done it without you.
Of course you could have. I'm just here to remind you.
You're always there for me. He leaned in close, and I felt a flutter in my stomach as he whispered in my ear.
And I always will be, if you let me.
I turned to look directly in his eyes.
Kaylee, I have to tell you.
Just then, the announcer started announcing the winners. Second place, runner-up. Our whole team clasped hands and took a deep breath together.
And the grand prize for this year's National Show Choir Competition goes to...
As they said our name, the crowd roared. It was so loud I could hardly think. Confetti rained down on us as Miss Conrad stepped forward to accept our trophy. I threw my arms around Addison and he picked me up, swinging me in a circle. We did it! We did it! As we packed up our things in the dressing room and said goodbye to the new friends we'd made at the competition, one of the judges knocked on our dressing room door. He was an exec for a record label back in LA.
I was so impressed with you. Your vocals were so clear, and you've got some real presence up there. Give me a call if you think you'd be interested in recording a single.
He handed me his card, and I shook his hand, totally awestruck. Maybe dreams really do come true. I felt so relieved. Not only had I not let everyone down, but I'd made myself proud. On the bus, Addison dropped down in the seat beside me, running a hand through his hair. When he saw me watching him, he grinned, and the butterflies were back.
I'm totally beat, aren't you?
Definitely. I, got you something.
Oh yeah?
I pulled out a bag of gummy worms. Your favorite.
You're the best, Kay.
He ripped open the bag and dug in. Hey, Addison, what was it you were gonna tell me earlier?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Well, I have something I want to tell you.
Yeah?
I like you.
Really?
Really.
I like you too. I have for a while now.
Really?
Really.
He took my hand, and I know my cheeks turned pink.
I got something for you too.
Ooh, okay. I love presents. And then he put his hand on my cheek, leaned in close, and kissed me. It was the perfect end to a perfect day.
Caleb got up and furiously kicked some rocks. Fine, I won't do it. I'll think of another solution then. As Natalie's tears dropped, Caleb sighed and sat down.
Okay, I'm sorry. Don't cry, please. Let's talk this over. You'll just be acting, and it's only for a month, right? And are you sure he's paying you a huge amount for it?
Yes, I'll just be a fake girlfriend. I'll never fall in love with that jerk, ever.
Okay, fine. I'll agree on it now, but on one condition.
What is it?
There should be no touching.
Natalie was surprised at how jealous Caleb could be. But he wants me to convince everyone that we're really dating. How can we do that if we can't even hold hands?
I just realized that I sounded ridiculous. Never mind.
It won't mean anything, Caleb, I swear. And I'll give you a part of the payment for your mom's expensive treatments.
Nat, no. You're the one who'll work for this, not me.
We promised to protect and help each other, remember? Just support me on this for a month and we'll get you some money for your mom.
I support you, of course. You're mine, okay?
Always. Natalie was nervous to meet Duke the next day. He was already at the cafe when she arrived.
You're 7 minutes late. Now, first order of business, I need you to transfer to my school.
What? Is that necessary for a month's job?
Yes, it is. Don't worry, I can easily transfer you back and forth. My family has all the connections.
Oh, yes. Your family rules this place. How can I forget that?
Here's the contract. Read it and sign below.
The contract was short and simple. It was valid for a month but could be extended if needed. And if she'd break it, she would have to pay back Duke's $50,000 debt. This jerk has pulled a checkmate on me and there's no backing out now. But I'm not gonna make it easy for him. He'll wish he wasn't stuck with me as his girlfriend. On her first day of work, she was awestruck at how big Duke's school was. And everyone was wearing clothes that looked more expensive than 1,000 cows. As she was walking towards the main building, a fancy sports car suddenly dashed into the parking lot. Natalie's jaw dropped as the driver stepped out. It was Duke, and he looked dashing. Girls started to surround him, but to everyone's surprise, Duke walked up to Natalie and put his arm around her.
There you are. Did you sleep well last night?
I didn't, because I couldn't stop thinking about you.
Can you stop being so adorable for a second? It's killing me. Dude, who's that? This is Natalie, my girlfriend.
In one corner, Duke's sister Harper was fuming. Of all the girls in the world, he chose her? I've seen that dumb peasant a few times on the farm. How can Duke be so stupid? On their way to class, Natalie suddenly pulled Duke to a corner. Why did you kiss me? What are you doing?
Making things convincing? Have you read the contract that you signed? Holding hands and kisses on foreheads and cheeks are allowed.
Natalie didn't take that part seriously. She wanted to ask more questions, but she remembered the rules in the contract. Don't ask personal things. Later that day, while she was putting things in her locker, Harper and her friends appeared behind her. Is it just me, or does it smell like mud in here? It definitely smells like dirt. Oh, farm girl, I didn't see you there. I'm sure you saw me, Harper. Don't get smart with me, farm girl. Just because you're my brother's girlfriend doesn't mean I need to be nice to you. But you could be nice to me just out of basic human decency, right? Or are you unfamiliar with that? Natalie started to walk away, but Harper got mad and pulled her hair. You little...
What's going on here?
Tell your tacky girlfriend to behave herself. And why are you dating her anyway? Did you just pick the first girl you saw on the farm or something?
Mind that mouth, Harper. And what's wrong with her? She's literally perfect.
You could have chosen anyone, Duke. She's nothing like us.
I'd rather not spend my time listening to someone who talks about bags and 10 different shades of pink all day. Natalie is so much more interesting.
Wow, he's a really good actor. But God, I'm being humiliated here. I will make sure that this Duke regrets this decision.
Duke then warned everyone to be good to Natalie, including his sister and her friends, and they had no choice but to obey the king of their school. The next day, Natalie prepared embarrassing couple shirts for both of them and gave it to him during their basketball practice.
Happy 200th day, my baby king!
Everyone started laughing, and she thought Duke would be really annoyed. Oh, now I get it. It's because you literally worship me. I like the shirt, babe.
Yeah, okay. So let's wear the shirts now?
Suddenly, Duke accidentally tripped and spilled his bottle of juice over the shirts. Oh no. Too bad they've become dirty. Maybe next time, but I appreciate the gesture. Natalie felt mad because her plan of embarrassing him had completely backfired. Maybe she needed to try harder. So later that day in the canteen, she just stared at him intensely.
I can't believe I'm dating the most handsome man in the universe. Just look at his eyelashes. They have the perfect length and curl, and don't even get me started with his beautiful nostril hair.
Natalie didn't care if everyone thought she was an obsessed girlfriend, as long as she was pissing Duke off. Duke is very private. So, any exclusive info? Oh, he's a screamer, especially around 8-legged living things. What?
Don't be shy, Dookie. We all have our fears, right?
Actually, I have a collection of spiders at home. See? Sorry, guys. She really loves to joke around sometimes. That happens when she forgets to drink her meds. You know, for her crazy problem. Natalie kicked his foot under the table.
Just crazy for you, baby king.
But she really went overboard a few days later when Duke was part of a school play. He was playing the role of a prince, and just when he was about to kiss his princess, Natalie screamed from the audience.
My baby king, please, don't kiss the witch. Your lips only belong to me.
Everybody stared at her in shock, including Duke. He tried to resume his acting, but forgot his lines and became embarrassed. He then turned to leave and tripped over something that sent the whole set crashing down on the princess. Oops. And right after, Duke came marching to her angrily. What do you think you're doing? Who asked you to act like some crazy melodramatic girlfriend? You just embarrassed me in front of everybody. We've been working on this play for months, and you ruined it. What is wrong with you?
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't think I'd have such a strong effect on you that you'd forget your acting. I was just trying to be convincing, like you said.
Don't play these stupid games with me, Natalie. I know what you're trying to do, and it's not gonna work. You agreed to be my girlfriend, and unless you have $50,000 suddenly, you'll act like a normal girlfriend or you'll go to jail. And trust me, I won't feel bad about your poor butt rotting in there for a second. You better behave. I don't need people to think I'm dating an obsessed psycho.
Fine, I got it. Can you let my arm go now?
He did, and she pushed him away as she left. Duke was still really mad at Natalie when he got home, but he started feeling bad for the way he'd spoken to her. And to make matters worse, he instantly had his mom breathing down his neck.
Where's this girlfriend you've been telling us about? It's been a week. Invite her for dinner tomorrow.
Duke knew he and Natalie needed to bond more so things would be more natural between them, or his mom would be able to tell in a second that it was fake. He convinced his mom to give him another week and spoke to Natalie the next day. Listen, I'm sorry for the way I spoke to you. I was just disappointed about the play, and I've got some things on my mind. But it's not a great excuse for my behavior. I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay. Just don't talk to me that way again, and we're cool.
I won't, I promise. But we need to meet up after school today, so you can get to know me and my whereabouts better. Mom wants to meet you soon, and she can ask you anything. Over the next 3 days, Natalie memorized Duke's schedule. He was taking acting classes after school, and on weekends he was managing an orphanage in town. One day, as he was driving her home, Natalie found herself talking casually to him.
Duke, do you mean to pursue acting professionally? I thought you'd just take over the family business.
Yeah, acting is my dream. I'd love to be able to do that freely, but Mom wants me to build malls on farmlands, and I don't really want to do that. I'd like to be able to help farmers become more productive so they can have better lives, not take away their lands and leave them jobless. The more Natalie spent time with Duke, the more she realized that he actually had a heart of gold. She felt bad for judging him and making things difficult for him. Since then, she had become genuinely comfortable with him. He was just so good at acting, and there were times when she'd forget that it wasn't real. In school, he'd hold her hand, kiss her head, stare at her lovingly, and Caleb had never been this openly affectionate. It gave her a funny feeling in her tummy. One day, he even took her to a secret place, an abandoned house that he planned to renovate and give to one of the farmers someday on his retirement. Those weird feelings started bothering her. No, I'm just amazed at his good qualities, but these thoughts mean nothing. After dinner at a restaurant, Duke drove Natalie back to her house, and as she stepped out of his car, she suddenly tripped. But he caught her just in time. Natalie's world stopped when she realized how close their faces were, and her heart was racing. She snapped out of it and immediately pulled away. Sorry about that. I can be clumsy sometimes. Only sometimes.
Excuse me?
I said you're cute.
You just realized that now? Duke just chuckled at her and started walking to his car.
See you around, babe.
Natalie suddenly forgot how to speak. Just then, Caleb suddenly appeared from the shadows.
What was that, Nat?
Jeez, you startled me. What was what?
I saw you and Duke. Did you forget this is just pretend?
It is pretend.
That didn't look fake to me.
That is the point. I am paid to make it believable, remember? Natalie walked close to Caleb and took his hand. Come on, Caleb, you know how I feel about you. I love you.
And how do you feel about him?
Like I want to push his privileged butt on cow dung. The two of them laughed, but Natalie was still worried because Caleb kept glancing at her a bit suspiciously. Later that day, Caleb went to talk to his stepdad.
Something bothering you, son?
I'm scared, Dad. Nat says she hates Duke, but I can tell she likes him enough to be able to be close to him, even when there's no one around.
Well, they are pretending to like each other enough to be convincing. It's just an act.
I know, but still, it's Nat, and this is hard for me.
Hey, none of that. Their pretend relationship is not forever. Focus on the end goal.
A week later, Duke invited Natalie over for dinner with his family. As they stood in front of the door, he noticed how nervous she was, so he reached for her shaking hand and smiled. She felt a lot better instantly, and they walked in. Harper and his parents were all waiting for her in the living room, and they all looked so sophisticated and intimidating, especially Mrs. Harrison.
It's a pleasure to finally meet you, darling. You're even more beautiful than the way Duke described you. I heard your mom sells root crops in the market and used to work for one of our ranches.
Yes, sir. Oh gosh, I feel sorry for us the way we have such a low-class guest.
Harper, behave yourself, please.
Whatever. As they had their dinner, Mrs. Harrison kept asking about their love story and relationship, and their answers thankfully matched. The Harrisons were surprisingly nice, except for Harper, who kept throwing death glares at her. After their dinner, Mrs. Harrison walked up to Natalie and took her into the kitchen. I want to give you something, my dear. Sure, ma'am. When they got there, Natalie was surprised to see a knife and a lot of onions on the counter. And then suddenly, Mrs. Harrison started chopping them herself right in front of her. They say onions can give overflowing wealth and beauty. This is my gift for you, my future daughter-in-law. Please take it. Natalie started tearing up as she took the chopped onions from her. Are you crying? You look so pretty with those tears in your eyes. No, it's just because of the onions. It's okay to be emotional, darling. Let it all out. Natalie was now freaked out at Mrs. Harrison's creepy behavior. She excused herself and headed back to the living room where Duke and his dad were talking. She told them that she had to go, and Duke volunteered to walk her home. Mrs. Harrison and Harper watched them from the balcony. I don't know if you remember, but I think she's that little girl who ruined your birthday, Mom.
I remember her, and that just gives me another reason to get rid of her.
Did you manage to scare her away?
Oh, darling, why do you think she left so early? And I've just started.
The next day, Natalie went to the bleachers expecting to find Duke there, but she didn't. He had asked her to come meet her there so they could discuss the next course of action after meeting his family. She went looking for him when she heard familiar voices behind one of the school buildings. She silently walked closer and peeked around the corner. It was Duke and Caleb talking.
Do we have a problem? You're getting too close with Natalie. Well, she is my girlfriend. Fake girlfriend. Remember the part where it's not real? What's your problem anyway? You told me she's just a friend. Are you interested in her? Not at all. But I still care about her and don't want her getting involved with someone like you. Okay, in that case, you can stop acting like her worried dad. I'm not interested in getting involved with her. Good, because that's not part of the plan. Neither is you cornering me and telling me unnecessary things, dude. It wasn't easy staging the whole statue thing and making sure Nat was there at the right time to take the blame for it. You owe me for that, don't you forget it. I'll pay you the exact amount after this, as promised. But I didn't ask for your opinion on how I'll be handling my plan from there. So buzz off with the attitude.
Duke stormed off, and so did Caleb, while Natalie stood there reeling in shock. What? They set me up? Caleb helped me set up some deal with Duke?
Hi, I'm Sophie from France, and my story, you'll have to see to believe. My life was brilliant. I grew up in a vineyard and my parents worked super hard to make it a worldwide success. Even though they were super busy, they made sure I got the best things in life.
I've just bought you a pony. You can take him out on rides around the property. Do you want to get a puppy too?
We were super rich, but I didn't care about that. I was homeschooled to take over the family business, but I spent most of my time going on adventures with my best friend Luke. He was the son of our surveyor, Mr. Durand, and a major scaredy cat, but he never said no to my crazy plans, even when they landed us in trouble. Come on, Luke! Let's go to the lake and search for sea monsters. Are you crazy? We'll catch a cold, and besides, it's against the rules. Rules schmools. If there was a rule against sneezing, your head would explode from keeping them in. And you'd pick your nose just to tick people off. No, we're not going to the lake, and that's final. But I never took no for an answer. So I jumped over the fence and went running towards the lake. And poor Luke had to follow. But I stopped short when I saw a couple of village boys throwing rocks at a beehive. Hey, leave those poor bees alone. What's it to you, princess? Go back to your stupid grape juice farm. Sophie, we need to head back now. No, you should go back to school and learn how important bees are for the environment. What, Luke? Those aren't bees, Sophie. They're hornets. Just then, a rock tore through the nest, and all the hornets flew out, and they were pissed. But instead of going after the village brats, they attacked Luke and me. We ran for our lives, but we got stung so much that by the time we got home, our faces resembled beach balls, and it hurt. And Luke went ballistic. I told you we shouldn't go. You never listen to me. I'm sick and tired of being your babysitter. Babysitter? The stings really mess with your head. I'm your friend. Friends listen to each other. You're not my friend. Your parents hired me to keep you out of trouble. Luke, stop it. We're honored to serve in any capacity. You might be, but I'm not. She's a reckless maniac. I'm sick of getting hurt because of her. I quit. Mom, what's going on?
Sweetie, you're an adventurer, and we didn't want to hold you back. And Luke was the perfect balance to your hyper-personality. So, we paid him to keep you safe. We were only doing what was best for you.
You think this is best for me? My entire relationship was a lie. What else have you been lying about? Are you two even my parents or is someone paying you too? I stormed off to my room and didn't speak to anyone for days. Luke left for the city without saying goodbye, and I felt humiliated that I was such a loser. No one would be my friend if I wasn't rich. Mom and Dad arranged playdates with other kids, but it wasn't the same. Every day I missed Luke, and every day I hated him more. But things at the vineyard got worse. Our wine sales went down, and then a freak storm destroyed more than half the vineyard. We had nothing left, and the bank seized the family estate. Suddenly, we were homeless.
Don't worry, darling. As long as we're together, we'll be fine. The Durands have invited us to stay with them for a while.
Stay with Luke? But he hates us.
Beggars can't be choosers, love. And it's been years. I'm sure he's over all that. It'll be cramped in their small house, but it's temporary.
But my jaw nearly fell to the floor when I saw their house. It was a mansion with fountains in the garden. Mr. and Mrs. Durand had made a fortune by making the right investments and were super nice. But Luke, I had to blink hard because I couldn't believe how handsome he'd become. His eyes were still as green as I remembered, and the small dimple still appeared near his lips when he smiled. Suddenly, he reached out and touched my hair.
You've still got bugs in your hair.
Oh, thanks. I didn't know it was there. I guess I'm a real bug magnet.
Yeah, you always did attract the creepy crawlers.
That was weird, but at least he wasn't angry or rude. After lunch, I was strolling around trying to let out a quiet burp when suddenly I slipped and fell in the pool. Strong arms pulled me out of the water, and I was face to face with Luke, and to my complete humiliation, I burped in his face like a bullfrog.
I thought you had changed, but I still have to save you from yourself. And I'm sick of it.
Hey, it was an accident.
Once a troublemaker, always a troublemaker. Mom, you better hide the good plates or she'll break them in a freak accident. Luke, that's enough. Whatever. I have homework to do anyway.
Mr. and Mrs. Durand apologized for Luke's behavior, but I didn't want to be a burden. I spent the night thinking of several business plans to get us back on our feet, but we just didn't have the money. A week later, I was waiting at the bus stop when suddenly a sports car raced by me, drenching me with muddy water. Hey, watch where you're going. I am so sorry. I didn't see you there. You're headed to school, right? Let me give you a ride and we can get you cleaned up. My name is Bella and I'm kind of a big deal there. You should stick with me because you're obviously new, and don't mind me saying so, but you look like you got dressed in the dark. I just moved here from the village. OMG! Love that for you. I've always been a city girl. Last year when we went to my family's, Bella talked non-stop till we got to the school, and by the time we were sitting in first period, I knew her entire life story. She was an only child, her mom and dad were rich politicians, and she loved corgis. They have the cutest, slappable butts. I've wanted one for so long, but my parents say I'm too irresponsible, and my boyfriend is super scared of dogs, and OMG, there he is! Babe, come meet my new bestie! Oh wait, I totally forgot to ask your name. It's
Sophie?
Whoa, did you just read her mind, Luke? I didn't know you had super normal powers.
No, I know her. She's the family friend I told you about. The reckless one.
Even turtles look reckless to a chicken like you. Guys, do you know what this means? We can be besties together! Bella was the sweetest girl imaginable. She didn't care whether I was rich or poor. She just liked me for me and took me everywhere with her, even on dates. Oh, wow, babe, this is such a cute bracelet. But you know I'm allergic to pink. But it looks so cute on you, Sophie. OMG, you should totally have it. Bella, you're crazy. Luke got this for you.
I don't mind.
See? Our boyfriend doesn't mind. Put it on her, Luke. Our boyfriend? What was going on? My skin tingled as his fingers touched my skin, and Luke stared into my eyes. He was oddly sweet when we weren't at home. And rather than get jealous, Bella clapped and cheered. They were the weirdest couple I'd ever met. But Bella thought I was the weird one. What do you mean you've never read Shakespeare? I was only taught things that would help me run a vineyard. Like, that is hollyroot and will help you with fevers. And that thing you're taking a selfie with is poison ivy. Yikes! Hey, you should make TikToks. OMG, this is the best idea I've ever had. We can go on nature walks, and you can talk about what's poisonous and what isn't. Incredibly, Bella's idea was a hit. I went viral, and people in school started calling me Nature Girl. I even started getting sponsors, and one day, my fans challenged me to participate in Mr. Beast's Squid Game. The contest was tough, and as expected, many people joined the fight. I did my best to win the game, but I lost during the tug of war. Still, it was the best adventure I had ever done. I made tons of new friends as well. Not to mention, seeing Mr. Beast personally is the coolest. My heart jumped when I saw him heading my way.
Hi there. Thank you for joining our version of Squid Game. You were great.
Thank you, Mr. Beast. We all had a blast, even though we lost. Just being part of your content alone is an experience of a lifetime.
Well, making people happy is what my content is all about. I'm glad you had fun.
I really did, and it's been quite a long while since I had fun like this.
Really? Why is that?
Well, sometimes life could get rough all of a sudden. Things happen without warning.
That is so true, but no matter what, never stop walking the road to happiness. Never forget the quote, "A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step."
I felt my eyes sting as Mr. Beast gave me a hug. And just like what Mr. Beast said, I never stopped walking the road to happiness. I kept on seeking adventure, teaching my fans about plants through TikTok. Bella supported me 100%. Eventually, the money I got from my sponsors were used to set up a small grocery shop in the city. And little by little, we were saving up to move out. Life was getting better, but Luke's behavior at home was getting worse and worse. He was rude to his parents and ignored them all the time. One time, Mrs. Durand asked them to pass the bread, and he accidentally dumped them all on the floor. What is wrong with you? That's no way to behave with your parents.
You have no idea what you're talking about. Stay out of it, please.
This isn't you, Luke. You used to be so sweet and caring, even if you were pretending. His eyes softened, but then he shook his head and pushed past me.
I'm not the boy you used to know.
It's okay, Sophie. It's just a phase. I didn't get what his problem was. He had everything he could ever want. Loving parents, a roof over his head, and a great girlfriend. But things with Luke and Bella were getting weirder. The old feelings were coming back and made me nervous. So when Dad announced we'd be moving to our own apartment at the end of the month, I was relieved, but also bittersweet. Late one night, I was packing up my things for the move when I heard footsteps on the roof. I freaked out and picked up a baseball bat to investigate. There was so much crime in the city. We never had this problem in the village. What if there was more than one burglar? But it was only Luke. You scared the farts right out of me.
Oh, great. Just what I need. A damsel in distress.
I'm the one holding the bat, smart Alec, and I was always the brave one while you were scared of your own shadow.
I sure was a coward back then. Remember that time you couldn't sleep and you made me push all those sheep from a fence so you could count them?
They were goats, and Farmer Jack was so mad.
He made us shovel horse poop for weeks.
You have to admit, it was fun pretending to be my friend.
I was never pretending.
He looked at me like there was so much he wanted to tell me, but he couldn't. His lips were so close, and my heart beat like crazy. I wanted him to say more, but I also wanted him to shut up and kiss me. But Luke pulled away suddenly, looking angry.
Forget it. You won't understand.
Had I almost kissed my best friend's boyfriend? What was wrong with me? It was a good thing we were moving out in a few days anyway. On our last day in the house, Mr. and Mrs. Durand held a farewell party for us. They invited all their friends, including Bella and her parents, and held a mini promotion of our little grocery store and even showed my videos on a big screen. Luke looked handsome in a suit, but I had to look away. I still felt guilty about the other night and confused by his hot and cold attitude. But suddenly, he was standing right in front of me.
Hey, wanna dance?
I shouldn't.
Why? Do you think you'll trip and fall?
No.
Then come on.
He whirled me onto the dance floor, and I felt like I was dancing on air. It was magical and thrilling. Then his lips came close, and all the voices in my head fell silent, but the music suddenly stopped.
Luke, what are you doing? Bella's parents are watching.
You should be dancing with her, not
the poor grocery girl.
Yes. Sophia can't bring you any connections or wealth. I'm sorry, dear, but we have to think of Luke's future, and that is with Bella. I was so shocked my mouth fell open. My parents were furious.
Is this how you feel about us? Why did you invite us to stay with you? Why throw us this party? Because they want to rub in your faces how rich they are now. They always envied you, and they didn't throw you this party. Bella and I did.
It was all Luke's idea. He's been planning this party for weeks. I just helped with the decorations. Suddenly, all the guests left saying they were disgusted, and Mr. and Mrs. Durand looked panicked. What's going on? I'm so confused.
Let me explain. When we were kids, I loved being your friend. You were awesome and brave, but my parents wanted to cash in on that friendship and started charging your parents for protection services. I hated it. We did it for you, son, so you could have everything rich kids had. I never wanted any of that. And even here in the city, you insisted I date rich girls so you can make connections with their parents. You two have always used me for your own gain, and I'm sick of it.
And look what it got you. You have luxury cars, you live in a mansion.
But I can't be with the girl I love.
I thought you two were in love. I'm a cheerleader and he's a jock. We had to date. It's like in the Bible or something. But we were never in love. And when I saw how much you two loved each other, you knew? Always. Why do you think I kept leaving you two alone when we hung out? You two are super cute together.
Can you ever forgive me for being such a jerk and not getting in touch sooner? I thought you hated me.
I did, but only because I missed you so much.
I'm never gonna leave you now.
Me either. Best friends?
The bestest.
And he kissed me, and it was everything I'd imagined.
bet some of you think that your parents are annoying or embarrassing, but mine are downright evil. It took me a long time to realize that my life wasn't normal, and it all started when I was little. My parents had very high expectations of me. We're talking about crazy stuff. You seriously won't believe what they did to me. See, my parents were both incredibly successful, and they expected me to be the same, and they certainly didn't know anything about how to deal with children or how to raise them correctly. Because of this, I never learned how to interact with other small children. Instead of giving me cake and ice cream, my parents convinced me that vegetables were a reward. I didn't get candy either, just vitamins. When I was 3, my parents had already started dressing me in fancy pantsuits. I never got them dirty or anything either. My parents encouraged me to develop my professional skills at a very young age. I only read textbooks or watched the news. The weirdest thing was that at the end of every week, I needed to make a report about what I had learned and how I could improve. Sometimes these reports were 10-page essays. Other times, they were full presentations. My parents told me I was going to grow up to be the best businesswoman of all time. They had my entire life planned out and had decided to train me towards it as young as possible. I didn't realize what was fun until I was about 4. I always felt jealous when I watched the neighbor kids playing with each other. Even though I'd never had a friend before, I felt so lonely. I decided to make a report about how a companion would increase my productivity. I got all dressed up in my little pantsuit and did a 45-minute presentation in the middle of our living room. They were impressed, and I really thought I'd won. My parents agreed to get me a companion, but it wasn't exactly what I expected. That's when my parents decided to hire a new nanny. At first, I was disappointed. I thought another adult just meant more fun evenings reading news articles and organizing files. Well, I'm happy to say I was wrong. My nanny was the only thing I had in my life growing up. She was my everything, and nothing at all like my parents. I was shocked when I first met her. I had only ever worn gray, white, or black for as long as I could remember. My nanny walked in on her first day wearing a bright, flowy dress. She danced and sang songs, and even taught me different ways to do my hair. She was actually the one who convinced my parents that letting me choose my own clothes could be good for fostering creativity. My parents didn't always agree with her, though. Thinking back, there were lots of times when she did things with me in private that my parents wouldn't have tolerated. She snuck me fun snacks and let me watch cartoons when my parents were away. I always thought of our activities as our little secret, as I didn't think my parents would react well if they found out what we were up to. Let's just say I wish I'd kept my mouth shut. It started with my 6th birthday party. That is, if you could even call it a party. No friends and no treats meant that my birthday celebration was pretty dull. My parents made a big salad with the 6 spelled out in tomatoes. Instead of fun hats, we all wore very fancy suits. Even my nanny was told she had to dress appropriately. We didn't play any fun games or sing any songs. We just took turns reading about famous publications that happened on my birthday. It was so boring. To be honest, it was even more boring than a regular day. And when it came to my present, it was a calculator. I started crying about how a doll was the only thing I'd ever asked for. My parents were incredibly annoyed by my tantrum. They sent me right up to my room for being a brat. I lay there sobbing into my pillow for about an hour when my nanny popped in. She handed me another rectangular box and told me to keep it a secret. I opened the box slowly, skeptically, and expecting another disappointment. Inside that box, though, was a Barbie. I was so excited and hugged her very tightly. She put her finger up to her lips and shushed me. She told me to stay quiet and to be sure to hide it. My parents left me in my room for the rest of the day. It was supposed to be a punishment, but being in my room playing with my doll all day, it was honestly the most fun birthday I'd ever had. One day, I guess I was having a little too much fun because I didn't even hear the footsteps approaching my room. Without even knocking, my mom burst in and asked what was so exciting about my being in my room. I quickly hid the Barbie behind my back, but it was too late. She ran over and ripped it from my hands. She accused me of stealing the doll and said I was in for a huge punishment. I cried so hard and explained that I didn't steal it at all. It was just a gift from my nanny, the gift I'd asked for. I really should have kept my mouth shut. She called my nanny in and fired her on the spot. She said that from now on, she would take me to her office with her so she could watch me study. She pulled off the doll's head before throwing the pieces in the trash. I was devastated. I don't think I laughed or smiled again for another year. That's when I started school. I know a lot of you think that school is boring and serious, but my upbringing made it feel like Disneyland. I got to play games and learn about the cool things that people my age enjoyed. The other kids thought I was weird. I was overly polite and never got dirty or played outside. One time, a classmate pointed at me and laughed because I ate my pizza with a knife and fork. When I was maybe 10, I started watching all the TV shows my classmates did. I waited until my parents were out or asleep, snuck to the TV, and flipped on cartoons and dramas. I was only allowed to watch the news when my parents were around. My mom caught me once and screamed so loudly. She took away my phone and my TV privileges and grounded me for a whole month. That wasn't the worst of it, though. One day when I was crying in my room over how unfair it all was, she decided to take away my bedroom door. "Privacy must be earned," she said. I never got that door back. I wouldn't say I completely obeyed my parents from then on, but I got better at hiding stuff. I would go on regular study sessions with friends where we would just stay up and play video games. I had bigger secrets in my little private Pokemon sessions, though. The biggest secret of my entire life was Jackson. He was the love of my life. His parents owned a taco stand by the private school I went to. He was nice and attractive, but poor. Money didn't matter to me, though. He took me to the movies and snuck me into parties. Best of all, he introduced me to painting. He would spend hours in the studio with me while my parents thought I was earning credits to diversify my application. He was my greatest supporter, and I truly loved him. We dated for about 7 months before my mom caught us kissing at school. We were normally very careful, but I didn't expect my mom to actually show up on time. She dragged me into the car and didn't even acknowledge him. I was crying so hard, but my mom let me know that it was over. "You can date who we tell you to date," she explained bluntly. She took away my laptop and my cell phone as punishment. She said that from now on, she would be monitoring me much more closely. I told her that she couldn't stop me from dating somebody I loved. I was almost an adult. She said that was true, but good luck trying to date with all of these restrictions. She drove me to and from school and made it almost impossible for me to spend time with anyone she didn't know. The few times I did try to kiss Jackson goodbye, she just glared at him from the car window or made rude comments about how he didn't deserve me. It would ruin the moment. Eventually, he stopped showing up at my school altogether because he was so uncomfortable. The only time we were together was at the painting studio, which my mom still thought was for school credits. But even that was ruined when my mom decided to become a member and accompanied me to the studio. We tried to keep our romance blooming, but without my laptop or cell phone, it naturally faded away. Jackson said he didn't want to date someone whose mom hated him so much. I ran to my friend's house and wept for hours that day. My mom was so smug about the whole thing and said that Jackson just wasn't right for me. My mom tried to set me up with a boy. I figured my mom wasn't that mean after all and that she'd seen how sad the breakup made me. She walked me into this very fancy restaurant. We met at a table with one of her colleagues and his gross son. Carl was a complete jerk. I was disgusted by him, but my mom and Carl's dad kept pushing me to talk to him. I tried to be polite, but he was so weird. He talked with his mouth full and was super mean. Everyone at the table was laughing about how he threw a soda on a homeless man and bought the last ice cream at a cafe and made a little girl cry. They just thought he was hilarious. All I saw was a nasty jerk I never wanted to see again. When we got to the car, I told my mom I wasn't interested in him at all. She told me my options were to date her friend's son or date no one at all. My mom told me that while I lived under her roof and used her money, she owned me and all of my decisions. So I stayed single. While all of my friends were off at dances and dating, I was stuck at home studying. I thought that was the worst of it, but I was wrong. It all started again when the topic of college came up. My parents were incredibly excited. I applied to 10 schools and got into every single one of them. I got to choose literally whichever I wanted. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that business wasn't for me. In fact, I hated business. I wanted to do something that made me happy. I actually wanted to go into art. When my final acceptance letter came in the mail telling me I got a full scholarship to the most prestigious art school in the world, I was so excited. I thought my parents would be excited too, you know. Apparently, my dreams didn't actually matter, though. After I received an award for my academic achievements, my parents took me out for a big fancy meal with all of their colleagues. I should have been happy too, but something didn't feel right. I slouched deeper and deeper in my chair as they continued to talk about how much better I was than everyone else and how it was all because of their excellent parenting. Worse, when all of their colleagues started asking them what their big secret was to raising a perfect daughter, they talked about how I studied all the time and they enforced strict rules. They even laughed about how they broke up my relationship with some bum. I was going to talk about my big plans privately with them, but they were being unbearable. I got so angry when they started making fun of how sad they felt for the parents of pathetic art students. In fact, I was so angry that I decided now was a better time than any to share the great news. Actually, I shouted over the voice of my mother boasting, I have something I'd like to tell all of you. I've never seen my mother flip around so quickly in my whole life. She had an evil glare on her face that almost made me change my mind, but I felt I had to do it. I gathered up all of my courage and let them know that I'd been accepted into a famous art school. Their colleagues seemed pretty impressed, but my parents were shocked and upset. They didn't talk to me for the rest of the dinner, but in the car, that was a whole other story. They screamed at me for embarrassing them and betraying them in front of their colleagues. They shouted about how I was never going to do something like art. They even tried to tell me that they'd never seen my art before, which wasn't true because my mom had gone to the studio with me. They just never paid attention to me at all. When we got home, I handed them my portfolio. It was full of the paintings and sketches I'd applied to the school with. These paintings had taken hours to create, and I was really proud of them. I thought it would convince them that I had real talent, but I was wrong again. My parents ripped it to shreds in front of me. They told me I wouldn't be going to any school but the one they chose. We are paying for everything after all. I was so angry and explained that I got a full scholarship to the art school so I wouldn't need them. They continued on about how they'd wasted their whole lives for me to betray them. My mother was crying and my father started smashing things. They threw me out of the house. I stayed with a friend and explained everything. I had nothing with me at all. I called up my parents and they asked if I had changed my mind about school yet. When I said no, they told me I wasn't welcome back. I asked if I could at least come and pick up some of my stuff. I was stuck wearing the same elegant evening wear from the dinner before. They agreed, but I felt as though they had an evil plan. When I showed up, they handed me a little plastic bag full of paper. "What's this?" I asked. My parents laughed and explained it was the art I loved so much. I told them it wasn't funny and pushed past them to run to my room. It was completely empty. They explained that they'd sold all of my belongings to make back some of the money wasted on me. They'd literally sold all my possessions just to get their revenge, only because I wasn't interested in business. All of my furniture, clothes, and even priceless gifts and photographs were gone, and they said that I would regret everything. I went to art school in the fall. I had to rely on food and clothes from my friends. Luckily, my scholarship covered most of my supplies, and I got a job pretty quickly thanks to a little help from my friends. It wasn't all bad in the end. During my first day working at a grocery store, I ran into none other than Jackson. He was surprised to see me working at a place like that. I broke down and explained everything, and he invited me out to dinner to celebrate my newfound freedom. Jackson and I reconnected, and things have been going great with us. He now owns his family taco truck, and even if he's not rich, he's very happy. In fact, I just posted about our proposal on Instagram. We plan to get married in a couple of months. It was a lot of work, but I have to say it was completely worth it. I'm a successful artist now, living my dreams. In a way, I'm happy my parents pushed me like they did, as it gave me passion. But that doesn't mean I'm grateful to them. My parents never apologized to me for anything. In fact, they did something even worse. Without any warning or hello, they called me and demanded money. They explained that they'd heard how successful I was and that I should now be able to pay them back for all the money they'd wasted on me at private school. Plus, they said I owed them for embarrassing them for bringing that taco boy back into my life. They told me I had 1 week to break up with him, or else. I don't know what else means, but I don't think I ever want to find out. Jackson said that my parents are just being dramatic, but I know my mom, and whatever she has planned can't be good.
Hi, I'm Estella, which means star. Isn't that cool? Also, I'm the oldest MSA girl here because my story happened in the 70s. But trust me, it's interesting enough, and you'll learn a thing or two about hope. So please like and subscribe. My life was not exactly good. We could only eat once a day, and our house was falling apart, just like my family. Our dad was always angry, and we were very poor. But there was a time where everything was fine. Back when my brother Lucio and I were little, Dad was a good dad, and Mom was there. They were the most loving parents in the whole world. They always played with us in the park and bought us toys. We weren't rich, but our family was happy. Until one day...
I got fired. They scammed me.
What?
They scammed me. We lost everything.
He never told us who scammed him. We tried to ask him how we could help, but he just ignored us and sold our toys and Mom's jewelry. However, things to sell ran out, and Dad didn't know what to do anymore.
Maybe we can work. Selling things or, I don't know, something.
Yeah, Dad. We can sell matches or...
No.
What? Why?
You can't leave school to go to work.
But
I said no. We will put you in a public school and your mom and I will see what we can do. So go study or something.
We fought with Dad many times, but he wouldn't let us work, so we gave up. At least Mom was still there, right?
Mom, what are you doing?
Lucio and I had woken up in the middle of the night and found Mom cleaning the house like crazy. Oh, I'm just cleaning the house, darling.
At 3 a.m.? Mom, I know you like cleaning, but...
Suddenly, she ran to us and hugged us.
Promise me you'll help your dad. Promise me you'll shine brighter than any star in the sky.
What? Are you okay, Mom?
Yeah, what's going on?
Just promise me that, can you?
We promise.
Next morning, Mom left. The house was completely clean, and all her clothes were gone. We looked for her everywhere, even asked the neighbors, but no one had seen her. It was the worst day of our lives. We cried a lot, and Dad wasn't the same after that. He got angry. He was angry every day, so we tried not to bother him. We started to work after school, and Dad tried to stop us, but after a while, he just made us promise that we wouldn't drop out of school. And we didn't talk about Mom, but we always hoped that someday she'd come back. Dad worked cleaning shoes, and Lucio and I sold matches. We walked through the neighborhoods after school, and at the end of the day, we met at the grocery store to see if we could buy any food. We didn't earn much, but we managed to save for 1 or sometimes 2 meals a day, and that was a win for us. Our lives weren't the best, but we tried to be positive.
You won't believe how much Hey, what happened? Are you okay?
I didn't sell any matches today.
I went to hug him and tell him that everything is gonna be okay, and without him noticing, I dropped a $1 bill behind him. Don't worry, Lucio. I'm sure tomorrow you'll sell a lot of matches.
I hope so. Wait, what's that? Look, Estella, $1!
Today must be our lucky day or something, because I have $3 right here. You know what that means?
Hot dogs!
We bought 2 hot dogs, and then we sat on a street corner to eat them. We haven't had a hot dog in almost a year, and it was delicious. But our happiness didn't last long.
Hey kids, can't you give a bite of that?
What? No, go away. There's nothing yours here.
Didn't your parents teach you not to be selfish?
It's none of your business. Suddenly, the guy ripped the hot dog out of my hands and ran away while laughing. I tried to follow him, but he was running too fast, and it started to rain. So I went back to Lucio. At least you still have your... Oh, Lucio's hot dog was on the floor. Well, our lucky day ended.
Fudge! Sorry, Estella. I always ruin everything.
That's not true. The one who ruined everything was that freak who stole my hot dog and threw yours on the floor.
But...
No, don't even worry. We'll buy hundreds of hot dogs one day, okay? Let's go home for now. Our dad came back from work that night, and he was angry. It sure didn't go well. And when he found out we wasted the money, he got super annoyed and locked himself in the bedroom. Everything seemed to go from bad to worse. Until one day, things began to change. I was walking around the upper-class neighborhood selling my matches, but that day, the cold was horrible. So I came up with the best idea of all. Walked into the huge garage of a house. There were hundreds of cars, and it was so warm. But oh no, there were people coming.
Yeah, all my parents' cars are the latest model. My favorite one is... What the fudge?
A girl caught me hiding among the cars, and her expression was really scary.
What happened? Is the car okay?
Yeah. I thought I saw a rat. Come on, we better go to the pool.
I was saved. After a while, I made sure there was no one there and went out quietly. But the girl from before was looking at me from the garage entrance.
Who are you? What were you doing? Were you trying to steal one of our cars?
No, I can explain. It was really cold out there, and your garage looked like a very warm place, so I went there. That's all, I swear. Suddenly, her expression changed. She looked less intimidating.
Oh, I see. Well, you can warm yourself in the fireplace at my house. It's better, trust me. Come on.
Really? Thank you so much.
Yeah, but don't steal anything. By the way, what's your name?
Estella.
Nice to meet you, Estella. I'm Cielo.
Her name meant sky in Spanish, and something about that made me smile. She gave me a tour of her house, and it was like a mansion, and so warm. But I knew I couldn't stay that long. I should get going.
You know, Mom always said we need a cleaner. Do you happen to know anyone who needs a job?
What? Are you serious?
Do you know someone?
Well, me. Cielo smiled and gave me her hand.
You're hired. Come in every day after 2, okay?
Cielo's mom didn't like me, but she gave me a chance, and the pay was amazing. Though the best part of it all was that I got a friend. Every day after I cleaned up, Cielo and I would watch movies or gossip about my classmates or her weird neighbors. It was really fun. However, one day, when I was going to her house, I saw her fighting with her mom.
You should be inside studying, not wasting time here. The cleaning girl is distracting you from your duties, Cielo.
Ugh, she's not doing anything, Mom. I got perfect grades in everything. I was just trying to rest a little on weekends.
Well, if you're not in your room in 5 minutes studying, that girl will be fired.
When her mom left, I walked up to her. I hugged her tightly, and she cried a little.
Thank you.
I'll be here whenever you need me. Since that day, we became best friends. But her mom fired me after a month, and I got back to selling matches. However, Cielo was always sneaking off to talk to me, so I didn't get that sad. And even Lucio met her. He didn't like her that much, but that was because he was so grumpy. For the first time, and because of Cielo, my life didn't feel so bad. One day, I even told her a little about our life.
Oh, you've been through a lot, Estella. I feel so guilty that my mom fired you. I'm really sorry.
It was my fault after all. All I did was gossip with you, don't you remember?
And don't you ever think of running away?
Yeah, of course, but we don't have enough money to do it.
And what if I tell you that I can help you?
No, never. I won't accept any money.
No. I want to escape from my parents too, but I don't want to do it alone. So I was thinking of telling you and Lucio about it. We can run away together and be free. What do you think?
Are you really sure, Cielo?
I've never been so sure of anything in my life.
However, when I told Lucio, he wasn't as sure as Cielo.
I don't know, Estella. We could get into trouble.
Lucio, this is our only chance to do it. If Mom could do it, run away, then we can. We also deserve a good life, away from Dad.
Well, we'd have to be extremely careful.
After that, our plan started. We raised as much money as we could with Cielo's help. And some weeks later, I went to the train station and bought train tickets to Sweden to leave in 2 days.
Sweden? That's where?
Yeah, I hope she's still there.
Okay, here I feel like a dog at a chess game. What are you talking about?
My mom. I told you about her, didn't I? Well, sometimes she sends us postcards from Sweden and...
You want to go find her?
Yeah, but we don't know if she wants to be found.
If she sends you those postcards, it must be for a reason, isn't it?
Lucio and I smiled at Cielo. She was a really good friend. The day came, and Lucio and I told Dad we were going to work, while Cielo told her mom that she was going to the mall. We only carried a small backpack with some clothes, so nobody suspected anything. We met at the train station, and Cielo looked at me and gave me a weak smile. When the train was arriving, Lucio grabbed my hand.
Cielo, what do you think you're doing?
A woman ran to us and grabbed Cielo's arm tightly.
Do you think you could just run away from home like that? What's going on with you?
You and Dad are always fighting, and you only talk to me to tell me to study. You guys never really pay attention to me.
Who put those ideas in your head? Was it her? I knew she'd be a problem. Police! Police!
Leave them alone! They didn't do anything! Run, guys!
A policeman approached Cielo's mom, and before he could notice us, Lucio pulled my hand and we ran out of the train station. We hid behind a dumpster and saw the policeman running in front of it. After being there for a while, I started to cry again.
Shh, come here. Listen, we can fix it. We still have some savings from your last job. We can...
No.
What? Why?
We can't do it without Cielo. We can't leave her behind.
You're right.
The same day when we arrived home, we lost all hope of escape. Dad found all our savings and was upset that we hid it from him. So he kept it somewhere else and said it would only be for food. But then winter came and I didn't have any winter clothes.
You should wear the jacket, Estella. I can stand the cold. I'm like an iceman.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, come on, lighten up. Today we will sell a lot and eat hot dogs. What do you say?
I don't know. It's fine.
I've had enough. You have to stop this. Cielo is fine in her nice little mansion eating whatever she wants. Stop worrying about her.
She's not well, Lucio. You know it.
She's better off than we are.
We didn't talk for the rest of the week, and then I got sick on New Year's Eve, and Lucio was the one who always took care of me, but I knew he was very upset, so I didn't tell him anything. I hadn't eaten all day, and the cold was getting to me. So I sat on the corner between two houses and looked at the matches in my hands. I hadn't sold a single one, and I didn't want to go home with nothing. I looked into the window of a house and saw a family eating roast goose. My stomach roared, and I remembered Lucio. I hope he can forgive me. I rubbed a match against the wall, and its fire warmed my hands a little, but it was quickly extinguished. I did it again and saw Cielo through the small flame. Cielo? But she disappeared as soon as the flame went out. So I did it again, but this time I saw Mom. Mom, don't go! Please, I miss you! She disappeared as soon as the flame went out, and I cried. Then I took all my matches and lit them all at the same time, and I saw my family. There was Lucio and Cielo eating roast goose while Mom was serving it. Mom looked at me and smiled.
Come with us, Estella.
I'm coming, Mom. Maybe that's how everything ends. Or maybe not. I opened my eyes and looked around. I was tucked up in a comfortable bed, and the room I was in was very nice. Lucio was on a chair, looking at me.
I'm glad you're okay. I was so worried.
What happened?
You collapsed from the fever and you almost froze, but I found you early. You were in a coma the whole week.
Are you still mad?
The past is in the past, and you won't believe it, but I found a really good job. Cielo, she helped secretly.
He grabbed my hand, and I gave him a weak smile.
We'll be fine, Estella. We'll shine brighter than any star in the sky. I got you.
Many children's first words are mama or dada, but mine was action! Mom is a famous actress, so I grew up in the showbiz, like literally into it. Hi, my name is Phoebe, and before I tell you more about my life under the spotlight, please hit like and subscribe. My parents divorced early, but instead of leaving me with the nanny or grandpa all the time, Mom brought me to the set of the new King Kong vs. SpongeBob remake.
Mom, I'm tired. Do we really have to go on set today too?
Great actors are never tired.
But I want to go to Grandpa's place. He's always got some great stories about his time as a cop. Did you know he stopped 10 robberies?
So, his stories are fun, but not my movies? Fine. This small acting job here, and then I'll drop you off at Grandpa's place, all right? A few years later, Grandpa was gone, and I missed him terribly. When I turned 13, Mom got a lead role in a cop show, and this time, I was more than happy to be dragged to that set. On the first day, I was utterly starstruck. I snuck into the costume department and tried on uniforms, pretending I was fighting crime. But then, I heard someone shouting from the cafeteria. Someone needs me! I sprinted there and my phone, it was right there. You took it.
I haven't.
This right here is my detective moment. Before I could step in, an older man with a donut in his hand swooped in like an eagle.
Why don't you check under the bananas?
I raised the fruit basket and Mom's phone was right there. Whoa, how did you know it?
She's got banana residue on her fingers, combined with the slightly tilted angle of the basket. Also, I saw her drop it in there by accident. By the way, I'm Tom, the police consultant on the show.
So, you're a real cop? That's amazing! Can I see handcuffs? When he did, I snatched them and tied them around his wrists. Aha! I knew you were an extra, pretending to be a cop like me. A real cop wouldn't have fallen for that.
Which is why these are fake. Those, however, are not.
Is this guy a cop or a magician? So cool. I want to be like him one day. Phoebe, the super cop. I started following Tom around, asking him a million questions. Can I see your car sirens? Do you have a dog cop? Is Terminator a good guy or a bad guy? Tom was more than happy to answer me, and he even shared his secret to success. Food.
food.
Never solve a crime on an empty stomach.
So he ordered food to show me how to eat like a cop.
The best Chinese in all of LA.
Come to Mama. But as I was about to dig in, Mom pushed Tom away and what's this? Ugh. Where's the chef's lunch? This? It's like ants' food. I'm a human. Mom dragged me home, and that night I only had soup for dinner. The next few days, I could feel her watching Tom and me, until one evening when I was changing for bed. Eek! There! What? Where? Get it off me! But it wasn't a spider or a mouse, because Mom grabbed my belly and pinched it. Fat! At your age? Gosh, Mom, I thought it was something serious.
It is serious. It's because of that cop. I've seen him stuffing you up. Do you know how hard I have to work to keep this body in shape?
It's literally your job. But I want to be a cop when I grow up, like Tom.
What?
I just blurted it out, but it was a fact. Mom blamed Tom for my fat attack, so she made a big stink with the director who fired him the next day. Please, Mom, Tom has done nothing wrong. He takes care of me and makes me laugh. Please don't make him go away.
Little Nugget, it's fine. She's your mom. She's looking out for you, in her own way.
Ugh, why does everyone always do what Mom wants? Tom left, and I decided that the only way I could be free of her meddling was to run away. So I got into a cab, but I realized I didn't have any money to pay. Ugh, I forgot my card.
Please get out.
Phoebe, come on. Think. But this is an emergency. My poor parrot caught parrotitis, and only my loving touch can save him. And if I don't get there in time, he might start squawking, and it could lead to an epidemic of man flu, you know, where guys are pooping like birds.
Ew, no time to waste. Let's go.
But when I stepped out of the cab near Grandpa's house, Mom was waiting for me.
You didn't really think that would work, did you?
I'll run away again until you won't catch me.
Mom looked at me all seriously, and even her curls seemed to deflate.
She wasn't the superstar, just my mom.
I'm sorry about Tom. I'll ask the director to hire him back.
And what about acting? It's your dream, not mine.
Fine, no more acting for you. But promise never to run away from me again. You really scared me.
Wow, I was wrong about her. She really cares. To show me she was serious, Mom organized a lunch at this 10 Michelin star restaurant the next day. But as we were on our way, the car banged, stopped, and started smoking.
I played a mechanic once, and I'll have it fixed in no time.
That's not even where the engine is. Since Mom was useless, I called Tom, but when he arrived, he wasn't alone. This god just stepped out of the car and...
This is Robbie, my son. He's only 15, but there isn't a car he can't fix.
How can this make that? Robbie was way hotter than any actor I'd ever met, and I'd had a mani-pedi with Timothy Chalamet. Hi, I'm Phoebe, and...
You're beautiful.
Am I? OMG, he's walking to me. What do I do? But Robbie just passed by me and went straight for Mom's car.
What happened to you, beautiful?
Yeah, he's a teeny tiny bit obsessed with cars.
Okay, Phoebe, don't get a crush on the hot guy who ignores you. Don't get a crush. Then he used his shirt to rinse dry his face and... Oh, right, too late. I forgot everything and spent the next couple of years finding any excuse to hang out with Robbie. But he stayed completely oblivious. Even when I gave him chocolates on St. Valentine, he thought they were for his mom's birthday.
Oh, you saved me. I'd completely forgotten about it.
After I enrolled in the same high school as him, we became friends. So I decided to confess at my 16th birthday party. Robbie, I like you.
I like you too.
So, will you be my boyfriend? Worst timing ever! Wait, Mom's agent? He never calls unless...
I'm sorry, but there's been an accident during rehearsals.
Oh no! As Robbie was driving me to the hospital, I didn't care that we were together alone. I was just worried about Mom because she insisted on doing her own stunts, but I was relieved to see only her leg and arm were in a cast. Everything else seemed fine. Mom, you're okay.
Okay, I can't act anymore.
Can't they cast someone else? The show hasn't even started. For the first time ever, Mom looked a bit unsure.
They can't. The producer convinced me to put a lot of money into this show. If the investors realize I'm not on set, the show will be canceled and...
How much?
We'll lose everything. I'm sorry, Phoebe.
It's okay, Mom. I don't care about the money. I'm just happy you're fine. I thought the scary part was over, but the next morning, Robbie told me he was going to Europe for his auto project. As if that wasn't enough, Mom's hospital bed was empty.
We're higher.
No, not like that. I looked out the window, and Mom had convinced all the nurses to be her extras. She tried to do a high kick and just fell down. down. But even if she was clearly in pain, she got up and tried again. She'll never give up. I have to help her. That's enough, Mom. I'll do it. What? We already look alike, and with a bit of makeup, I can age myself. I'll pretend to be you. The production will continue. Doing my stunts is not easy. You taught me when I was little. It will all come back to me, I'm sure. And so, Operation Double began. Mom had me learn all the names of her friends, copy her, move her voice, even brush my teeth with the same toothpaste. Come on, who's gonna smell my breath? The art is in the details, but it wasn't enough. For the first couple of shooting days, everything went fine until...
The next scene is the roof jump. We're so lucky to have you. You've done this a million times.
Sure, but as I looked down the roof, everything went woozy, and I slipped. Help! Get me down!
Are you sure you're okay? You don't look like, yourself.
Oh no, I just had a bad day. I'll do better next time. But I could see the suspicion in his eyes. This is too much. Let's call it off. And no, I said I'll help you, and I will. That night, I went online and found Mrs. Krugel, Coach to the Stars. Will it be horrible? Yes. But it will be worth it. She seems like a lot, but I don't really have any other choice if I want to help Mom. So I sent Coach a text, and the next morning, I was woken up by Coach playing a full set of drums in my room.
How the devil did you get in here? Do you want to give me a heart attack?
No time for it. You've got laps to run.
And push-ups and high kicks, and, of course, jumping from a 6-story building onto a net.
I want a parachute!
But the worst was the food. Coach had me on this crazy strict diet, and she weighed every bite of food before I put it in my mouth. I started stashing snacks under my mattress and bribing the staff for candies, but she was always a step ahead of me.
We can't afford anything less than perfection.
Can't you hear my stomach? It growls so much it sounds like a lion.
And as with any wild animal, we tame it.
I had pizza delivered through the bathroom window, then chicken nuggets hidden inside my gym shoes, but she found it all. Nothing ever worked. As the days passed, I also noted another change. Whenever I got out, boys tripped over themselves to look at me, and I even had a couple of talent agents ask for my number. In the shops, people always smiled, and I got discounted clothes and gifts. I guess pretty privilege is a real thing. The only one who didn't seem to like my new look was Tom.
Just a salad for lunch? How about a nice burger?
Shh! Don't let Coach hear you.
Coach? What coach?
She's like a ninja. Always knows what I eat, even when she's not there. Soon, the shooting was over, and Mom was well enough to come to the wrap party, just in time to get all the praise for my hard work.
You moved like you were 10 years younger.
Only 10? Seeing Mom back in her element made me really happy. Darling, thank you. You really saved my career. But now, I've got my own life waiting for me. Robbie was back, and I hadn't been able to see him during filming, but I hadn't forgotten his words.
I like you too.
The next day, as I walked to my locker, I saw Robbie kissing another girl. What in the holy cake frosting is happening? I pushed the girl away and slammed Robbie against the locker in one of my superstar film moves. I'm away for a couple of months, and suddenly you have a girlfriend? You said you liked me.
Phoebe, I do like you, but like a little sister.
You could have said it on my birthday.
With your mom in the hospital, I didn't want to give you any more bad news.
I was really angry, but as I watched Robbie check on his girlfriend, I realized he never looked at me like that. Before I could make things worse, I ran back home. I spent the next few days eating chocolate, watching MSA, and wallowing in self-pity. The first heartbreak is always the hardest. It will pass.
You don't know that! Pass me the cookies!
But even after Robbie texted me to apologize, I couldn't get out of my funk. I'm not angry at him. I'm angry at myself for wasting all that time chasing after him. And just as I was about to turn into a slime monster, Tom came to my rescue.
Come on, get up. I got a surprise for you.
Robbie has a secret twin?
No, and there's more to life than boys. Even my own. Here.
He handed me a flyer. Police Academy early admission?
It's in 3 weeks. Didn't you want to become a cop?
In focusing on other people, I had forgotten my dream. But it's not too late. I can still become the best cop ever. But after eating my feelings, I was completely out of shape. I would never pass the selection unless...
Rise and shine, you useless slob!
Great. Can't you go a little easier this time?
Easy is for losers!
I guess. I mean, I'm the one who called her, right? This time, Coach was even more stern than before. Everything was counted. How many steps, how many calories, how many push-ups. My beloved cake, I miss you so much, but we'll be reunited soon. Sometimes she was so intense, I couldn't do it anymore, and I tried hiding.
Phoebe, what are you doing under the couch?
I don't think she can see me here. Really? Ah! Coach's method worked, and I lost all the weight I had gained. When I woke up on admission day, I followed the smell of bacon down to the kitchen, where Tom and Robbie were having breakfast breakfast with Mom. Robbie handed me a massive bouquet of flowers.
I know I can't be who you want me to be, but I'm here to support you. Can we still be friends?
Bacon and flowers? How can I say no? Robbie hugged me, and I was surprised that I didn't feel any butterflies in my stomach, except for those in anticipation of the test. I guess I'm over him, finally. But I still didn't touch breakfast, and by the time we got to the police academy, I felt weak. Are you sure you're okay? You look pale. No, I can do this. The first test of the day was an obstacle course. I'd done so many of them with Coach, I could run them in my sleep. But as the whistle rang, I felt my legs turn to jelly and my vision go black. When I woke up, I was in the stands with Mom and Tom. You fainted. Robbie's gone to fetch you some water, but in the meantime, eat this. No, I can't. Coach said that's too many calories.
Right, the mysterious Coach. Where is she? I've been meaning to have a chat with her. She's been filling your head with all this nonsense about skipping meals and looking fit.
What Coach? Mrs. Krugel. They looked at me in confusion, so I took out my phone to show them Coach's website, but when I Googled it, nothing came up. I don't understand. I've hired her to help me train for Mom's role. I trained you, no one else. But Coach, does it mean I made her up? The next day, Mom took me to a psychiatrist, and after I told her everything, she confirmed Coach did not really exist.
She came to you every time you felt insecure, right? It's clear you created her as a defense mechanism, but I'm afraid you developed an eating disorder.
Doctor was right. I'd used food as a tool to make me feel better and more secure with myself, but it became very unhealthy. And how do I get better?
With time and therapy, but mostly being kind to yourself.
Coach wasn't easy. She kept visiting me over the years, pushing me to make the wrong choices, but Mom was with me every step of the way. She recognized the part she had in giving me the wrong ideas about food and changing her own way of seeing herself. I was okay now, but I wanted to help others. I studied psychology at the university and worked with charities to teach young girls about body image and food.
And what about becoming a cop?
I'm still helping people. In my case, can't put the bad guys behind bars. And Robbie, well, I was the bride of honor at his wedding. And it turned out his girlfriend's brother was just my type.
The heir of that painting is a young, charming millionaire, and you will get to know him. You need to earn his trust completely, so he lets you into his life and his home. Then, when the time is right, you will steal the painting from a high-security vault inside his house and bring it back to me.
Do y'all remember Eric? You know, the guy Meredith and I were fighting over the night Mom went into a coma? The guy who was so hot he made boiling water look cool? The guy whose smile shone brighter than the sun and whose eyes were deeper than the Amazon rainforest? The guy who...
He looks familiar. Oh my god, I've kissed this guy once.
Yeah, the guy who stole my heart the minute I saw him. And then Meredith kissed him.
Do you girls know him?
Not super well, but I'd rate him number 8 on my list of good kissers. And I've kissed tons of people, so that's pretty high. Oh, Pierre, you really gotta see his brothers. They look like...
Ugly old girls, I know. I know everything about him, but how well does he know you?
He and his family lived in our neighborhood only for a month, and that was years ago. I don't think he'd recognize me now.
Yeah, she's not that memorable.
You're all still going in disguise. We have to convince him that you're just a stranger who has randomly bumped into him with no agenda. Also, he must believe you're very rich, so he doesn't think you're a gold digger.
From Pierre, we learned that Eric's mom had passed away at his birth, and his dad had remarried a woman years later who already had children of her own, the quadruplets.
The world makes sense again. Thank you.
Eric's maternal grandmother recently left the painting to him in her will. His father is a big business tycoon, so they always have security at the mansion. But the painting is even harder to access. The only way you'll make it in and out of there is if you're welcomed into their home.
I couldn't believe that of all the millionaires in the world, I had to pretend to like Eric, make him fall for me, and then rob him blind. And how was he even better looking now? Over the next few days, I took on the identity of Christina Delafour, a wealthy socialite with a law degree who lived in a beautiful apartment in a posh area and wore only designer brands. Wow, this Givenchy coat is stunning.
It's Givenchy, you moron!
Okay, geez. Also, Pierre, can't someone do a background check on me and easily find out that I did not graduate from Harvard and that I don't have parents who made a fortune out of selling toilets in India and now live there?
If anyone runs a check, they'll find all this information to be accurate. I've made sure of it, and no one is interested in the law or toilets. So they won't ask you many questions. Now, show me how to walk in heels like a rich lady.
Fine. Meredith, pass me the Jackie Chim Chews.
Oh my god, I'll know you're fake in a second.
I was joking. Relax. I've hung out with enough rich people to pick up a few things. I got this. And then, a week later, I was inserted into Eric's life. We talked over coffee for an hour, and I thought it was going really well. But when it was time to part ways, he didn't ask for my number and just left. Ugh, I'd failed to capture his interest. I'd have to plan another encounter without seeming suspicious. As I was walking away distracted, I ran straight into a garbage can and stubbed my toe hard.
Son of a biscuit! Holy mother of fudge!
I was still hopping around when I crashed into a woman pushing a stroller, and a doll went flying out of her hand onto the road. Just then, the car ran over the doll and turned it into a pancake.
You destroyed my child's precious doll!
I'm so sorry. It was an accident. I'll get your little girl a... Wait, your child is a cat?
Yes, and that was my childhood doll, which I passed on to my baby.
Look, here's some money. Get your baby another doll.
She loves that one, and they don't make those anymore.
Your baby is a cat. She doesn't love that particular doll. She probably doesn't even love you. She'd eat your face in your sleep if you weren't the one to feed her. Now please. Just then, someone tugged hard at my purse, and I saw a thief running away with it.
You've got to be kidding me!
I took my heels off and sprinted after the thief. He jumped over a fence into a park, and I followed. I was gaining on him and sent a flying heel at his head. Just then, someone ran past me, pounced at the thief, and pinned him to the ground.
Gotcha!
Eric? The park security immediately arrived on the spot and took the thief away.
Aren't you glad I followed you and came to your rescue?
My rescue? I hit him with my shoe to slow him down and was about to catch him, but then you swooped in at the last minute, and now you want credit?
Whoa, easy. I was just flirting with you.
Oh, sorry. Wait, you said you followed me?
Yeah, I felt stupid that I left without asking for your number. I definitely want it now. You became even more interesting when you stubbed your toe, murdered a doll, yelled at the cat lady, and chased a robber.
Eric and I started seeing each other, and even though I knew it wasn't a real relationship, it still felt wonderful. We both hated rom-coms, but were always up for watching horror movies. We supported different baseball teams and had heated debates about who sucked more, and we both loved eating from street vendors and walking around the city at night. I enjoyed his company more than I cared to admit, and my heart skipped a beat every time he took my hand or gave me a goodnight peck on the cheek. And then one night, as we watched a fireworks show in the park, he pulled me close and kissed me, and I practically melted in his arms. Soon enough, he told me his parents were hosting a party at their house, and he wanted to introduce me to them. This was the first time I'd be in his mansion, and I needed to make sure I got invited often enough to find out where the vault was. Eric's dad was lovely, but his stepmom looked at me with a stare so icy, it could make hell freeze over. I escaped from the party for a while when the dancing started. Yeah, that's when Meredith dropped by as Catwoman with a cheeseburger. But soon enough, Eric came around to call me in for dinner, where the quadruplets also joined us.
So, Eric told us your parents sell toilets in India.
Yeah. It's a great business because everyone needs a toilet, right? And you know the population of India. Multiply that with toilets and you have a fortune.
What is the population of India?
Well, I don't have an exact figure. It's just a lot of people. Suddenly, I had a queasy feeling in my stomach.
Didn't you get made fun of as a kid? If you were in my school, you'd be called the toilet princess.
Grabber queen.
Duchess of poop.
Guys, cut it out. You're not in high school anymore.
Wait a second. Have we ever met before?
What? No, I really don't think so. Oh God, why was my stomach churning?
You know I'm really good with faces, and you remind me a lot of this girl we met in a neighborhood in Connecticut years ago. Guys, remember? She had a twin sister. Oh yeah, I remember those twins vaguely. The blonde one was prettier, right?
Dang it! Has to be someone else. I'm an only child, and I've always lived in Boston until I moved here.
Yeah, Eric told us you're a lawyer from Harvard. So who's the baddest person you put behind bars?
Not that kind of lawyer. I'm actually an environmental lawyer. I was really feeling sick now. Maybe it was that burger I ate?
Like you have trees as clients? What do they pay you with? Leaves? Hey, why are you turning green? You love trees so much that you're becoming one?
Can you guys stop? You're not even that funny.
No, look at her. She's green.
I think I'm gonna hurl. Eric called the doctor immediately, who said I had food poisoning. He gave me some medicines, and Eric insisted I stay over for the night in one of their guest rooms. I fell asleep immediately and woke up a few hours later feeling thirsty. As I made my way down to the kitchen, I realized I had the perfect opportunity to try finding the vault. Just then, I heard some low voices from some room, and I slowly crept up to find Eric's stepmom talking to one of the bodyguards in the library.
Were you able to figure out how to unlock the vault?
There's no way. I've tried everything for weeks. I'll have to use a tiny explosive device to destroy the lock. The vault is all the way up in the attic. No one will hear a thing. But we have to steal a painting the day after tomorrow while your husband and Eric are away on business. Are you ready for this?
And then he pulled Eric's stepmom into his arms.
I can't wait to run away with you, James. I'm so tired of seeing you secretly, and I am completely ready.
As the two locked lips, I turned around and tiptoed away as fast as I could. Okay, so the vault was in the attic, the lock could only be destroyed with an explosive device, and I couldn't let Eric's cheating stepmom and traitorous bodyguard run away with it. The next morning, when Eric came to check on me, I decided to tell him the truth for once. Eric, I have something really difficult to tell you. I got up last night to get some water, and I heard your stepmom and this bodyguard, James, talking.
They were talking late at night?
Yeah. Do you have some vault in this house with some painting inside?
How do you know that?
That's what they were talking about, breaking in and stealing the painting. They're planning to do it the day after tomorrow, and your stepmom said something about running away with James. I saw them kiss. I'm so sorry. I wish I hadn't.
No, I'm glad you did. This is gonna be a huge blow for Dad. But it would have been much worse if we'd found out everything afterwards. Thank you for telling me. And please, keep all this to yourself. I know I can trust you.
Eric kissed me gently before walking away, and 2 days later, when the bodyguard and Eric's stepmom were about to escape with the painting, police officers immediately arrested them.
This is fantastic! They might link the museum robbery to the bodyguard and stepmom too, and assume the painting is now safe. So it'll be easier for you to steal. Good job, mon chéri. I knew you was a smart twin.
After Pierre left, I sank into my armchair, but then I noticed Meredith staring at me. What?
You should be happy, but you don't look happy. What's up?
Nothing. I just can't wait for this job to be over.
You can steal the painting soon, right? You know exactly what to do, and Eric trusts you. By the way, have you two kissed?
I've been dating him for 2 months. Of course we've kissed.
We text every day and you never mentioned it.
I didn't know I had to.
So, how is it?
It's fine. It's whatever. It's like kissing anyone.
My memory's a bit fuzzy, but you know I've kissed him.
You never let me forget.
And I definitely wouldn't call it a whatever kind of kiss.
Yeah, okay. It's nice. It's good.
Nice? Good? Oh, wow. Don't make me jealous with all the passion.
Okay, you want to know what kissing Eric is like? It's like flying through space, like a meteor that explodes into 1,000 stars, and then jumping into really cold water that makes you feel alive all over, and then feeling warm and tingly down to your toes, like having hot chocolate next to a fireplace on a snowy winter night.
So, I'm guessing it's better than kissing the pillow you used to practice on?
I did not! Shut up!
You're in love with him, aren't you?
I was about to snap at her again, but then I just sighed. Yes, I am. The night of the heist arrived, and I felt sick to my stomach, but I just wanted to get it over with. Eric's dad was away, and Eric was holding an important shareholders' dinner with which most of the household staff was busy. I'd volunteered to host the dinner with them, and got ready to leave before their meeting started.
Thanks for your help tonight. You're the best.
Oh, it was nothing. Don't thank me.
So, I'll see you tomorrow at our coffee shop?
It's a date. As Eric walked away, my heart felt like it was breaking into a million pieces. This was the last time I'd ever see him again. I gulped down my tears, and instead of leaving, I sneaked up unnoticed to the attic. Inside, I found a heavy metal door to a vault. I took out the tiny explosive device Pierre had given me, placed it on the lock, and activated it. In a few seconds, there was a tiny pop and a sizzling sound. Then, I heard the lock click open. I walked into a tiny, dark vault and found the painting under a glass case, praying to every god that no alarms would go off. I lifted the case carefully, put the painting in my bag, and started sprinting down the stairs. But just as I'd reached the second floor landing, one of the Ninja Turtles blocked my way.
What are you doing?
Hey, bro! You know when I stayed over a few weeks ago? I dropped a necklace and I was looking for that guest room and I got lost, but it's fine. I'll just get new earrings. See you later. He suddenly grabbed my bag and pulled out the painting.
Do you think I'm a moron?
A moron? You? No way! Sorry, which one are you?
Michelangelo.
Okay, no one has time for that. Now listen, Mike. You're definitely the smartest of your brothers, and just a tiny bit better looking than all of them too.
We're identical.
That's what they want you to believe, but I know you're better. I think you and I can strike a deal, okay? I'll sell this painting, and you and I can go halvesies on it. Just give me an account number and I'll wire the money to you.
No, you're not leaving with it.
Okay, look, dude. I'm doing this for your mom. I have to sell this painting so I can pay for her bail and get her a really good lawyer. Don't you want that?
No, my mom's in jail because she did something wrong, and she abandoned us all. She shouldn't have stolen Eric's painting.
What do you care about Eric? Don't you hate Eric? He's so good looking and smart and perfect and gets all the ladies. It makes you guys look even worse than you really are. You should want to hurt him. So let me take the painting. That'll really hurt him.
Eric's the best brother in the world, and I love him.
Okay. I have an offer you can't refuse. How about I become your girlfriend? I bet you've never had one.
I'm gay.
Jesus! All right, I surrender. Just one last thing. Without warning, I punched his face so hard that he went reeling back with shock and dropped the painting. Then I kicked him into a room and locked the door shut. I'm sorry, Mikey. You're a really good guy. I sprinted down another flight of stairs and jumped out of the first-story window. I ran across the garden to the fountain, climbed the tree next to it, jumped onto the wall, and then landed softly outside on all fours. Just as I got up, I found myself facing Eric. I was walking towards the lockers one day when I noticed the 3 most popular boys in school looking at me, like I was some kind of snack. It was the first time in 2 years they'd noticed me. Then they were suddenly smiling at me. What's going on? I got so nervous, I crashed straight into an open locker door and my books fell to the floor. Wow, what an entry.
Seriously? Her? The nerd? Well, she is cute, but are you sure she should be our new target? She looks too innocent. Heck yeah! I'm gonna make her fall in love with me and win the bet. Get your $10 million ready, losers. We'll see about that.
Hi, my name is Athena, and let me tell you how these 3 annoying playboys pulled me into the most confusing situation ever. First though, please hit the like and subscribe button. After my class, I was walking down the stairs when I suddenly tripped, but someone caught me just in time. It was Andre, the guy who was literally dating half of the female population in our school. He was staring at my lips as he pulled me close.
Your lips look lonely. Do they want to meet mine?
Please, get off me.
Whoa, easy there, baby girl.
I'd rather kiss a trash can, by the way. Oh, wait, what's the difference? I smiled at seeing the shocked look on his face. Walking away, I almost tripped over a random calculator someone had left on the floor. I dropped my books, and before I could pick them up, someone was doing it for me.
You should watch your step next time, princess.
For a second, I was stunned to see Tanner, the guy with the biggest Instagram following. He was grinning at me, and boy, he looked like a prince.
Would you mind taking a picture of me for my Insta?
He pushed his phone and started posing like he was God's gift to women. I didn't know how to react, so I put his phone down on the floor and awkwardly walked away to find an empty classroom. As I walked in, I was surprised to see someone sleeping in there. I shook his shoulder to wake him up, only to gasp when I realized it was Lucas, the handsome sleepyhead. What are you doing here? This is my place.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see your name on the door.
I ignored his sarcasm and was about to head out before he spoke again.
We can share this room, if you want.
Suddenly, the teacher came in and thought we'd been making out in there or something. She kicked us out, and it was so embarrassing, even more than all the tripping over. I had to avoid these heartbreakers. They were called the triple threat for a reason, and I hated guys like them. After my classes were finished, I found the 3 of them outside waiting for someone. They all smiled at me. Uh-oh,
Hey, baby girl. I think you're an engine, because my car won't start without you. Come on, princess. Let's get out of here. I'll give you a ride home.
Lucas just gave me a nod and signaled for me to get in. What in the world was happening? I hurriedly walked out of the gate to avoid them. When I entered the cafeteria the next day, I was greeted with milkshakes, coffees, burgers, and nuggets. It was the boys again. I turned them all down and chose to sit on a table alone as I ate. I heard some girls behind me talking about me. Seriously? Why are they after that lame junior? It must be a prank. There's no way they'd notice her otherwise. She's ugly. I turned to look at the girls and said, I really want to punch all you girls right now. But, I'm busy dealing with attractive boys drooling over me now. Ciao. But I was furious. I had to know if I was really the target of a stupid prank. A few days later, as I was passing by the boys' locker room, I noticed that the door was slightly open. I saw the trio inside. I hid behind a locker to listen. God, what is that smell? Do boys even shower?
Give me 2 days, and she'll be following me around like a puppy. I don't think so. She's kinda challenging. Nah, she's just playing hard to get, Tanner. You guys should learn from me.
I couldn't believe it. These players had put a bet on me. I'd show them. They'd picked the wrong girl to mess with. I was gonna make them pay. Let the games begin. The drama club I was in had a show the next day, and my role was a stupid tree. The scene had a windy day, so when I started swaying my arms, someone gave a standing ovation from the audience.
Woo! Best actress ever. That's my girl.
What was he doing? After the show, he came over and gave me a bouquet of flowers and a gigantic teddy bear.
Babe, you know what? There's something wrong with my phone. It doesn't have your number in it.
He wouldn't leave until I put my number in his phone. The next day, while I was walking to school, I noticed a familiar sports car following me.
Hop in, princess.
It was Tanner. This time I got in. Let's see what his deal is. During the ride, I spilled my coffee over his squeaky clean dashboard on purpose. Oops, sorry, I'm just so clumsy. I was expecting him to get mad about it, but instead, he reached for some tissues and cleaned my hands with them. I found myself staring at him while my heart raced. No. It was all just an act. Get a grip, Athena. When we reached school, he helped me get out of the car.
Right. Slow down.
Geez, I'm not blind.
Seems like it sometimes.
I glared at him. Is there something you want to say? He just flashed a big smile and turned to fix his hair in the car window. So annoying. I walked off to class. Halfway through the lesson, when the teacher had her back to us, someone from the table next to me whispered, "Psst." I looked up to see that it was Andre.
Why'd you come here with Tanner? You know guys like him are jerks who will just break your heart. You know I'm totally serious about you.
Then he kissed my hand. Oh, please. How serious are you?
There's no number to express.
Then prove it to me.
Sure, baby girl, but how?
I'll tell you about it at lunch.
I can't wait. I swear. I'll do anything for you.
Just then the teacher kicked him out of the class for making all these noises. Everyone giggled, but he didn't look the least bit embarrassed. He winked and walked off. Lunchtime came and he was already waiting. I wanted to ruin his reputation, especially in front of the girls, so I whispered my dare to him and his eyes grew wide.
If I do it, will you be my girlfriend?
I nodded. He immediately walked to the front of the cafeteria, jumped on a table, and shouted,
I have something to confess. I wet my bed every night, and I don't know what to do anymore.
I burst out laughing when he made a whole drama out of it while fake crying. But to my surprise, the girls started comforting him. What? My plan had backfired. So I sneaked out of the room, devastated. The next day, while I was reaching for a book in the library, Lucas suddenly appeared and grabbed it for me. I gave him a smile, but he just nodded. While I was doing my homework, he sat across from me and started reading a book. I waited for him to say hello or something, but he totally ignored me. I asked him what he was reading, but he just gave me a glare. Oh, I get it. He was using the snobbish bad boy style. I moved beside him and leaned in. Are you mute, or does your breath just stink? I was caught off guard when he grinned.
Do you really want to know?
I immediately pulled away when our lips almost touched. I cleared my throat and got myself back on track. Are you free tomorrow? I just need someone to go somewhere with me.
Yeah, sure. Whatever.
Later that night, I did a little research on Lucas and grinned when I read a comment about him having a phobia of heights in one of his Instagram posts. He was surprised when I brought him to an amusement park the next day. I forced him to try all the rides, and I was laughing my butt off whenever he screamed like a girl. Stop being such a wuss, Lucas. Let's try the pirate ship one more time. Just then, he started throwing up, and I couldn't stop laughing. I wanted to have more fun, so I acted like I'd sprained my ankle and let him carry me all around the place. Then I asked him to buy me some fries. When he bought them, I said, "Oh shoot, I'm also craving a banana split and a cheeseburger." I could barely stop myself from laughing at his annoyed face. Poor guy later fell asleep on the bench while I ate all the food. All of a sudden, I screamed in his ear. He jolted awake and asked what had happened. I told him that I was just thirsty and I needed some soda. He finally snapped.
Buy it yourself, girl. Jeez, you're so annoying.
And just like that, Lucas gave up. 1 down, 2 to go. Andre continued pestering me at school while Lucas was nowhere to be found. During lunch, Tanner sat beside me and asked me if I'd like to go on a date with him to the Bahamas. "I want to get to know you first before going anywhere alone with you. I don't even know anything about your family."
Not a problem. You could join us for dinner tonight.
I did a happy dance on the inside. Everything was going according to plan. I told him that I'd come myself, so I just asked his address. That night, I borrowed my friend's hyperactive cats and brought them with me. Tanner looked so happy as he opened the door. "My mom's out, so no one can babysit them." I put the basket down and the cats started running everywhere, scratching paintings and knocking over expensive vases. "Sorry, they get their clumsiness from their mama." He looked totally unaffected.
Your kittens are adorable. Like you. Come on, dinner's ready. And they're all waiting for you.
His parents looked so sophisticated, and I was surprised to see that he had 4 little sisters. They all flocked around me like it was their first time seeing a girl. I started fake crying when dinner was served.
What's wrong?
"I don't eat chicken. Poor little creatures." His mom asked me, "Oh, are you vegetarian?" "No, only for chickens. Chicken saved my life one time when I was crossing the road." Tanner immediately told the cook to change my food, and when we started eating, my cat suddenly jumped on the table and turned everything into a disaster. The look of horror on the faces of the Tanner family was epic. "Sorry." I was shocked when his mom took the cats and started petting them. Unbelievable. "It's fine. They're just asking for some love." I then placed my feet on the table and let out the loudest burp. "Thanks for the splendid meal."
Anything for you.
Darn, he was such a good actor. After dinner, his mom showed me their family albums, and I couldn't help but notice how cute baby Tanner was. As I watched him play with his sisters, I realized that he wasn't really a self-absorbed jerk after all. While heading out that night, I tripped over something as usual and dropped my glasses. Tanner picked them up from me and looked at my bare face lovingly.
Wow, your beauty is so unreal, so perfect.
I realized that he was actually talking to me. I felt my heart beating faster. He looked so sincere, and it made me feel like I was the most beautiful girl in the world. Apparently, my efforts to get rid of him hadn't worked tonight, but why was I smiling? The next day, Andre sneaked in through my window. "Why are you here?"
"There's a party nearby. Come on."
I told him that parties weren't my thing, and besides, I didn't have anything to wear.
Say no more, baby girl. Come with me.
I needed to mess with him more, so I went with him to the mall. He bought me a cute red dress and gave me a makeover.
Wow, you look like someone I know.
Who?
My next girlfriend.
Oh, please. I went to the party with Andre, and everyone was shocked upon seeing me. They thought I was a totally different person. While dancing with Andre, I couldn't help but notice Tanner and Lucas looking at me from across the room. A girl walked up to Tanner and started dancing with him. For some reason, the sight made my blood boil. I excused myself to the toilet, and when I came back, Andre was now dancing sweetly with another girl. Of course, he was a player, so I wasn't surprised. Lucas followed me when I went outside to the garden.
I'm sorry about what happened the other day, Athena. I was so stupid for doing such a horrible thing to a pretty girl like you.
Oh, wow. From a jerk to a Romeo. He really wanted to win that bet.
I really like you, and I hope you feel the same way.
He looked so genuine that I almost got carried away. I was about to say something, but then someone snatched me away from him. Tanner.
What's your problem, dude?
That's it. We need to stop this. I won't let you play with her feelings.
What are you talking about? I really like her.
And pigs can fly, Lucas. Before they could punch each other, Andre came over to stop them, and I just stood between them, looking like a confused little kitten.
Cut it out, you idiots. She's mine.
Stay out of this, loser.
You're hopeless. She was about to say yes to me.
Excuse me? I don't even like you.
Shut up. You know what? Take the darn money. Here's 10 million for each of you. Just leave her alone. Best decision ever, Tanner.
I was shocked. Did he just give away $20 million? Just like that? Tanner then grabbed my hand and said,
"Get out of here, Athena. You don't deserve to be treated like this. Stop pretending like you really care, Tanner."
Tanner looked so furious. Cut it out. I've known about the bet all this time, and I've been playing all of you idiots. You all lose. They were all shocked at my revelation. Andre and Lucas grabbed the bags from Tanner and ran away, while Tanner just stood there, shocked.
I'm sorry for everything, Athena. Goodbye.
My heart sank as I watched him walk away. My wish was finally granted. The jerks had finally stopped bothering me, and I should have been happy and relieved, right? But I wasn't. The next day, my mom came running to me with shocking news. Someone called Tanner had put $10 million into our account. We're rich! Wait, what? What was he doing? I ran to the school to talk to him, but he wasn't there. For 2 weeks, there was no sign of Tanner. Then one day, he finally showed up with a gorgeous blonde. She was all over him. After school, I found them kissing behind the bleachers. I tore him away and asked him about the money, but he walked away saying,
"I don't know what you're talking about. Go away."
As he walked away, I knew he was lying, so that night I went to his house. His mom told me to wait in his room. As I looked around, I saw something that shocked me. My lost anklet. It was placed carefully on his desk. Just then the door opened and Tanner came in. He looked shocked to see me and the anklet in my hand. "Explain this." For a minute, he looked like he was going to deny everything. But to my surprise, he came forward and held my hand.
"I'm sorry I agreed to that stupid bet. I'm sorry that I hurt you. I don't want to do that anymore. I tried to forget you and what I did to you. That's why I was with that girl. Athena, I love you. I always have since the day I first spoke to you and found your anklet. Can you forgive me?"
"Yes, Tanner, I forgive you." He looked at me expectantly.
"Oh, that's it? I said I love you. Do you, love me?"
"Oh, yes, that too." He rolled his eyes at me and said,
"I can't believe I fell in love with you."
"Kinda late for that. Just shut up and kiss me now."
Every moment tonight, they led me to you. Every single time you look at me.
Come on, babe. You don't really mean it? You can't just leave me. Give me another chance. You know I love you. But Rachel, my ex, didn't care one bit. She yelled at me to get lost and left me in the dust. Man, getting rejected like that hurt. A lot. But between you and me, I didn't mind. I actually kinda liked it when she said no. Yeah, it broke my heart, but it was also kind of fun. Hi, my name is Brad. And let's just say, I'm sure I'm not like any other guy you know. After my rejection, I ran home, with my aching heart in my chest. As soon as I got home, was barely through the door, when 2 of my sisters, Clara and Trish, ran up to me. They were both asking me for help, frantically, and I could barely hear what each one of them was saying. Things had been really hard since my mom had gone, but I had a lot of things to deal with, and my sisters just couldn't seem to understand. Clara was crying and saying that she needed new shoes because her old ones were worn out. She said, "The kids at school all make fun of me. Can you take me to get new ones?" I told her I was too busy to do it right then. But before I could leave, Trish was crying too. She said her friend was having a party and that she needed to get a present. She said, "This is the first time I've been invited to anything." But I said, "Sorry. I'm way too busy with stuff." I went to my room and I got on my computer to message Rachel. I wasn't ready to give up on her yet. I typed, "If you take me back, I'll give you my dad's car." But while I waited for a reply, I messaged a few other girls from school. It doesn't hurt to have some backups, right? While I was typing away, my third sister, Lindsay, burst into my room. She said she was hungry and wanted a sandwich. But I said back, make it yourself. I'm busy here. She saw that I was chatting to girls online and not studying, but I didn't care. She left without a word, and I went back to my business. Eventually, Rachel messaged me back and finally agreed to meet up with me the next day so we could talk. Jackpot. Just then, my dad suddenly appeared in my room. I quickly made it look like I was doing homework on my computer. He started yelling at me. He called me lazy and selfish, saying I never did anything to help since my mom had passed away. I shouted at him, "Leave me alone! I've had enough of you all today!" I got up and ran out of the house. The next day, I arrived at the restaurant Rachel had agreed to meet me at. I sat down and things went well for a while. It seemed like she might take me back. But I remembered how weirdly fun it had felt to get turned down by her. So I started to do things that no girl would like. I checked out the waitress as she left the table and asked Rachel to repeat things all the time, as if I wasn't paying attention. I made sure to order the most expensive meal on the menu, and she said she would do the same. That seemed to calm her down, until the check arrived, that is, and I told her that she'd have to pay because I didn't bring my wallet. That was the last straw. She stood up and threw her glass of water all over me. The whole restaurant was staring as she stormed off, and it was so embarrassing. But even though I was rejected again, it felt more thrilling than it did yesterday. I couldn't enjoy it for long, though, because my dad called me right after that moment. He yelled, "Where the heck are you?" I shouted back, "I'm not a little kid anymore. You can't tell me where to be all the time." Dad told me that there was an emergency at home, and I needed to get back right away. I cut the call because Dad always exaggerated everything. I felt bad for a moment, but then I remembered that I'd just been dumped. Again! I was feeling bad and good at the same time. And when you feel like that, you gotta be out in the rain. I headed home soon after, and the house was in a panic. Lightning had struck a big tree outside our house, and it had fallen down and destroyed our kitchen. I ran up to my dad, who was talking to some firefighters, while my sisters cried. Dad screamed at me, "Where the heck were you? I said it was an emergency!" I yelled back, "I didn't think you were serious!" My dad was complaining about how expensive it would be to get everything fixed. He told me that I need to get a job to help pay for it, and I said, "No way!" I told him, "I don't have time to get a job. I was way too busy." Yeah, I felt bad, but it was my dad's house, and he has to figure it out. I had a lot going on, and I was heartbroken. My dad thought I was talking about being busy with schoolwork, so he said that he'd just have to get a second job. He said, "Listen, idiot, I pay a lot of money for your education, so you don't end up like me. You better make the most of it and work really hard." I told him to stop pressuring me and stop worrying before I left the room. Luckily, my bedroom hadn't been hit by the tree, so I can get right back to business. I spent the next few days trying to chat with more and more girls while my dad got a second job. I felt guilty, but I wouldn't be young forever. I needed to have fun while I still could. Later, my dad came home all happy, saying that he met a lady at work that he really liked. He said, "This woman is going to help me forget all my sorrows in life, including you, my son." The next day at school, I was shocked to see Trevor, a guy from school, holding Rachel's hand. I couldn't believe it. She was already with another guy? I ran over to them and yelled, "Rachel is my girl! Get away from her!" She just moved closer to Trevor. She said, "Leave me alone, you psycho. It's over between us." I offered my hand, but this time, Trevor pushed me away. He said, "She told you to leave her alone, so get lost." That was the last straw for me. I swung my fist and punched him right in the face. Soon, we were both swinging at each other until 2 teachers came to separate us. We were sent straight to the principal's office, and he told me I was suspended. I left school feeling like I lost everything. First, Rachel was gone, and now my dad would probably go insane if he found out I'd been suspended. Trevor's dad was friends with the superintendent, so on top of everything, he got away with no punishment at all. I got home wondering how I was going to break the news to Dad. When I saw his new girlfriend had come over for dinner, I just wanted to drown my sorrows in text messages. But then I saw that there was a gorgeous girl around my age with my dad's girlfriend. This is Laura, my niece. I was immediately hooked. I started talking to her a lot. She was so gorgeous and smart, just my type. I knew I had to be with her. Before I could get to know her a bit more, my dad pulled me into another room and said, "I really like Laura's aunt, so you need to back off or you'll ruin my chances with her." I couldn't believe it. This sad old man had no right to control who I spoke to, so I just ignored him. I managed to get Laura's number without my dad noticing and started texting her all the time. She was so cool and agreed to go out with me. The next day, I was getting ready for my date with Laura when my dad phoned and said I had to take my sister Trisha to an important interview for an international college. Right at the time I was supposed to meet Laura. At first, I said heck no. But my dad said, I had enough of your stupid games and excuses. I'm not asking again. Take your sister or else. This is important for her future. I figured I had enough time to meet Laura and still get Trisha to her interview. So I took her with me to the mall. I told her, just keep your mouth shut. I have to see someone real quick. I met Laura and she looked even prettier than she had before. I couldn't believe I was on a date with her. She looked at Trisha and I had to come up with something fast. I said, that's my sister. She has a condition where she looks 16, but has the mind of a 6-year-old. Trisha looked like she was going to kill me, but I gave her the sharpest look I could. I said, we're just gonna hang out here for a bit, Trisha. Be good or I won't take you for ice cream later. She sat with her arms crossed, obviously mad at me, but I was too busy with Laura to care. In fact, Laura seemed to really like that I was taking care of my sister. We were having a great time, and I was really falling for her. But something was missing. The fun that I had with Rachel wasn't there, no matter how well the date went. At the end of the date, Laura gave me a hug and said she'd like to see me again. And it left me with mixed feelings, to say the least. Right after my hug, Trisha ran up to me, furious. She just looked at her phone to check the time and was really panicking. She yelled, we're an hour late for my interview, and it's because you're so busy with girls. I'm gonna miss my chance and it's all your fault. I told her to keep her voice down, and we left, but it was too late. The next day, my dad got home in the afternoon, and he stormed into my room, angrier than ever. Trisha had told him about her missed interview, and he also found out about my suspension. He was screaming loud enough for the whole world to hear. You're so selfish! Why can't you be responsible and stay out of trouble? You stupid boy! I shouted back at him. I was young and needed to live my life. I ran out of the house as quickly as I could and went to sit in the park. I felt bad about everything. As luck would have it, Laura was at the park too, and she said she wanted to go out with me. We hung out and we were having a good time again. But without even thinking, I tried to sabotage things with her. I pulled the same tricks I pulled with Rachel. After all, they would make any girl furious, right? I checked out other girls, acted disrespectfully, and made Laura pay for stuff. But no matter what I did, she just seemed to like me more. I couldn't understand it. By the end of the date, she should have been slapping me, but she gave me a kiss on the cheek and left. The next day when I got back from school, Clara casually said to me, by the way, bro, Trish packed her bags and left this morning. I felt annoyed and asked her where Trish had gone, but she just shrugged her shoulders. I went up to Trish's room and saw that all her stuff was gone. My dad was already furious with me. If he found out about this, he'd kill me. Panicking, I called Laura and told her what happened. She said she knew where Trish's boyfriend lived, and she would probably be there. So we both headed off to his place. When we got there, we found them standing outside and having a fight. Her boyfriend looked so relieved to see us. He said, thank goodness. Your sister is crazy. She mentioned the C word. Commitment. Getting married and being together forever. Trisha was saying, I thought you loved me. I just wanted to be with you. I stood between them and said, hey, watch it. That's no way to treat a woman. Leave her alone. I turned to Trisha and said, I'm really sorry you missed your interview. I've had a lot of issues lately, but I still love you. Come home with me. I'll do anything. She said, anything? Okay, I want your bedroom. Laura was watching, and I couldn't say no. So I just said, it's a deal. Just come home now. She agreed and we started to head back. I wasn't actually going to give her my room, but it made me look good to say it. Laura was definitely very impressed with me as we left. I even got a quick kiss. We drove back home and made it before my dad found out. At the front door was Rachel, looking furious. She said, is this another one of your targets? Laura asked what the heck she was talking about. Rachel said, Brad is a crazy psycho. He treated me like garbage, refused to leave me alone, and then tried to beat up a guy I was with. You should stay far away from him, or he'll treat you like that too. I thought that Laura would leave immediately after hearing that. But instead, she walked up to Rachel and said, maybe you're just too stupid and shallow to understand Brad. He's complicated, and I love him just the way he is. Before Rachel could even reply, we heard a huge crashing sound from the living room. We ran in to see my dad's girlfriend storming out. She was yelling, I can't believe you said I eat like a cow. You jerk! I don't even want to see her face right now. She shut herself in the bedroom. My dad knocked on the door. He was saying, open up! Open the door! I'm sorry! He saw us standing there and smiled. I don't know why, but I kinda like it when she yells at me like that. Rachel took a step back and said, what the heck is wrong with this family? Then she ran out the door. We all couldn't help but laugh. I've been seeing Laura for a few weeks now, and we're really happy. Since I've been with her, I haven't wanted to spend all my time looking for girls. And my dad is happy that I'm helping around the house more too. Things finally feel less crazy now that I found Laura. And it feels great to be with someone that finally understands me.
I was enjoying my ice cream cone when I heard screaming and saw people running from a nearby bank. Most girls would go for safety, but I am not like most girls. I ran towards the bank and saw a robber in a ski mask holding a hostage. I had to think fast. I pulled my hood over my head, hid my ice cream cone around my back, and entered the bank. Nobody move! I'm robbing this bank! The robber turned around, totally confused.
This is awkward. I'm actually robbing this place, so...
No way! What a coincidence! Let's team up.
Sorry, sister. I work alone.
As the robber moved his gun to talk to me, I threw my ice cream, splattering him in the face. I moved like the Flash, grabbed his gun, pointed it at him, and he surrendered immediately. Hi, I'm Astrid, and all I've ever wanted to be is a hero. Fun fact, I'm actually the youngest girl to ever go through Navy SEAL training. Well, thanks to my military family. I'm the youngest girl of 5 brothers, all in the Marines. I know what you're thinking. Wow, that's military training in itself, right? And you are so right. But before I continue my truly action-packed girl power story, please like and subscribe. Everyone was telling me how heroic I was. I felt amazing until I overheard one handsome guy in the crowd respond.
Wow, she's amazing!
Yeah, she's brave, but also stupid to put herself and others in danger. She should have let the police handle it.
What was his deal? I turned towards that jerk to give him a piece of my mind, but a muscular hand grabbed my arm and pulled me away. My eyes sparkled with excitement when I realized that hand belonged to Aiden, my oldest brother's best friend from boot camp. And I totally had the biggest crush on him ever since I saw him hugging my brother at his graduation.
Wow, Astrid. I was in the area and saw everything. Can I take you out for lunch?
Pinch me, because Aiden just asked me out on a date. Ah!
Are you okay?
Sir, yes, sir. I followed Aiden to a nearby park where he had rented a rowboat for us. This was my notebook moment, minus the dying grandparents. I prepared myself for Aiden's love confession when he leaned in. I readied my lips.
Now that we're alone, I wanted to offer you a job on behalf of the president.
What?
I work in secret operations, and there's a job you'd be perfect for. Have you ever considered going undercover?
Like a spy? Not really.
We've been chasing this exotic animal trader known as Wildcat Carla. We think she just stole a bunch of albino tigers from a nature preserve and wants to turn them into coats.
What a monster. But wait, the president cares that much about animals?
Actually, the president wants her in jail for other things as well, but they're top secret.
Ah.
We also discovered she's looking for a housekeeper, and we need to get you on the inside.
So, you want me to pretend to be a housekeeper just to collect evidence on this Carla Cat girl? Just because I'm a girl doesn't mean I'm good at cleaning.
No, but you were raised by a military family, and I've been to your house. It's spotless.
He had a point. We have a saying at home, cleanliness is close to godliness.
We need a girl so it's not suspicious, especially one who can defend herself just in case. Someone I can trust completely, and it's only you who comes to mind.
Mind? I wish I was closer to his heart than his mind.
And if you're able to confirm that Carla has the tigers, we'll pay you $3 million.
I'm in. That wasn't a bad deal. I got the job easily, but when I showed up, I realized this place was a dump. No wonder no one else wanted this job. I turned a corner cleaning when, crash! I slammed into one Mr. Tall, Dark, and Handsome. To my shock, it was the same jerk who called me stupid after I had saved all those people at the bank. Thankfully, he didn't recognize me. Then this thirst trap started sneezing everywhere. Suddenly, Wildcat Carla came running in. What have you done, you stupid girl? My son, Mason, is highly allergic to dust. And he sneezed right on Carla's face. I'll fix this. I grabbed Mason and ran to the bathroom, throwing him into the shower as fast as I could. As water poured down on us, Mason stopped sneezing. If he wasn't known as a jerk, or I was so worried about keeping my job, I would have considered this romantic. I turned off the water, but Mason kept blinking at me. You good?
Yeah, you saved me.
You can stay, for now. And Carla disappeared back into the darkness.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. I'm just a housekeeper. But if I save a few lives, I guess that's a win-win.
No, I mean about my mom. She can be a lot. Sure you're up for this?
Why wouldn't I be?
You look delicate, and it's a tough job.
And then I grabbed him with one hand and pulled him to his feet in one swoop. Mason was floored, literally. How's that for delicate? I walked off like the awesome boss I am. The look on Mason's face told me he would not make that mistake again. The next day when sweeping, I saw Carla enter a suspicious warehouse on the edge of her property. I was just done setting up some microphones when…
Well, if it isn't my hot housekeeper.
The name is Astrid.
I'm throwing a party here tonight and I want you to clean it up for me, since you are my employee.
And then, with a flip of his hair, he walked away before I could answer. I showed up to the party that night with a new +1, my mop. Romantic, right? But Mason's friends were bigger jerks than he was. They started having mess-making contests and would force me to clean up after them, laugh, then make a mess all over again. You better stop unless you want me to kick all of your butts. Before I could even wind up my fist, Mason snapped his fingers and security escorted those losers out.
She is my housekeeper, not yours!
Hello? I don't need you to fight my battles for me. I can clean up after myself. But as I stepped forward to give it to him, I slipped on a spilled drink and clumsily fell into Mason's arms. My face instantly flushed.
Looks like you need to be a better housekeeper. Want to dance?
But before I could reject him, this pretty girl pulled Mason away and started dancing with him. Ew! Don't dance with the help, dance with me. My stomach clenched. What a rude and privileged girl. But also, oh no, was this jealousy I was feeling? Stop it, Astrid. Don't get attached. Suddenly, this muscular dude came up to the two of them and pulled Mason away.
That's my girlfriend, jerk!
He threw a punch at Mason. Out of instinct, I jumped in, blocked it, then flipped the bully onto a nearby table, shattering it. Mason looked at me like I was Wonder Woman.
How did you do that?
My parents taught me karate straight out of the womb. It wasn't a total lie.
That was incredible! I want you to teach me how to fight, just like that, starting tomorrow.
Wait, what? That night, I called Aiden and told him everything.
Astrid, you can't get involved with Mason. His mother's a criminal.
I'm not getting involved. I want you, dummy.
Actually, that's not a bad idea. You should get Mason to fall in love with you. Maybe then he'll tell you his mother's secrets.
I don't want to be his girlfriend. He's called me stupid when I saved everyone at the bank.
You're undercover, Astrid. This is your chance to get him back, make him fall in love with you, and then show him who's really stupid.
I guess he had a point. The next morning, Mason burst into my room as excited as a schoolgirl.
Training time, it's Astrid and Mason's training time.
Gosh, he was annoying. But why did he look cute being excited? Ugh, focus, Astrid. Aiden's idea was already paying off because Mason took me into the warehouse through a key card he kept in his jacket. Noted. But inside, no tigers. Show me what you got. And what he had was pathetic. Mason got tired after 2 tiny punches. You're gonna need more focus if you want to defend yourself.
Yeah, I know. Mom tried to teach me how to fight once. I got 1 punch in and she spent 3 hours telling me everything I did wrong for 1 punch. She was right, I should just give up.
No, Mason, you have what it takes. Just, you have to believe in yourself. You got this. He got back up, more confident than before. Sure, he wasn't perfect by the end of the day, but he had thrown some solid hits. He even hugged me.
Thank you for believing in me.
Anytime?
Hey, my mom wants you to come with me to her zoo tomorrow.
I'm in. This was the first big lead I had in weeks. But when we pulled up, a protesting group of animal lovers blocked the entrance. They had signs accusing Mason's mom of animal cruelty. Mason instantly turned the car around. He didn't speak for the whole drive back. He seemed embarrassed. We got back into Mason's and he looked really sad, so I grabbed his hand and my heart fluttered a bit. Is everything okay?
I have to be honest with you, Astrid. My mom didn't actually order you to come to the zoo with me. I like you, and I was worried you'd say no. You're the strongest, most beautiful girl I've ever met.
Aw, thanks.
My mom's been accused of some bad stuff. None of it is true, but I understand if you don't want to be with me.
Mason, I work for your mom, and I don't want her to get the wrong idea. I had to wrap this mission up as soon as possible. I knew Aiden said I could hurt him, but that doesn't mean I should. Besides, I actually started to like him. That night, when Mason was asleep, I snuck into his room and stole his key card from his jacket. I entered the warehouse, but a hand grabbed me and turned me around. It was Mason!
Astrid, how did you get my key card?
You gave me this.
What? When?
I panicked, grabbed his shirt, and kissed him as hard as I could. Mason, I changed my mind. I am madly in love with you.
I knew it.
I guess I had distracted him well because he only said,
I have a surprise for you tomorrow.
The next day, I was shocked to see a helicopter waiting for us. Mason flew us up to have the most romantic dinner of my life on top of a frozen mountain.
I had the chef make you one of everything, since I wasn't sure what was your favorite.
He held out a rose like the absolute gentleman I realized he was. I really have to pee. I called Aiden, but he was totally aloof.
For all we know, those tigers could be coats by now due to your puppy love routine.
I'm just doing what you told me to do.
Well, do it better. You're running out of time.
The next morning, I woke up with a horrible cold, probably from the snow, and Mason was sitting on the edge of my bed staring at me like I was an art exhibit.
I should have brought you a coat too. This is all my fault. Let me take care of you.
And before I could say anything, Mason sprung into action. Wow, you're really good at this.
I love nursing things back to health. Did you know I always wanted to be a vet?
No way.
Way? I love animals so much. Their cute little faces, they're the best. I would never do anything to hurt them.
You can still be a vet if you want.
You don't understand. After my dad left us, there was only Mom, so I couldn't say no to her. And she wanted me to follow her footsteps in her business.
And what kind of business is that?
If I show you, will you promise to keep it a secret?
I nodded. This was my chance. And Mason pulled me out of bed. He took me inside the warehouse and used his key card to open the secret door behind a punching mat. Whoa!
Shh! Mom can't know I took you here.
We walked down some secret steps into a huge pen where I was confronted with all the tigers. I instantly took a pic and hit send to Aiden. Gotcha.
Hey, you can't do that!
Sorry, just instinct.
Well, just don't send them to anyone. My mom is protecting these endangered animals from being experimented on.
Are you sure?
Yes, of course. That's what she told me.
Had I just made a huge mistake? Maybe Mason's mom wasn't the Cruella de Vil I was told she was. Gotta pee again. I ran up the stairs and called Aiden.
Great job, Astrid. The special agents are on their way because of you.
Tell the police to stay where they are. Carla is protecting the tigers, not turning them into coats.
He's lying to you, Astrid.
I don't. Suddenly, two strong hands grabbed me. It was Carla. I knew I never should have hired you.
Mom, let go of my girlfriend!
We turned to see Mason standing in the corner, distraught. Some girlfriend. This little double agent just called the cops on Mommy's operation.
Astrid? You what?
I can explain, Mason. Your mom wanted to turn the tigers into coats, not save them.
Mom, is this true?
And by the sheer look on Carla's face, I could tell it was true. Just then, the military burst into the warehouse, arrested her, and rounded up all the tigers safely. And then a familiar arm wrapped itself around me.
Great work, Astrid. It takes a lot to pretend to fall in love with someone just to get information out of them. You've earned this.
And he handed me a suitcase filled with cash. I turned around to see Mason staring at me. Aiden got to him first, though.
She's come a long way from that stupid girl at the bank, hasn't she?
What? That was you? I knew you looked familiar.
Mason, wait, it's not what you think.
I can't believe I trusted you, Astrid. I gave you my heart, and you locked my mom up.
Mason, I'm sorry. I like you.
Yeah, right. You think I believe you after you just lied to my face for months? Goodbye, Astrid. Forever.
I couldn't blame him for blowing up on me, but he didn't realize that I had actually fallen in love with him during everything. The next week, Aiden asked me out. This was everything I thought I wanted, yet why did I feel so sad about Mason? He took me out on a rowboat again, but this time he leaned in and said,
The president wants to hire you as a full-time secret agent, if you want.
What? I thought you were gonna tell me you loved me.
Oh, Astrid, I do love you. Just not in that way. Didn't you know your brother and I are a couple?
I was definitely happy for them, but I also felt silly for obsessing over Aiden for years. Clearly, I wasn't his type.
So, what's it gonna be? You want the job?
But I politely turned him down. Going undercover wasn't worth it if it meant hurting someone I cared about. I texted Mason a novel of an apology, but he blocked my number. I guess I deserved it. A few years later, I was walking in the park when I saw our hurt baby bird. I wrapped it gently in my handkerchief and was pointed to the best animal hospital in town. When I arrived there, I was shocked to see Mason tending to a sick hamster. My heart raced. It had been too long. I pushed the door open and Mason looked up. For a split second, our eyes locked. The world seemed to fade, then reality set back in. I found this little one and thought you'd be able to help. I heard you're the best in town. Mason smiled softly.
Always the hero, huh, Astrid?
As we looked at each other, the weight of our past seemed both heavy and distant. I'm sorry, Mason. Not just for how things ended, but for everything.
It hurt, Astrid. Not just what happened with my mother, but thinking that everything between us was just an act.
It wasn't. Not all of it. Not the moments that truly mattered. Mason took a deep breath, releasing the bird, which flew away.
Second chances are rare, but I believe everyone deserves one.
Even someone like me? He reached out, wiping away a tear with his thumb.
especially for someone like you.
The room suddenly felt lighter, and we both felt hopeful. We knew there were tough times ahead, but together, it felt like we could do anything.
It was almost midnight as my cousin Anastasia and I dragged a huge box across the park behind our house. Shh! You're making too much noise. Someone will spot us. This is so heavy, and I'm trying to hold in a fart. Look, why don't we just tell the truth? The truth is no good. The truth sets you free. No, lying is better, you moron. I thought I was supposed to be the pretty one, and you were the smart one. Now hand me the shovel. Anastasia and I dug a hole, took one last look inside the box, and then threw it in. Sorry it had to end this way, buddy. Then we turned around and saw Aunt Lisa standing behind us. We'd been caught red-handed. Hold up. Did you guys actually think we killed somebody and buried a body? We're just kids, jeez. Here we've just buried a $1,200 doll belonging to Aunt. And now she's found out her precious baby is eating dust. Aunt screamed, cried, and vowed to punish us both. I wasn't too worried. What more could she do to me anyway? Hey guys, I'm Victory from LA. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. My mom named me Joy at birth, but when I was 5, my parents got divorced and Dad won full custody. He changed my name to Victory because he won and all. Life with Dad was perfect. He ran a successful business, and we lived in a super-sized mansion. I loved singing, so when I turned 10, Dad got me into professional classes. By 13, I was winning every major talent show in town. But soon after my 18th birthday, everything changed. Dad was accused of selling company secrets to a rival firm. After his case went to trial, all our accounts were sealed. Dad decided to send me to his sister in New York. I don't want to leave. I can get a job and help you out.
No, honey. You'll stay with Lisa till the trial is over. It'll be great, trust me. She even has a daughter your age.
And just like that, I was on a plane to New York. Aunt had her own fashion line and lived in a huge mansion. I was waiting for her in the lobby when suddenly a girl rollerbladed her way into a huge statue. Oh my God, are you okay? Yeah, this isn't my first time. You're my cousin, right? I didn't know you had an identical twin. Why, hello, my cousin's sister. Who are you talking to? Are you sure you're okay? Just then, a glamorous-looking woman I knew as Aunt Lisa from photos walked in.
Don't worry, she's okay. The doctors say she has an unusually small brain. You'll get used to it. You must be Victory. Welcome to our humble abode.
I welcome you to our abode, which is the humblest.
You must be tired. Why don't we eat something?
Tired you must be. Why don't something be eaten?
Stop repeating what I'm saying.
I'm not. I'm welcoming my cousin. So excited to have you here, Hickory.
It's Victory.
Yeah, what did I say?
Hickory.
Yeah, I get it. Your name's Hickory? It sounds the same in a normal tone, too. I'm not deaf.
The rest of dinner was just as crazy. Anastasia kept dropping her food everywhere, drank soup straight from the bowl, then chased the waiter with a fork because her souffle was deflated. After we were done, Aunt showed me to my room, which was smaller than the closet I had back in LA. I know it's not what you're used to, honey, but all the other rooms are pest-infested.
Yeah, it's bad. You can share my room, but I have this really weird butt allergy, so I might ask you to scratch me at night. I could do it myself too, but there's something amazing when someone scratches it for you. You know what I mean? This room is just fine. And thank you for being so accommodating.
Don't thank me just yet. You'll have to earn your stay here. Good night.
I wasn't sure what she meant by that, but the next day, it became clear. Aunt said she was really short-staffed, so I had to help with chores. I was stuck making tea, cooking breakfast, doing the laundry, and cleaning her weird collectible dolls. She had a whole room for them, far bigger than the rat hole I was staying in.
Not a speck of dust on my babies. These are very expensive. She won't hurt you, my darling. Oh, no, she won't.
After that 3-hour exercise, I was sent off to get groceries. But just as I was checking out at the supermarket counter, I lost control of my cart and it rolled straight into a guy standing ahead of me. I'm so sorry. It's like this cart has a mind of its own.
Then I'm lucky it thought of crashing into me. Get it? It was a pun.
That's how you talk to every girl you meet?
Nope. Only the ones who crash their shopping carts into me. I'm Trip.
Trip helped me with the groceries and asked me out for coffee. We got talking and exchanged numbers. Later, Trip offered to drop me home, but when he saw where I lived, his mouth fell open.
You're staying with Anastasia? Good luck. I was their neighbor and she had the biggest crush on me. She walked up to my doorstep one day in a wedding gown, saying I had to marry her. We were 10. She kept stalking me till we finally moved a few years back. She'll drive you crazy.
And sure enough, the entire next week, Aunt was busy with her work, and Anastasia made my life hell. She'd recently started a vlog on YouTube and kept asking me to try the weirdest things. Jump off this wall and tell me how high it is. Try these snail skin cookies. The last ones I ate tasted like feet. One night when my aunt was away, Anastasia dragged me into Aunt's doll room, saying she was sure they came alive at night, and we had to film it. Okay, I'm leaving, 'cause you're insane. If I had a penny for every time I heard someone say that, I'd be a penillionaire. Don't be a scaredy cat, I'll protect you. Just then, a spider landed on Anastasia's head, and she screamed, tripped, and hit a shelf, knocking over a doll. Yeah, that same one we were burying in the start. Anyway, right after we were caught, Anastasia tripped again and hurt her ankle. She got no punishment, while Aunt made me her personal maid. Help me to the bathroom. Fluff my pillows too. Pass my phone, my earplugs, and my eye mask. I need tea, but not too hot and not too cold. And close the door. Wait, keep it open. No, close it. No! Shut up before I superglue your mouth, you brat! Trip was right about you. You're crazy. Trip? Where did you meet him? Whatever you do not talk to Trip. He's awful. Oh, and you aren't? You don't even say please before throwing orders in my face. Please help me up. Please fluff my pillow. Please close the door. It's a simple word. Fine. Please stay away from Trip. No. I slammed the door and walked away. I really needed to get out of this house, so I called up Trip. We hung out at this cute hot dog place, and I found myself opening up to him about my dad and why I'd landed in New York with my awful aunt and cousin.
That sounds tough. My parents can be strict too, but they're nothing like your aunt. If you ever need someone to talk to, I'm here.
Trip smiled at me before gently squeezing my hand, and my heart leapt right out of my chest. After that day, Trip became my confidant. He was nice, cute, a great listener, and when he asked me out, I said yes. Soon I started school, and on my first day, I got invited to this really cool party, and I asked Trip to go with me. We were sitting outside in the garden when Trip left to get us some drinks. Just then, I heard someone from the bushes. Psst, psst, Victory! Anastasia? What are you doing here? I thought I asked you to stay away from Trip. And I thought I asked you to butt out. You're just jealous, aren't you? Anastasia jumped out of the bushes and was about to say something when Trip returned. Oh, hey, Trip! Long time no see!
And I'd like to keep it that way. Now, if you'll excuse me, you're interrupting my date.
Trip pulled me in and kissed me. Anastasia got mad, snatched the drink from my hand, and dumped it on Trip's head before walking away. This girl was such a nuisance. When I got home, I went straight to Anastasia's room to tell her off, but I stopped when I heard her and Aunt talking.
Why did I get a call from Trip's dad saying you threw soda at him? Don't you know his dad is investing in my business?
Trip's dating Victory, Mom.
I don't care. He wants to date my niece? Great. That means our business relations will be even better. Everything will be fine as long as you stay away from that boy. You've messed up enough for one lifetime.
It was an accident. Why do you keep bringing it up? And I'd rather eat my own limb than let them date. And with that, Anastasia started biting her own arm. She really was crazy. And what accident was she talking about? Just then, I got a phone call from Dad and left. He told me that we were running out of money, and he might not have enough to continue paying the lawyer. He'd lose the case and go to jail for a long time. I forgot about everything and focused on finding a part-time job. Finally, I applied for a singer's position at a local cafe. They called me in for an audition and hired me on the spot. I was really excited and called Trip for my first show, but he wasn't impressed.
I don't understand why you can't take money from me. You're my girlfriend now.
That's really sweet of you, but I like singing and I really want you to be supportive.
Of course, babe. It's just weird to see so many people in the crowd staring at you. Only I should stare at your pretty face.
That was an odd statement. But just then, my manager called me and I forgot about it. But over the next few days, I noticed that Trip was being really possessive. He would call me all the time. If I didn't answer, he would just drop in unannounced at the cafe and demand me to take a break. One day after my performance, this random guy from the crowd was talking to me when suddenly, Trip grabbed him by the collar and punched his face. He punched Trip back, and they got into a fight, breaking a bunch of things, and I got fired. I was furious at Trip as I walked out of the cafe.
Victory, please wait.
What is the matter with you?
I'm your boyfriend. Am I supposed to enjoy guys flirting with you and giving you compliments?
He was asking me where the bathroom was. And so what if someone gives me a compliment? Why are you being so weird?
Because I know the guys only come to see your pretty face. That's why the cafe hired you. It's not because you're talented or something. You sound like Britney Spears with a really bad cold. You're not working anywhere anymore. Not until I say so.
Too bad I don't give a rat's butt about what you say anymore, because we are done.
Don't be ridiculous. Okay, you go home and sleep. I know you'll feel differently in the morning, babe.
Hear me? Loud and clear, you psycho. We are never, ever, ever getting back together. Like ever. And with that, I pushed him aside and stormed off. I had to start looking for another job. But I soon discovered that any place I applied to had already been told not to hire me by Trip. I was furious and called him up. Stop telling people that I have a contagious disease that makes me fart and poop nonstop.
You messed with the wrong guy. My family is really powerful, and I will make sure no one hires you ever again. And if word gets around, no one's gonna date you either. Ha! Killing 2 turtles with 1 stone.
It's birds, you moron!
Killing 2 turtles with 1 bird? That doesn't make any sense.
It would if you'd ever read a book. I was really worried the next few days, and Anastasia noticed it. When she asked me about it, I couldn't help bursting into tears and telling her everything about my money problems and issues with Trip. I told you he's trouble, but I'm glad you broke up with him. Of course you are. I heard you tell Aunt that you don't want us to date, so congratulations, he's all yours. That's not the reason. Okay, there's something you should know. Anastasia told me that Trip used to be her neighbor, and the two of them grew up liking each other. But then one day, he just stopped talking to her. I sneaked through his bedroom window one night just to talk, but he wasn't around. His laptop was open though, and I saw all these lovey-dovey chats with another girl. That's when I decided I was through with that jerkosaurus. But just as I was leaving, my clumsy butt knocked over a candle, the curtains caught fire, and before I knew it, the whole house was burning. So I panicked and just ran. Hold on. You burnt his house and fled the scene? That's a crime. What a newsflash. Anyway, the house was destroyed and Trip and his family moved out. I felt so guilty, I told Mom about it, and she told me to never breathe a word to anyone. I never thought I'd see Trip again till you guys started dating. Now, every time I see him, I'm reminded of what I did and my head starts spinning, my throat dries up. Okay, I get it. You were paranoid and that's why you asked me to stay away from him. Pretty much. But also because he's a jerk. Can't say you didn't warn me, but I was just too blind. Nothing some MSA and popcorn can't cure. Let's watch it on TikTok. Are you crazy? TikTok is for thieves. YouTube is for the original content. I want to support my lovely channel and watch it only on YouTube. Anastasia and I had the best time that night, and the next morning, I woke up feeling lighter than ever. That was until the police turned up during breakfast, along with Trip.
There she is, the maniac who burned down my house.
What? You told him, Victory?
Nope. I paid one of your servants to bug Victory's room, and I heard your conversation last night.
What?
Oh, Trip, you've got it all wrong. Anastasia would never say she burnt down your house. She must have been telling Victory about how to hunt down a mouse. A silly mistake. I've got the recording right here, lady, and you're an accomplice for covering it up. My parents blamed me for that fire, since it was my room, and cut my allowance for 2 years. In fact, I'm gonna say it was an attempted murder.
No one was even inside the house.
I could have been inside, and knowing how crazy you are, that might have been your original plan.
Now you're just putting ideas in my head. Anastasia jumped on Trip, pinning him to the ground. He fought her blows as the police pulled her off and handcuffed both her and Aunt.
Trip, please. There must be another way. You know my daughter is harmless. Stupid, yes, but harmless. I can't go to prison. Who will look after my precious babies?
The police took the two away. Of course, Trip's parents immediately withdrew all their investment in Aunt's business, and she was pretty broke after buying those stupid collectibles. I had no choice but to use the money I'd been saving for Dad to post their bail. And while I was at the police station, I filed a restraining order against Trip, too.
Oh, thank you, Victory. You really came through for us. The lawyer says there's no real case against Anastasia since she was only a minor at the time, and he's hopeful I won't get more than 3 months jail time. You'll keep my dolls clean and hug them every night, right?
They can rot for all I care. I'm going home.
You're just going to leave me in my time of need?
You were awful to me when I really needed a family.
That's because your dad was always my parents' favorite kid, and I was always sidelined. I hated how I was treated growing up, and I guess I just took it out on you.
Mom, you are the stupidest woman I've ever met. You told me we had to hate Victory just because you were still hung up on something that happened 5 decades ago?
I'm not 60, you dummy.
You're the dummy. You play with dolls and love them more than your own daughter. Well, I'm leaving with Victory, and by the way, I broke another one of those stupid things. Feel free to pick up the pieces. Anastasia and I started packing up our things and had just enough money for 2 tickets. But just as we were leaving for the airport, I got a call from Dad.
Honey, I won the case. I won it. My name is cleared. Everything is gonna be fine now, and I can't wait to see you. Just come home as fast as you can.
Dad, that's the best news in the world, and I'm already on my way, with some extra baggage.
I was staring at my reflection in the window, challenging myself to make the goofiest faces I could think of. I opened my mouth as wide as I could, stretched my cheeks as far as they would go, and pulled my ears while crinkling my nose.
Carson!
Only I was right in the middle of class, and the teacher had been trying to get my attention. I turned around to find everyone staring at me, laughing.
You're off in space again. What is the answer?
The answer, right. Yeah, come on, Space Cadet, what's the answer? That jerk was Diego, the captain of the wrestling team, son of the coach and class bully. Since we won the national championship last year, he believed he was God's gift to the school, and he never missed a chance to mock me. The only person not laughing was Mara, the girl who dressed like she was from a different decade. On Mondays, she was a flapper from the 1920s. On Wednesdays, a hippie from the 60s, and on Fridays, she was a goth girl from the 1990s. She didn't like me, but she hated Diego more. Anyway, I had absolutely no idea what the question was, so I couldn't answer it. I panicked. The answer is that I really have to pee, and I ran out of the room. Hold on for a quick sec. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Carson, which you already heard the teacher yell. I always seem to do and say things that other people find, well, weird. But I guess you already know that too. I try not to, but honestly, I can't help it. See, even that was weird. Oh, and can you do me a huge favor and hit like and subscribe? So I'm the only boy in an all-girl household, and they all have an opinion about me.
He's just a unique boy, that's all.
He's a total weirdo. I think my aunt must have dropped him when he was a baby or something.
Oh, he's just, a bit strange. I think my sister gives him too much sugar.
That was my younger cousin Brenda and my aunt Peggy. They moved in with us after my uncle left for a vacation and decided to never come back. It didn't matter what I was doing. They always whispered and judged me, whether it was brushing my teeth.
Why is he holding the toothbrush upside down? What's wrong with him?
His mother never taught him right.
Eating dinner.
Why does he take such small bites of food?
His mother never taught him right.
Or just playing video games.
Why does he grin like that when he plays?
His mother.
According to my aunt, it was my mother's fault that I was weird. Anyway, back to where we left off. I ducked into the bathroom for a moment of quiet before I had to face the humiliation of going back to class again. Let me guess, you spaced out again, got called on by the teacher, and you said you had to pee? I looked over to see Finn, the one person in the entire world who understood me. We've been next door neighbors since we were kids, and he has always treated me like a little brother, even though we were the same age. And what makes you think that? Maybe I just came in here to do some push-ups. Right, because everyone comes to the boys' bathroom to work out. I hate that you know me so well, Finn. You think anyone will notice if I hide here for the rest of my life? Diego again, huh? Isn't it always? car, buddy. Idiots like Diego are so worried about what people think of them, they bully others to make themselves feel better. Don't let him win. Get back in there. Talking to Finn always made me feel better. The big difference between us was that he was super popular and I wasn't. Girls literally hung themselves on him like Christmas ornaments.
Hey, Finn. Did you see my new selfie on Insta? It's with my new Ferrari. My selfie is on my dad's private island. Wanna come?
My selfie is jumping out of my own airplane on my dad's private island.
But Finn didn't care. He was always so focused. To be honest, I don't know why he even hung out with me. People don't take the time to get to know Carson. Sure, he's a little odd, but who isn't? Finn was the reason the wrestling team won the national championships. He was the best wrestler on the team, which made Diego furious. Diego hated anyone who was better than him. And the biggest college recruiter in the country was coming to school in a month to see Finn and not him. But Diego had a plan to fix that. He just needed the opportunity. Little did anyone know that he was about to get it. I was on my bike riding home from school singing my favorite commercial jingles at the top of my lungs. Ozempic, liberty, liberty, liberty. When I heard a voice from behind me. Where are you going, weirdo? I saw Diego and a couple of his friends on their bikes racing toward me. It wasn't enough for him to humiliate me in school. He also liked to do it outside of school by chasing me down and posting embarrassing photos on social media, like sneaking rubber lizards into my backpack, dumping paint over my head, or tossing me into various garbage cans. I pedaled as fast as I could, but they were catching up. Up ahead were the railroad tracks and the crossing gates were coming down. I needed to make it across, but the train was coming. I realized I wouldn't make it, slammed on my brakes, and stopped inches from the tracks as the train came roaring by. I turned to face Diego and his friends. Well, well, well. I sense a great photo opportunity here. Get away from me, Diego. Or what, weirdo? He pointed to a pile of dog poop on the ground. Oh man, we need to get a photo of you with your face in that. I looked around. The train was still passing. I had nowhere to run. Diego pulled me off my bike and threw me on the ground. Just as he was about to push my face into the poop, I heard a voice.
Leave him alone, Diego, you jerk.
I turned to see Mara sitting on her bike on the other side of the tracks. Unlike me, Mara never cared about what others thought of her.
Do I think Carson is weird? Yeah, but he should stand up for himself and own it. Insecurity is like catnip for bullies like Diego.
Ooh, looky here, it's Mara, the other weirdo. And you're going to stop me?
No, but my brother is.
And like out of a superhero movie, Finn's bike sped up the road, stopping between me and Diego. He jumped off, standing face to face with Diego. Get out of here, Diego. If it isn't Finn coming to the rescue, why do you even care about him? Because I do. And if you want to get to Carson, you need to go through me first. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw one of Diego's friends recording all of this on his phone and suddenly realized what was happening. This was Diego's plan all along. I jumped to my feet to try and stop what was about to happen. I'm good, Finn. Thanks so much. I think this was a great bonding moment. Everyone can go home now. No, I'm done letting Diego bully you. Bully me? Don't be ridiculous. I was going to put my face in that dog poop anyway. I'll do whatever I want to your weird friend and your freak sister. And then Diego shoved Finn hard. Finn snapped and punched Diego, knocking him to the ground. Diego started laughing. You get that? Got it! The next day, Finn got called into the coach's office where he was watching Diego's video, carefully edited to only show Finn hitting his precious son. You punched Diego because you're jealous that he's team captain and you aren't? That's not true. He attacked my friend and then he shoved me. My son doesn't lie. You're off the team. Diego's plan was a total success. Over the next week, Finn didn't speak to anyone, including me. I tried to get his attention by jumping in front of him as he walked down the hallway, locking the door of the boys' room as he tried to go inside, and even holding onto his leg so he couldn't walk. But none of it worked. He was so depressed. But something else was happening. Diego stopped bullying me. He wasn't picking on me in class or tripping me in the cafeteria, and I could bike home without worrying he was following me. I had to know why, so I rode my bike up to him as he was leaving school. Why are you leaving me alone? You haven't mocked, insulted, or shoved me once since. Since you helped me get your buddy Finn kicked off the wrestling team. But I didn't. Oh, yes, you did. I couldn't have done it without you, weirdo. And now the recruiter is coming to see me instead of him. So consider my leaving you alone as a little thank you present. And as he walked away, I looked over and saw Mara just staring at me, shaking her head. Since we were kids, I always secretly had a crush on her. She would play rough with me and Finn. In fact, she is the one who convinced him to get into wrestling and even helped train him for the championship. But the older we got, the less she liked me. And now she really hates me after what happened to Finn. I needed to speak to him, so that day I went over to their house, but Mara answered the door.
What do you want, Carson?
Mara, Finn needs to tell the coach the truth, that he was only defending me and you.
First of all, Carson, let's get something straight. I don't need defending. Second of all, who do you think
think Diego's father is going to believe? His son or Finn? So unless you can get him back on the team before the recruiter comes, then I advise you just let it go. The damage is done.
And then she slammed the door in my face. Finn was my only friend, and now he lost his dream trying to help me. I knew I had to do something, but what could I do? That night at dinner, I sat silently as Brenda and Aunt Peggy piled on.
So, how does it feel to ruin your friend's life? If I did that, I would never show my face at school again. I don't know how you live with it.
I agree. That will haunt you forever.
Maybe you should switch schools, but I doubt that will even make a difference. If only you could have stood up for yourself instead of having your friend do it for you. This would have never happened.
As I sat there, I could feel my blood starting to boil, like I was about to transform into the Hulk.
I know what to do. Maybe you could challenge Diego to a wrestling match, and if you win, he has to admit the truth.
I stood up, slammed my fists on the table, and erupted like a volcano. That's exactly what I'm going to do!
Yeah, right. Carson's gonna challenge Diego to a wrestling match? Talk about an epic humiliation.
His mother should have gotten Carson a therapist a long time ago.
But that night, as I lay in bed, I knew that's what I had to do. Brenda was right. If I didn't try to fix this, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. I stormed up to Diego the next morning as he was talking with his friends by his locker. Diego, I challenge you to a wrestling match 2 weeks from today after school.
Sorry, what now? You want to wrestle me?
Yes, in front of everyone, the entire school. Diego and his friends burst out laughing, but I was dead serious.
Wow, you're even weirder than I thought. This is like a dream come true. It would be my pleasure to embarrass you in front of the whole school.
Sure, this is your opportunity to completely humiliate me in front of everyone, but if I win, you have to tell everyone the truth about what happened with Finn.
Oh, you've got a deal. 2 weeks from today, this is going to be like Christmas coming early.
Now, all I had to do was beat the captain of the wrestling team in a wrestling match. I had 2 weeks to prepare. I just needed someone to train me.
Are you some kind of idiot?
I couldn't think of another way to help Finn.
And how do you help Finn by humiliating yourself in front of the entire school? Diego is going to destroy you, Carson!
Unless you train me. Please, I'll do anything to help fix this. I don't care if he humiliates me. My life can't get much worse than it is right now, so I at least want to try.
Well, you weigh about the same as Diego. Okay, I'll train you, but he's still probably going to—
Thank you. And then I made the mistake of trying to hug her. She flipped me over and pinned me to the ground.
Training starts right now.
For the next 2 weeks, Mara and I trained in the mornings, during lunch period, after school, and at night, even in the rain. It was like something out of a Rocky movie. When she wasn't teaching me wrestling moves, I was running or lifting weights in the school gym. And one day as we were practicing, Mara flipped me over and pinned me down. Please, I need a break. I can't take it anymore.
Suck it up, Buttercup. Only 1 week left until you face Diego, and he won't let up, so neither will I.
And for the first time, I saw the hint of a smile, and for some crazy reason, it gave me a burst of energy. I made a move and flipped Mara over, pinning her down.
Yes, that was great, Carson.
Meanwhile, Diego and his friends were putting up flyers all over the school advertising our wrestling match like it was the event of the year. Something strange was happening. For the first time in my entire life, I was feeling a sense of confidence, and people were noticing. People who never even looked at me were saying hello.
What's up, Carson?
Hey there, Carson.
And at home, even Brenda and Aunt Peggy were seeing it.
Hey, Carson, why do you put so much salt on your food?
Hey, Brenda, why don't you mind your own business? And no, Aunt Peggy, it's not my mother's fault that I like salt. The two of you sit here every night criticizing me and my mom while living under our roof. If you have a problem, go get your own place and stop mooching off of us. I thought their jaws were going to hit their plates. The day of my match with Diego finally came, and the gym was packed. I think every student and teacher in the school was there, ready to see me get humiliated. Mara was in the front row. Diego made his father the referee, which wasn't fair, but there was nothing I could do.
You've got this, Carson. I believe in you.
And then she gave me that smile that sent electricity through my veins. Diego's father blew the whistle. Diego immediately got me in a cradle and nearly ended the match before it began.
It's over, weirdo.
But I got out and flipped him. The crowd erupted in cheers. This infuriated Diego, who got me in a headlock. I couldn't get out. I could see Diego's father smiling. The crowd started chanting my name.
Carson! Carson! Carson!
I struggled as hard as I could, but Diego had me.
Come on, Carson! You can do this!
And then I looked over to see Finn walk in and sit down. I felt a sudden burst of power, picked Diego up, and threw him back. Yes, Carson! Diego couldn't believe what was happening. I was holding my own and the crowd was cheering for me. I had him pinned. I was going to win. And then I heard Diego's father say something in his ear.
Don't you dare let him win.
And then Diego headbutted me in the face. The crowd screamed, "That's illegal!"
That's my boy.
I grabbed my bloody nose. Diego flipped me over and pinned me down, winning the match. Diego's father raised Diego's arm up in victory, but the crowd was booing. Mara and Finn ran over to me. Mara held a tissue to my nose to stop the bleeding.
You did amazing out there. He had to cheat to win.
I can't believe you did this for me, Car. You truly are such an incredible friend. But I lost, and you won't get back on the team. It's okay, buddy. Diego was stunned at the crowd's reaction. He never faced this before.
Cheater!
Cheater! Cheater! The crowd went crazy, and then something incredible happened. The school principal had been watching the whole thing. He walked up to Diego and his father.
Our team was the national champion this year, and I will not tolerate a coach who encourages cheating. You're fired.
You can't fire my dad!
Well, I just did, and you're off the team permanently.
And then the principal raised one of my arms in the air and Finn the other. The real winner of the match. And the crowd went crazy. Mara grabbed my shoulders and hugged me. Finn was back on the wrestling team, and a few days later, the recruiter came to see him and even offered him a full scholarship to the best wrestling program in the country. Car, I don't know how to thank you. None of this would have been possible if you didn't. You deserve this scholarship more than anyone. You truly are the best friend in the world.
Finn, why are you making my boyfriend cry?
Yeah, she said boyfriend. Mara and I finally started dating and became the most popular couple at school. We even ended up going to the same university. Who knew being weird would end up being awesome after all?
Before I tell you about how I traded in a greasy apron for Lamborghinis, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to our channel. If you do, you'll get a big break in the next week. My story starts out at a glamorous place you may have heard of, McDonald's. This had to be the worst day of my life. 1 week is exactly how long I worked at McDonald's before I had a complete breakdown. I worked 12-hour shifts and never got to take my breaks. It was humiliating. And today I lost that job too, but I had to do something. I had to help my mom pay the bills. I was so angry, I had to vent. So I called my best friend. I told her how Jessica, a classmate from school, had come in for the 10th time that week with an evil look on her face. I had begged Jessica to be nice, explaining that I needed the job to help my mom. She said it was cool, but I had learned that I couldn't take her at her word. When my boss turned around, Jessica took the cup of soda I had handed her and spilled it down her shirt. She screamed and pretended that I did it. Now, my friend was as angry as me, if not more. She told me if I was serious about working, she could hook me up with a job. Her parents were super rich and offered her a job as an assistant at a giant tech company. My friend was desperate to have someone else take it so that she could spend her holidays cruising around Europe. I showed up for the interview in my best outfit. A secretary told me to sit in a crowded room and wait for my name to be called and to help myself to some refreshments. I got a cup of coffee to look mature, but as soon as I turned around, a strict and powerful-looking woman appeared. She asked if I was here for the interview, and I said yes. It must be her interviewing me. I was shaking so hard that I spilled coffee all over her very expensive-looking blouse. A teenager in the corner started laughing hysterically, and the woman turned as red as a tomato and looked like she was about to explode. I tried to play it off and excused myself to the bathroom for a quick break. Well, it was longer than I expected because I accidentally locked myself in there. I freaked out and started crying. I tried to climb over the stall and ended up ripping my dress and messing up all my makeup. I still ran over to do the interview, but I looked like a circus clown. The lady didn't even ask me any questions, just said, "Thank you for coming," in the busy reception area and sent me home. I'd blown it. I was about to go beg McDonald's to take me back when I got the phone call telling me that I had got the job. Maybe this woman had a better sense of humor than she seemed, or maybe they were just desperate. Either way, I showed up to work bright and early the next morning. I showed up at the office and was directed to Mr. Heiko on the top floor. Mister? I guess that woman wasn't my boss after all. Not only that, but I wasn't working for just any boss, but the boss. The office on the top floor was huge. The hallway was filled with artwork that cost more than my house. I made it to the end of the hallway, to my new place of work. I was buzzed into the office and asked to come in. I was so nervous. I tried as hard as I could to be prepared. Let's just say nothing could have prepared me for what I was about to walk into. I walked in and saw the same teenager from the waiting room playing video games on the floor. He looked at me and got excited. I asked if I was in the right place, and he said yes. I told him that I didn't understand. His response? "You were hilarious. So you had your dad hire me because you think I was funny?" He got very insulted. "My dad? I built this company." But you're just a kid," I said. "A kid? I am 16, and I am a self-made billionaire." See, he explained how he had written the computer code for a super successful app. Now he ran the entire tech company that he started his freshman year of high school. The whole time he spoke, he talked down to me as though I was some kind of idiot. Even if I was at the top of my class and 2 years older, I had to admit that he was a genius. I asked him if he was so smart and great, why had he hired someone like me? He explained that he was in need of an assistant, and I was the only interviewee that didn't bore him to death. He gave me a tour of his office filled with video games, action figures, and soda fountains. But there was one thing that made my blood boil. There was a giant painting of Jessica hanging on the wall. "Oh, that's just a picture of my girlfriend Jessica," he said. "She comes around occasionally. You'll get the chance to meet her." I could feel my face turning red. Just looking at her made me angry. He asked if everything was okay, but before I could answer, he spoke up again. "Well, that concludes the tour. Now for your contract." I picked up the piece of paper and nearly passed out. $50 an hour? I asked. "Oh, sorry. Is that not enough?" he questioned, then picked up a pen and scribbled over the contract and handed it back to me. $85 an hour? That was insane. Crazy enough that I could put up with Jessica even once in a while. Still, the level of insanity was nothing compared to the tasks he needed me to do. For the first few weeks, he literally paid me to play video games and watch movies with him. It would have been great if he wasn't so condescending. Have you ever tried watching a superhero movie with some kid complaining about how inaccurate the science was or how he could do better? It was exhausting. Didn't he have a girlfriend for this? In fact, the only good part of this was that I hardly had to see Jessica. She came by just long enough to insult me, compliment my boss, and ask for expensive gifts. It might sound like a dream job to some of you, but I'm an ambitious person. I wasn't fulfilled, and to top it all off, Jessica got under my skin one day. I was alone in his office, tidying up his video games when Jessica walked in. Without hesitation, she went into his desk and took a few $1,000s from his wallet. I told her that maybe she should ask first, but she just laughed at me. "Wow, from a waitress to a babysitter," she said, looking me up and down. That's it. When he came back, I confronted him over why I was here in the first place. He didn't seem to actually need me to do anything. I told him that I needed to feel like I was actually doing something besides hanging out. He seemed disappointed, but agreed to let me take over some more assistant duties. As my first duty as your assistant, you should probably know that Jessica was taking money from your wallet. Now, any normal person would have at least been upset, but he just acted like it was all normal. In fact, he got super defensive about the entire thing. He told me that's just how relationships work, and I would know about it if I had ever been in love before. Idiot. He might have been some 16-year-old genius that ran a multi-billion-dollar company, but he was a complete idiot when it came to the real world. If he wasn't such a jerk, I would almost feel bad. Almost. I knew that rich kids were sometimes delusional, but even I was surprised by some of my new duties. Like this one time, he sent me to the grocery store for a bag of M&Ms and gave me $100. Another time, he gave me $50 to pick him up a banana from the local market. What's worse is that Jessica encouraged it. She asked him for $500 to pick up milk, and he just gave it to her. When I asked her what kind of milk cost half $1,000, she told me it was organic. It was no wonder he had no idea how much groceries cost, with Jessica lying to him for extra money. I could see why she no longer needed to take on summer jobs. What was even crazier was how much the stuff he bought himself cost. His socks alone cost $400 a pair, and he just threw them out when he was done. I asked him why he didn't just wash his clothes, and he said that it was gross to rewear socks or underwear. While these moments were almost comical, his privilege made him very annoying. He didn't understand how people were homeless or stuck with debt. I don't understand why they don't just get a job. He was so arrogant and horrible. He expected everyone to do whatever he wanted just because he threw a few bucks at them. I felt like I did a lot as his assistant, but there were countless people waiting on him day and night. The closer we got, the more I realized he had no idea how to do anything himself. I will never forget the day he asked me to tie his shoes. I kind of laughed. I asked him how he didn't know how to tie his shoes. His response? I don't know. How were you stuck at McDonald's if you were so smart? That was one of the moments when I was about to walk out right then and there. The same day, I applied to about 15 jobs in the area. He pulled me in for a meeting the next day. I thought he was going to apologize for his behavior. Instead, he had told me that he had told all the CEOs of the positions I had applied to not to hire me. I was so upset. He forced me to choose between here or McDonald's. He was so lucky I was desperate for money. He knew he controlled me with it. One day, Jessica came by with a whole stack of papers and whispered something to him. He looked pretty upset, but just hugged her and came over to me. He offered me $5,000 to work for a couple of hours on my day off. It wasn't so out of the ordinary. This was the same guy who paid me $400 to test his pens and $1,000 to use my umbrella since he forgot his. Of course, I agreed. Right after dinner, I drove off to the location he gave me. I was expecting an office or something, but it was a mansion. His mansion. I was pretty excited to see the inside of it, but it almost broke my heart when I saw what I was there for. There was a cake and balloons, but just the two of us. Apparently, both of his parents had forgotten it was his birthday and went on a trip to the Bahamas. He didn't want to be left alone, and I was his best friend. I asked him about Jessica, but he explained that she had ditched him last minute. He said it was a family emergency again, that her grandmother was in the hospital. Sad story I would feel super bad about if I hadn't checked Jessica's Instagram earlier. She was in Disneyland and wasn't even trying to hide it. She came by to drop off her homework for him to do while she went away for a week to spend time with her grandmother. Turns out, this happened every year. They had never spent a birthday or holiday together. Not only that, but he did all of her homework. I saw how she managed to keep her grades up. I don't know if I made the right decision, but I decided not to show him the photos. He was already sad enough. Instead, I decided that from here on out, we would actually be friends, and I would teach him how to tell when people were using him. Even though I was desperate, I couldn't accept the money he offered me to come that night. It felt wrong, even if I wanted the $5,000. The next day, I showed up with a bag of M&Ms as a belated birthday gift. I apologized that I couldn't afford anything spectacular. He just cried. He really did look so grown up in his fancy suits and expensive cars, but seeing him cry over M&Ms made him look like such a child. I took him under my wing as my little brother. He was just a kid right now and needed my protection. I introduced him to some of my friends so he could interact with people under the age of 65. He was super excited to have something close to friends for the first time in his life, but that also made him very vulnerable. I made sure that he kept his wealth a secret and to hang out with people like a normal kid. He seemed to love it, but everything changed one night. See, he was hanging out with my friends and me when Jessica came back from her grandmother's, aka Disneyland. We were having fun, but after he had set down his phone for an hour, he had 35 missed calls and over 100 texts. Apparently, while he was busy having fun with us, he had forgotten to submit one of her summer assignments. She was livid. Even though I tried to tell him he did nothing wrong, he looked really sad and left early. I was going to ask him about everything the next day at work, but he texted me to not come in. After a week of asking me not to show up, I took matters into my own hands. I walked right up to the office and right in the middle of a fight between him and Jessica. When I walked in, she immediately asked what I was doing there. "I thought I told you to fire her. She's a bad influence," she shouted. My boss looked so uncomfortable and said he didn't want to fire me. So she walked out, leaving my boss and me all alone. Again, he sat there and cried. There were a lot of tears over the next few days, and I did whatever I could to comfort him, even when I was off the clock.
I made him promise never to take her back because she was using him. He agreed, but then ruined everything in an instant. He leaned in and tried to kiss me. I pushed him away and told him I only thought of him as a little brother. He looked so embarrassed. I let myself out and did not come back. Luckily, I had saved enough money to earn myself a shopping spree. I was out downtown when I saw them. My worst nightmare. He and Jessica were walking along the street, him holding tons of bags from Gucci and her yelling at him. She said how pathetic he was and how she could always do better. I thought about ignoring it, but it was like watching a witch harass my own brother. I ran up to them and yelled at her for being such a jerk. I said how she should consider herself lucky that anyone puts up with her, let alone a great guy like my friend. She told him to defend her, but even I was shocked by what happened next. He told her to leave. She told him that he would regret it and stomped off. She tried to take the Gucci bags from him, but he handed them to me instead. He thanked me again and then did something that kind of irritated me. He handed me a check for $100,000 as a thank you. I ripped it up in front of him. "Don't you get it?" he said. "If you don't want to date me and don't want my money, why are you so nice to me?" "Because you're my best friend." He almost cried right there. I don't think he had ever been that happy before. You would never believe what happened next. He fired me. But it's not what you think at all. See, he decided to help me with my studies, so one day I could join him. I invited him to dinner at my home. Some home cooking would do wonders for him, I'm sure. As happy as I was to see him being a kid, it was quite an ordeal to talk him out of an expensive gift from my mom. He had a long way to go, but he learned. Now, years later, we are 50-50 partners. He is all the brain, and that's where I come in, managing our business. We are the best of both worlds, and our business is thriving. I was sweating as I set up the camera in the teacher's lounge. Even though my best friend Sophia was watching the door, I had a sick feeling that we were going to get caught. "Hurry up," Sophia whispered. I fumbled with the camera, hiding it behind a pile of files. Then we got out of there as quickly as possible. No one was in sight. Sophia and I giggled as we ran away. "I can't wait to see what happens," she said. Have you ever had a teacher you just couldn't stand? Well, that's what it was like with Sophia and Miss Talbert. Since the start of the year, Miss T has been a real pain to Sophia, and by extension, me. She was so stuck up. Even the way she walked was annoying, like she had a stick up her butt. So when Sophia and I got stuck with her for the whole year, we pretty much knew it was game over. One day, Miss T showed up to school wearing a pink jumpsuit that really didn't look good on her. She left the class at one point to get more chalk when Sophia turned to me and said out loud, "Oh, God, what was Miss T thinking? Is she trying to look like the Pink Panther?" I tried to warn her with my eyes, but as Sophia turned back slowly, she saw Miss T standing right behind her, her face purple with rage. After that, she was out to get us. We couldn't even look at each other without Miss Talbert giving us a hard time. Whenever we had extra classes with her, we started ditching them. One afternoon, we were skipping class and watching TikTok videos in our spot behind the cafeteria when Miss Talbert caught us. She gave us detention for a full month. Oh my God. Sophia couldn't believe that we'd be stuck in school every Friday afternoon. She cursed Miss Talbert all through detention and kept saying she hated her and would get back at her. During one detention, we noticed that while most of the teachers disappeared off campus the second the school day was done, Miss T stuck around on Friday afternoons. Her car was one of two left in the parking lot. We decided to spy on her. Sophia grabbed my hand and pulled me towards her classroom. I had to admit, I always got a fluttering feeling in my tummy when Sophia touched me. Weird, but good weird. We snuck up to her classroom and peeked inside. No one was there. Curious, we walked around the school. We eventually found her in the teacher's lounge. Looking in through the window, we saw that she wasn't alone. She was with Mr. Faulkner. He was our math teacher from 2 years ago. Sophia gasped so loud that they turned around and looked through the window. I put my hand over Sophia's mouth and dived with her into the bushes. Miss T walked to the window and looked outside. Mr. Faulkner asked her if she saw anything, and then he walked up to her and told her that they needed to be more careful. I released my hand from Sophia's mouth. We looked at each other with the same kind of wild glee. We'd just stumbled on something huge. "We have to know what they're doing," said Sophia with more determination than I'd ever seen. "We have to." Finding out what they were up to was easier than I thought. All we had to do was leave one of our phones in the teacher's lounge just before detention started.
The teacher's lounge was a ghost town after school on Fridays. Sophia kept watch while I placed the phone. Then we strolled down to detention with plenty of time to spare. Those 2 hours took forever. When detention was over, we raced out of there, grabbed my phone from the empty lounge, and got out as fast as we could. That evening, we grabbed a bowl of popcorn and sat down to watch the video. It was hilarious. Talbert and Faulkner were clearly in love. Faulkner told Mrs. T they should forget the school's policy. Miss T told him that they needed to be smart about their relationship and that it couldn't interfere with their work. That was when Faulkner said something that had Sophia and I rolling on the floor. "You are my work," said Faulkner. "You're my masterpiece, my inspired novel, my hit song." "That's so lame," said Sophia, clutching her stomach from laughing so hard. We spent the rest of the evening reenacting that scene, laughing. Sophia thought this was just too juicy not to be posted online, but I told her we'd get expelled if it was traced back to us. She looked really annoyed at first, but then she reluctantly agreed. The next morning, I woke up to hundreds of messages from my friends and people from school. I got up and checked my notifications. Apparently, one of the posts on the TikTok channel Sophia and I shared had thousands of views and comments. I checked my phone and almost died of shock. It was the video from the teacher's lounge. How had it been uploaded? I deleted it immediately, but I already knew it was too late. When I got to school, all the kids were cheering for me. Mark, this guy that all the girls thought was a total babe, walked by me and smiled. I found Sophia as soon as I could and scolded her for going behind my back and uploading the video. She started crying and said she was sorry. My heart melted immediately, and I couldn't stay mad at her. Actually, with all the attention we were getting, I couldn't decide if I should be happy or upset about the video going viral. My confusion didn't last too long. Sophia and I got called into the principal's office in the 4th period. We went into the principal's office. Long story short, every adult in the building was a fire-breathing dragon. Miss T and Faulkner were in the office, and they were furious. Talbert had clearly been crying. Faulkner looked like somebody had punched him. I didn't let Sophia take the fall for it. I just couldn't. I straight up told the principal that it was all my idea and Sophia had nothing to do with it. The principal freaking flipped. She started yelling about how I was a disgrace to the school and that I was suspended for a week. Then she told me to get out of her office. I waited outside for Sophia. Through the door, I heard the principal tell her that she needed to find a better friend. Hanging out with a rotten apple like me would hurt her chances of going to an Ivy League college. What came next really hurt. I could hear Sophia say, "Yeah, she's really spoiled. I shouldn't be friends with someone like her. It's already started to affect my grades." I heard the principal say there would be a disciplinary meeting for the 2 teachers as well. Faulkner stormed out of the office, followed by Miss T. Our eyes met. If looks could kill, there would be a dead Amy in the corridor. She said in a low, scary voice, "I'll make you pay for this, Amy." Before I could explain anything, she was gone. Then Sophia came out, and I could swear I saw a grin on her face. Maybe I'd imagined it because the next second, she looked pretty sad again. Instead of going to class, we went behind the cafeteria and quietly sat there. She squeezed my hand and said she was sorry she'd gotten me into trouble. I told her I felt very hurt that she had agreed with the principal in the office. She just looked at me with those big blue eyes and said, of course she didn't mean a word of it. How could I even believe that? Before I knew what I was doing, I leaned in to kiss her. She pushed me away. She was horrified and disgusted. I have to go, said Sophia. She picked up her bag and basically ran away from me as I tried to explain to her how much I loved her. No, what had I done? What was wrong with me? Why did I just blurt it out? She was going to hate me now. My parents went insane when they found out about the whole thing, and they were doubly pissed at Sophia for letting me take the fall alone. They asked me why I even stood up for her. I wasn't ready to have that conversation, so I yelled at them and told them to mind their own business. I was grounded for a week. I was an overnight hit at school, though. Turns out, going against a teacher everyone hates makes you really cool. In fact, Miss T and Faulkner got fired. Also, Faulkner had broken up with her and put the entire blame on her. I was a legend around school. I was getting texts and calls from people I didn't even know existed, and getting invites to all the coolest parties. Sophia had always said she hated those parties, so we never went, but now I could go. This was awesome. I sneaked out late at night to a party that weekend. People greeted me like I was a celebrity. I was getting high fives and smiles from everyone. Then I saw Sophia a few feet away, dancing and laughing with a bunch of people around her. I was so shocked. I thought she hated these noisy parties. It really didn't look like her first one. What is going on with her? The next day, I noticed Sophia had blocked my number. I was devastated that my best friend had turned so cold-hearted. Eventually, I figured I could use the attention I was getting to forget about Sophia. Everyone seemed to think that I was a rebel, so I became one. I started hanging out with the other rebels, and I even started dating Mark. Mark had a motorbike and barely even went to school. I figured Sophia might even be jealous. Besides, if Sophia ever spilled my secret, dating him was a good way to cover things up. I spent the next few weeks doing extremely stupid stuff with my new friends. I was ditching school all the time and staying out late. We would go around the neighborhood on bikes and throw eggs at people's cars and houses. On one of our eggscapades, Mark was driving really fast and his bike slipped, and we both landed hard on the street. I had scrapes all over my arms and knees. After that, my parents pulled me aside and asked me what was going on with me. They told me that they barely recognized me with my crazy new hair, and it wasn't like me to behave this way. People had been telling them so many bad things about me. "You have no idea what I'm going through," I yelled. "Just leave me alone." And they did. I felt miserable. I sneaked out after Mom and Dad had gone to bed to Mark's place. We were just hanging out when Mark suddenly tried to kiss me. I pushed him off. He looked surprised and asked me if I was gay or something. How did he know? He simply shook his head and said, "Lucky guess." I ended up telling him everything. I said that I was sorry I'd been pretending to be into him, but I made him swear he wouldn't tell anyone. He was actually pretty sweet about it. He said it was okay and my secret was safe with him. But the next day, when I went to school, the most horrible thing happened. I was called into the principal's office again. What now? I went to the office. I saw Miss Talbert standing there looking furious. Wait, why was she back here? The minute she saw me, she jumped down my throat. Apparently someone had trashed her house. "You had the guts to go into my house and leave a threatening note?" she screamed at me. "Who do you think you are, you idiot?" All my protests that it wasn't me fell on deaf ears. I got suspended again. The minute I got home, I called Mark and told him what had happened. He said she was just out to get me and was probably making all this stuff up. I felt so angry at being set up by her. Mark told me to meet him later at a party that night, and we'd discuss how to get back at Miss T. I found Mark at the party, and he told me we should go talk in private. He took me to a dark, empty hall where I could barely see anything. Then, to my surprise, he took my hand and said, "I'm so confused about my feelings for you, Ames." Suddenly, he pulled me towards him and leaned in for a kiss. I nearly fainted. I pushed him off and jumped to my feet. "You know I love Sophia," I yelled at him angrily. "I will never love anyone else." I heard people laughing and the lights came on. I almost died of shock. Everyone I knew from school was there, even Sophia. I couldn't understand what was happening. Mark said, "You shouldn't have wasted my time all these weeks if you're into girls." Then he said he was really mad at me because I'd just pretended to like him, and it was him who trashed Talbert's house. Everyone was looking at me and whispering stuff. She told Sophia she loved her, and Sophia stopped talking to her because she's totally weirded out. That's why they don't hang out anymore. I ran out of there with tears in my eyes. I couldn't believe Mark would stoop to this. The next morning, things got even worse. Someone had made a video of what happened last night and had uploaded it to TikTok. I was ruined. There was no way I could show my face at school. When my suspension was over, I had to go back. No one would let me live this down. Everywhere I went, people made fun of me. I wanted to disappear. I also realized how terrible it felt to have your privacy violated. Maybe this was all karma for making that stupid video. Just when I thought my life couldn't get any worse, it did. I got a call from my dad saying Mom had been in a terrible accident. I rushed to the hospital. While she was asleep, I cried and felt so terrible for what a horrible person I'd become. Dad and I were called into the police station and shown the CCTV footage of the accident. It had been a hit and run, and they were trying to get a hold of the driver. I could hardly believe my eyes as they zoomed in. Wasn't Miss T's car the same model? And it was definitely a woman in the driving seat, and those pink clothes looked all too familiar. Was she that crazy that she'd try to hurt my mom just to get back at me? This was insane. I had to make sure I was right before I reported her to the police. I went to her house, but I couldn't see anyone around. Luckily, the garage gate was slightly open. I slid under it and turned my flashlight on. I had to get a good look at her car. If it was banged up and had the same number plate, I had my culprit. Boy, was I going to make her pay for hurting my mom. The car was dented in the front. I had her now. But then I checked the number plate. The car was the exact same brand and model, but the number was completely different. I sat on the floor with my back to the car, holding my head in my hands. Was I just losing my mind? Suddenly, the light went on, and there was Miss T standing in the door that led into the house. She looked really surprised to see me. Weirdly, though, she didn't seem angry at all. I started crying, and she told me to come inside. I told her everything that had happened the past few weeks. She listened to me quietly, and once I was done, she said something that completely shook me. I know it's not you, Amy. It took me a while to figure out who the real culprit was, and why they would want to hurt me. She took out her phone and showed me a few pictures of a young girl who looked a bit familiar. In one, she was standing with a doll's head in one hand and the rest of it in the other, and she was laughing hard. In another, she seemed to be trying to choke a frog. Miss T said that she had dated the girl's father for a while, and she noticed that the child's behavior was rather violent and disturbing. She told the girl's father when she nearly killed her pet hamster. After that, the girl seemed to be after her with a vengeance. She made her life miserable and was always playing pranks on her or telling lies about Miss T to her dad, who seemed to believe them. She could be very manipulative and sweet when she wanted to be. Eventually, Miss T had enough, and she broke up with him and moved out soon after. The child's name was Sophie. It was only recently that Miss T figured out Sophia was the same kid. I couldn't believe it. Sophia had broken my heart, but the girl I loved wasn't a psycho. There was only one person who could clear this up. I looked for her everywhere the next day at school, but what I saw left me thunderstruck. I found Sophia and Mark making out under the bleachers. When they pulled away, Sophia asked Mark, "Does the idiot suspect anything?" I just knew she was talking about me. All my rage and love and hurt bubbled over, and I did exactly what she had done. I took out my camera. They talked about how they had both played me, and Sophia got her revenge not only on Miss T, but also lame, stupid Amy. I was furious, but to my delight, they discussed literally everything they had done to set me and Miss T up. I gasped. Apparently, Mr. Faulkner was only playing with Miss T. Sophia had bribed him to break her heart. And me? Sophia wanted to play me simply because she could. She was a psycho, all right. Now that I had her confession, the rest was easy. Mark was suspended for a month. Sophia's father was called in, and she had to leave the school for good. She didn't go quietly. There was a lot of kicking and screaming. I decided to get my act together and focus on my studies. Enough drama for me. Oh, and Miss T is my new math tutor. We may even be friends now, too.
Hey friends, I'm January from Seoul, and I'm a huge K-pop fan. I mean, who isn't? But I'm a super fan. Now, before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe. My parents were super cool lawyers, but they weren't the coolest parents. They were so overprotective about me just because I was born premature. Like, I was fine now, get over it. But no.
No bicycle. It's the most dangerous ride.
No dancing in the rain. You'll catch a cold.
No, stay away from that puppy. It's full of germs and dirt.
Sleepover? No, never.
What if you get kidnapped or something?
I nicknamed them Mr. No and Mrs. Never. Growing up, K-pop was my only escape. I was crazy about K-pop bands. To Anyone, Girls' Generation, Big Bang. And then Dream was launched. As soon as I heard their first song, I was obsessed. And it was because of Dream I found my best friend. It all happened when I ended up wearing the same t-shirt as a guy on my first day in 8th grade. Whoa, I guess great minds really do think alike. Hello, Dreamer.
Greetings, my twin.
Ashton and I instantly bonded. We even built a fan page for Dream, which exploded faster than a popcorn kernel in a microwave, pulling in thousands of fans. One time in our senior year, some bullies started making fun of the K-pop posters on our lockers.
Are you two still in middle school, obsessing over K-pop groups? You both are so lame, says the guy who cried in gym last week because his girlfriend was ignoring him. You little, I told you to keep your mouth shut. Now look what you made me do.
With that, the bully ripped down the posters, and I lost it. I tackled him to the ground and pulled his hair hard. Right then, the gym teacher saw us and took us to the principal, and I got suspended. My parents were furious and blamed my obsession with Dream for it.
You're not allowed to listen to the band songs anymore. The lead singer, Tanya, she's a bad role model for kids. Just last week, I saw on the news how she slapped one of her bandmates during a concert.
What does that have to do with me being suspended?
You get so crazy over these K-pop bands. We've decided that after your behavior, we can't allow you to go to the Dream concert happening this weekend. We weren't too keen to send you in such a crazy crowd anyway. You're grounded.
And then Mom tore up my concert tickets. No. Oh my God, what did you do? I hate you both. I stormed off to my room, my blood boiling. I called Ashton and told him everything, and he promised to find a way for us to attend. On the night of the concert, just when I'd lost all hope, Ashton came to my room through the window with tickets in his hand. OMG, how did you manage to get them last minute? They must have cost a lot. Don't tell me you took the money from that piggy bank, the one you started back in kindergarten?
Desperate times call for desperate measures. Plus, it's totally worth it. I got us special meet and greet tickets too. I'm so excited.
Me too. My heart raced as we sneaked out and ran to the venue. But at the concert, the band's performance seemed really off. They weren't harmonizing and even kept bumping into each other. And then suddenly, Tanya smashed her guitar on stage and her bandmates looked really frustrated. She can be such a drama queen.
Hey, you know I adore Tanya, but that's the truth.
After the concert, Ashton and I went for the meet and greet, but it turned out the band had canceled it. And suddenly, the fans got angry and went wild. They started running backstage, demanding to see the band members they had paid to meet. Chaos erupted, and fans, including Ashton, were grabbed by the guards. I ran and sneaked into a nearby van and hid under the seat. If they caught me and made me call my parents, it would be catastrophic. Moments later, the van door swung open, revealing a fuming Tanya. Ugh, this show was a mess. The bands turned against me. They were so rude. As Tanya was climbing into the back of the van, I began to creep out from under the seat to escape, but Tanya saw me. Aha! Caught you. I'm calling security. No, please, look, I was part of the fans lined up for the meet and greet before things got crazy. I didn't want to cancel that. The band messed up. It's okay. I gotta go. No, nothing is okay. You know how tiring my life is? I'm exhausted with all these contracts, producers, and shows. I have no friends, my bandmates hate me, and now probably my fans too. I just need a break, but I can't even have that because the paparazzi are always on my butt. Hey, you're Tanya, a superstar. Ignore the haters and take that break. Run away for a while. Like it's that easy. But maybe I could run away. Hey, how about with you? Oh, no, that's not what I meant. That's a terrible idea. You stay right here. Bye. I rushed home before my parents noticed I was gone. I sent Ashton a text to let him know, crawled into my room through the window, and jumped into bed. But moments later, Tanya came in through the window too. You followed me? Why? I have nowhere else to go. Let me stay, please. Just then, Mom knocked on my door. I pushed Tanya into my messy closet and opened the door.
January, I heard something.
Achoo! You probably just heard me sneezing. Now, good night.
Why are your clothes lying on the floor outside your cupboard? And how many times should I tell you to separate your underwear and keep them in the drawer? And why are you sleeping in the shirt I got you on your birthday? Gosh, your room smells like stinky socks.
Mom, please, can you get off my back for once?
I know you're upset because we didn't let you go to the concert, but that's no way to talk to—
Good. I really don't want to talk right now. Good night. Once Mom left, Tanya jumped out of the wardrobe. OMG. Seriously? Your mom is so annoying. She reminds me of my nag manager. That's kinda rude. No, what's rude is that no one lets us have any freedom. We should have our fun without anyone breathing down our necks. Yeah, I guess you're right. Let's talk tomorrow. I need my beauty sleep. Saying that, she took the bed and made me sleep on the couch. The next morning, news of Tanya's disappearance was making headlines everywhere, and the police were on the lookout for her all over the city. Did you see this? Yeah, I love it. Fans and bandmates are worried sick. Tell everyone you're all right. Nah, people don't appreciate what they have till they lose it. Let everyone miss me a bit longer. Now, let's go out and have some fun. Of course, you'll have to arrange a disguise for me. But I have school. Skip it. Well, I did have a K-pop star asking me to spend a day with her, so yeah. I skipped school, made sure Tanya was unrecognizable, and then we went to the mall. While we were window shopping, we passed by a kid who was about to eat his ice cream, and Tanya stopped short. I want that. Okay, I can buy you some. No. I want that. his ice cream. It's the perfect ratio of chocolate to vanilla with my favorite toppings and sprinkles. Now here, boy, gimme it. I'm Tanya, the superstar. The boy refused to part with his ice cream and started yelling. Then Tanya knocked it out of his hand to the ground, grabbed me, and told me to run. What the heck was that? And are you trying to get attention by telling people who you are? Who would believe some stupid kid? Come on, let's check out some makeup. At Sephora, a sales girl was a bit rude to me, so Tanya messed up the arrangement of all the products on the shelves while the sales girl wasn't looking, then casually walked out. We both snickered as we saw her from outside, looking angry and confused at the mess. As we walked past a shoe store, I spotted these shoes I'd been eyeing for ages. You like those? Yeah, Mom won't get them for me because they're too expensive. Let's try them on. I tried on the shoes and they fit perfectly. They look amazing on you. You're taking them. Come on, the salesmen are busy. Just walk out casually and confidently. But no buts. Even though I felt super scared, Tanya convinced me to walk out of the store with them. I didn't realize I'd been holding my breath till we were on the other end of the mall. This is so wrong. Tanya, you're crazy. But I'm fun, right? I can't believe I'm saying this, but yeah, you're really fun too. This was quite a thrill. The next day, Tanya made me skip school again, and this time I had a genius idea. I blindfolded Ashton and brought him to my room, and he nearly fell back in shock when he saw Tanya. Ashton, say something.
I'm just trying to work out why Tanya is here with you. Someone pinch me or punch me. I must be hallucinating.
Is he your boyfriend? He's such a weirdo. For the next few days, Ashton was like a love-struck puppy with Tanya. She seemed annoyed by him at first, but soon she seemed to be enjoying his endless compliments and warmed up to him. And together, the three of us had the best week. But then, my parents got a letter from school about my week-long absence.
What is this? Where have you been going, January?
Are you in some kind of trouble? Mixing with the wrong kind of crowd? Are you on drugs? You guys are always expecting the worst from me. I feel like I'm trapped with you both. Just let me live my life. I ran to my room and closed the door, and Tanya and Ashton were already there through the window. As I cried, Ashton hugged me tight.
I know they can be harsh, but they're probably just worried.
Worried? Are you kidding me? They're just control freaks. Some people just love to boss around others.
No, they care about her.
She's right. It seems like their only goal is to control my life. And if you want to defend them, Ashton, I don't want to hear it. You're supposed to be 100% on my side.
Of course I am, but
just go, please. After Ashton left, Tanya listened sympathetically as I let out all my frustrations. Then we both decided to forget all about being good girls. I was almost 18. It was time to act my age. The next day, my folks dropped me off at school, clueless about my plan. I ditched classes and hit the local tattoo parlor with Tanya. But once we got there, I felt scared. It looks painful. Oh, come on. Nothing screams I don't care more than a tattoo. I'm not sure about this. Scaredy cat. Fine. How about a piercing then? I thought I was getting my ears pierced, but Tanya dared me to get a belly button piercing. I didn't want her to brand me a coward again, so I agreed. To my surprise, I kinda loved it. That's my girl, taking control of your life. Hell yeah! Tanya kept extending her stay, and I was happy about it. We were having a blast together, and I really wished Ashton was still hanging out with us, but he never replied to any of my texts and even blocked me on social media. One day, as Tanya and I were out at the mall, she went to the bathroom. I was sitting alone when I heard a familiar voice.
Can I sit here?
What do you want?
I've really missed you these past few days.
Have you? You didn't try to call me or message me, and even blocked me on social media. So petty.
What? I got messages from you to stay away.
I was so shocked when Ashton showed me those texts, but I'd never sent them. And guess what? It turned out Ashton's number on social media was blocked from my side, but I was 100% sure I never did that either. How is this possible?
Isn't it obvious? It's Tanya. She's playing some sick games. I could never stop being your friend. And Tanya keeps saying your parents are controlling, but she's been manipulating you herself all along.
Just then, Tanya appeared, looking furious. Don't listen to him, January. He's lying. Why would he lie? Oh, please. He's crazy. Can't you see how he looks at you? He's like some psycho lover, completely obsessed with you. He even admitted it to me. And I had to tell him that you're not interested, which totally pissed him off. I saved you from that jerk. Trust me. You don't need him keeping you down and suffocating you with his possessiveness. I turned to Ashton, totally horrified. Ashton, you really have feelings for me?
That's the truth. My heart belongs to you, January, and I can't stand anyone getting close to you. You're like a drug to me.
Okay, I can't do this. This is ridiculous. Huh? What's so ridiculous? Look, Tanya, I'm a big fan, but Ashton being obsessed with me is stupid. I know my BFF inside out, and you tried to come between us. You are no longer welcome in my house, so please leave today. And I hope your band members do kick you out, because really, you are not a very nice person. Tanya stared at us, screamed in frustration, and stormed off. Ashton and I just high-fived and hugged. We walked back home. But there, we were in for a surprise. There were cops everywhere.
January, Ashton, you're under arrest for kidnapping Tanya.
What the what? My parents weren't home, and Ashton had no choice but to let ourselves be taken away in the police car. Oh gosh, they were gonna kill me when they found out everything. I was ready for the shouting of a lifetime when Mom and Dad reached the station, but they turned angrily to the police instead.
How dare you arrest our daughter and her friend? Seriously? You have them behind bars without evidence?
My parents were pretty good at being lawyers, and in no time, we were out of there. I told my parents everything, and they both hugged me. Mom, Dad, I should have come to you and told you Tanya was hiding out in my room.
No, I think this is our fault. We've always been so strict with you, you probably didn't feel comfortable coming to us and talking about it.
But we promise you, from now on, we won't be so strict. We will let you learn from your own experiences. It's how you become a better judge of character, too. And no matter what, we'll always have your back. The next day, there was a media frenzy outside my house. Turns out, Tanya had given an interview to TMZ about how she was kidnapped by psycho fans, and now the public wanted a piece of us. I knew I just had to confront that two-faced diva once. A couple of days later, Ashton and I found out from Tanya's Instagram stories that she was at a salon getting a manicure, so we rushed there and surrounded her. I treated you like a friend, gave you a place to stay, and this is how you repay me? By telling everyone I kidnapped you?
Why would you lie, Tanya?
Why do you think so? I needed to be the center of attention. Sweetie, no publicity is bad publicity. I'm all over the news these days. I have public sympathy because I was the victim of a fan kidnapping. Plus, it was awesome manipulating you. It took my mind off of other things, like you were literally a puppet in my hand. Anyway, now my stupid bandmates wouldn't dare kick me out either since I've already gone through so much. Go away now and let me enjoy my manicure in peace. I'll make you pay, Tanya. Yeah, like people will believe you over me. Don't embarrass yourself, January. Just leave, or I'll spin some other lie and get you both arrested for good. Right then, Ashton and I started giggling, and he showed her his phone.
Oh yeah, say hi to your fans, Tanya.
We've been live for quite some time on your fan page. Just like that, everything was over for Tanya. Once the media found out the truth, she got kicked out of the band, and her fans turned against her. Next, she was canceled on Twitter. Then, my parents sued her for defamation and won the case too. The brat deserved it. Dream found an amazing new lead singer, and Ashton and I are still diehard fans. Don't let anyone manipulate you. Be your own boss.
Hey, Mandy, look at Simon. I think he's cute. For a boy. Do you think he'll play with me? Mandy said, No, he won't, stupid. He won't play with a freak like you. He'll only play with me. I said, No. My mom says everyone wants to be my friend because I'm special. Mandy said, Not Simon. He doesn't like you. No one likes you. Not even your mom. I screamed, Mom! Mandy says I'm a freak and no one likes me. Not even you. Mom said, That's okay, sweetie. You know it's not true. And I think it's time for Mandy to leave. Mandy left looking super angry after Mom kicked her out. After that day, Mandy became a real pain in my neck. She started going after everything I had and wanted it all for herself, especially my Simon. Hi, I'm Emma. You might hear my story and think I should be grateful for having everything a girl might wish for, especially with my perfect memory. What most people don't know is that I have a big problem, my anger issue. It made me lose the love of my life. I was falling asleep in class one day when my teacher yelled at me, Wake up, sleepyhead, you can't sleep in my class. I'm going to include this question in the exam tomorrow, and now I won't repeat what I said for you. You mean you're going to include the fact that the Allies decided to land powerful forces in German-occupied Europe after the evacuation from Dunkirk in 1940, and that it took 4 years to design, build, and move thousands of vehicles, ships, and aircraft, and it was only on April 22nd in 1944 that the rehearsal for D-Day started in the exam tomorrow? Everyone oohed and ahed. I sneaked a peek at Simon. He was not only the school's hottest guy, but also a local celebrity. He was also rich and had the voice of an angel. And right now, the angel looked impressed as he looked at me. Whatever. Imagine someone being so proud of being a freak, Simon. I groaned inwardly as Mandy, my ex-best friend and Simon's ex-girlfriend, stepped up behind him. Even though they'd broken up a while ago, she was still obsessed with him. To my delight, Simon just ignored her. Served her right. Simon said, "Emma, I have to ask you something. Will you be my girlfriend?" Oh my god, I nodded enthusiastically. I couldn't believe Simon, the Simon, was asking me out. Yes, of course. Mandy said, "Don't get too happy. I'll still take him away from you, you freak." What was this witch's problem? Suddenly my blood began to boil. The teacher told us to settle down, but I wasn't really listening. I said, "Mind your own business, you freak." The teacher snapped, "Emma, I will not stand this behavior. To the principal's office right now." My rage disappeared. What? No, I'm sorry, I said enough. Leave. This just wasn't my day. And then, as if getting detention wasn't enough, my driver was late. Oh my god, I've told you only about 1,000,000,000 times not to be late, but you just can't help talking to everyone. The driver said, "Don't work yourself up, please. I'm sorry, Fine, it's fine. Just take me home." Simon was having a big party at his place that night, and I had to look better than Mandy. I knew she would do her best to show off her attractive body to get Simon's attention, but I was ready for that. I decided to go shopping for the perfect dress. But when I got to the mall, I was shocked to see Simon there, and he wasn't alone. Mandy was there too. While she stood talking to him, she casually slipped her arms around him. I was furious. I couldn't believe she was trying to hit on him like that. Ew! I needed to show her who his real girlfriend was. Unfortunately, though, by the time I decided to go over, they were gone. Ugh, I had to do something about her. I bought a super gorgeous pure silk evening gown for Simon's party. I even picked out a beautiful emerald necklace I'd bought in Italy last summer. I was gonna knock the boy down once and for all tonight. My driver dropped me at the party and I asked him to go home. My instructions were to wait around here. I spotted Simon and walked up to him. "Hi, Emma." Before I could say anything else, Simon put his arms around me, and for a second, I was speechless. "You look absolutely breathtaking tonight, Emma. I'd appreciate it if you picked me as your dance partner tonight." I was about to ask what Mandy did that day, but oh man, my heart began to beat wildly as we glided around the room, and I forgot all about it. While we were dancing, I could see Mandy's red face, and boy did she look mad. Ha! Take that! I pulled Simon closer just to tease her more. Then she said loudly, "Look at the smile on her dumb face. As soon as I dance with Simon, I'm going to kiss his face off. He'll never look at her again." She and the girls around her started laughing. I began to see red. Before I knew it, I had pushed Simon away and was marching up to Mandy. "What's your problem, huh?" One thing led to another. Suddenly, strong arms pulled me back. It was my driver. He said, "Let's go home. It's late." Back off! Who are you to tell me what to do? I could see that Simon was amazed, and I think he was impressed that I was finally teaching his ex a lesson. Then I took Simon's hand and left the party. Even though we had left the party, I didn't want to leave him just then. I wouldn't let Mandy ruin this evening for me. I asked, "Want to come up to my place? We can watch a movie and chill." Simon said, "Yes, of course. There's nothing I'd like more." I ran inside to check if the coast was clear and quietly snuck him up the stairs. We had just started the movie when Simon pulled me closer and snuggled with me. There's nowhere I'd rather be. Suddenly, the door flew open and my stepdad barged in. "Just what do you think the two of you are doing here? I have a reputation to keep." He was barely done talking when the driver ran up behind him. "And you, is this what I hired you for, huh? I told you to keep an eye on the girl and you let her bring a boy into her room?" The driver said, "Sir, My stepdad then shouted, "You're fired!" Just then, my mom burst into the room and started defending the driver. "He most certainly is not fired!" Mom was determined to keep him and kept saying it wasn't his fault that I'd snuck a boy in. He doesn't have magic powers. Punish them and leave him out of this. Well, a blind man could tell she had the hots for the driver, even though she was like 10 years older than him. And it was super embarrassing. My stepdad looked between the two of them suspiciously, and then suddenly, dragging Simon out, left the room. "Don't think that I'm dumb. I can see what's going on here," my stepdad said while leaving. I didn't even know why my mom was with my stepdad. I know my real dad was too poor to keep us, but did she have to marry this guy? After he left, Mom led the driver away. I slammed the door behind them, grabbed the first thing I got my hands on, and threw it in anger. As the picture on my table fell to the ground, I realized what a horrible person I was. "You're a spoiled brat, always getting people into trouble." After I was done crying, I began watching some videos on my story animated. I just come across a really interesting story of a girl with perfect memory. The next morning, my stepdad said that I was grounded for a month and wasn't allowed to leave the house. Try me. I called Simon and he invited me to watch the recording of his song. Some other kids would be there too. As soon as they took a break, Simon came over to me. He said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." I said, "No, I should be the one saying sorry for the way I acted yesterday. The way my stepdad dragged you out, you probably hate me." For a minute, he didn't reply. "Emma, I don't hate you at all. I saw how unhappy you looked. Yesterday, I just wanted to see you happy, to help you." I stared into his eyes and wondered if he really meant it. His face was so close to mine. Wait, was he about to kiss me? Just then, the director barged into the room and practically dragged Simon away. Simon said before leaving, "Check your pocket when I start singing, okay? Don't check it now." When Simon started singing, I dug into my pocket and gasped. It was a diamond bracelet. As I was watching the recording, others came in. Of course, Mandy was with them too. As soon as she saw me, she made her way over to me. She said, "Just reminding you that Simon is mine. Don't even think about him." Then she turned around and blew a kiss in his direction. I waited for him to react, but if anything, his stupid grin just grew bigger. Suddenly, I began to feel angry. Is this why he'd asked me here? Just then, Mandy screeched, "Oh my God, that bracelet is mine! Simon gave it to me on Valentine's Day. Give it back." I said, "Not a chance. He gave it to me and it's mine now." You know why? Because he loves me, and you can take your jealousy and buzz off. When Mandy refused to back off, I began to get mad at Simon for giving me her hand-me-downs. For a rich guy, he had acted pretty cheap. You know what? You want it so bad, huh? I marched up to Simon and threw open the door of the studio. "I can't believe you'd give me your ex's hand-me-downs." Simon looked shocked and also embarrassed, as everyone could see and hear. "Oh, shocked enough? I know everything, and I don't want this. Keep this trashy gift." He said, "What's wrong with you? If you don't want it, just say so. I'm done with your drama. I'm out." Then Mandy looked at me. "You actually fell for it. I knew you weren't as smart as you thought. You may have perfect memory, but you don't have perfect vision. He bought the bracelet that day at the mall when you were there." I glared at her, but I wouldn't do what she wanted. I swore to not get angry and said calmly, "You're just jealous because he never got you a beautiful diamond bracelet." Then she laughed and said, "Oh, I'm happy you like it. I actually picked it." "That's it!" I yelled as the driver took my hand and got me in the car. As soon as I got home, though, I felt horrible about what I had done to Simon. I tried calling him, but he wouldn't answer. I went to the set the next day, unannounced, and everyone was shocked to see me. I saw Simon sitting there, and he looked devastated. "I'm so sorry for the horrible things I said. I don't know what came over me." I just got into the door when Simon caught up with me. He said, Emma, wait." "No, Simon, I know I'm a horrible person. I'll just go away and never interfere in your life again." But Simon pulled me back and hugged me. "Stay, Emma. I know you're a great girl. I won't let you go." I could tell that Simon loved me and I wanted to be with him. Plus, being his girlfriend was the best way to pay Mandy back and put her in her place. For a few weeks, I was in heaven. My anger episodes began to fade. If I ever did get angry, Simon held me till I was calm. Until one day, after my date with Simon, I went home to Mom and my stepdad having a scream fest. I asked what was wrong. Mom said that my stepdad was cheating on her. Suddenly, the yelling started again. Mom said, "I never should have trusted you." Stepdad said, "If I go to other women, it's your fault because you never take care of me." "I don't take care of you? What else?" But clearly my stepdad had had enough and he pushed us both outside. But the drama was far from over. We just stepped outside when the craziest thing happened. A police vehicle pulled up outside our house and 2 policemen stepped out. They demanded to know where my stepdad was. I pointed to the house and they barged in. 5 minutes later, they came outside, dragging my stepfather behind them. Apparently, his secretary that he cheated with had filed a case against him for blackmailing her. As they dragged him away, I waved him goodbye. Good riddance for some months at least. Finally, the events of the day sank in, and I realized I needed to breathe. I needed to get away from them. I needed Simon. I called him so many times, but he didn't answer. I ran to his house and barged in. "Simon!" I stopped dead in my tracks. He wasn't alone. In the lounge sat Mandy. She was wearing the tightest outfit imaginable, and her hair was all messy. "I told you he'd come back to me." Simon came in. He looked shocked to see me, but then he smiled. "Babe, I can explain. I was just thinking about you." What an actor! "You two-timing cheater! I never should have trusted you! We're over!" I rushed home, knowing there was no one I could trust. I went home and locked myself in my room. I didn't want to see anyone. For the next few days, I stayed in my room. I was too mad to talk to anyone. Finally, one day, Mom knocked on my door. "Emma, the school called. They want to know why you're skipping school, honey. Also, Simon is very worried." "Just mind your own business. I don't need you interfering in my life." That night, as I lay tossing and turning in my bed, I heard a knock on the window. What was that? I jumped to check and almost passed out when I saw Simon practically hanging from the window frame. As soon as I opened the window, he jumped inside. What are you doing here? He smiled and reached out for me. Don't come any closer. Don't touch me. You cheated on me. He asked me who he cheated on me with. I told him I'd seen Mandy in his lounge. Simon swore there had been no one in his house. He said he could show me security camera footage. Don't lie. I have a photographic memory, remember? I never forget a face. Then I began to describe Mandy, and Simon said, "There's no Mandy in our class." Just then, my mom stepped into the room and said, "There was only ever one Mandy in your lives, but we thought you'd forgotten about her. But of course, you have a great memory." "What?" Mom said. "You were just a year old when she was born, and I couldn't raise her alone. You remembered her for years and would even talk about her in your sleep. But by the time you were 6, you stopped mentioning her. I thought you'd forgotten." What were they all talking about? Mandy? My sister? Were they saying I was imagining a girl who hated me? I began to scroll through my phone. I knew Mandy would be in some class photos, but the more I scrolled, the more horrified I was. There was no Mandy. I checked Facebook and Instagram too. Nothing. It was as if she had never existed. Suddenly, old memories rushed into my mind. Baby, Manny. I remembered. I said, "Mandy, you gave her away. You gave me everything, but you sent her away. How could you? My sister will hate me. She'll hate me forever." Simon said, "No, she won't, Emma. If your sister ever knew you, she'd love every bit of you, just like I do." As Simon spoke, I looked over his shoulder and saw Mandy. She smiled at me and said, "Took you long enough to remember. I'm going now. I don't hate you. You just needed to remember." Then she turned and walked out of the room, and I knew I would never see her again. Well, my life has gotten better since then. I'm at college and still with the love of my life, Simon. And my mom? She married our driver. She is happy. Finally.